1 week ago, the International Virtual Racing Association began a winter filled with racing with GT Sprint action coming from the famed Silverstone circuit. But today, all eyes are focused on Spa. The IVRA Endurance Series enters its 8th season of competition with a new name and some new cars, but the same combination of close competition and live safety cars promises to deliver hard racing action and interesting strategies. And up on the docket today, 12 hours of racing into the pitch black of night. Hello and welcome to round number 1 of the IVRA Endurance Series live here on the iRacing Esports Network with coverage brought to you by RacespotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, doing double duty on camera work and commentary, and I'm joined in the commentary booth by Justin Prince and Jonathan Burke. As always, TV cameras provided to us by Istvan Ballo and TrackCams22 with Tyler Maxon providing our car cameras. Live timing is available on timing71.org. But with cars rolling off for qualifying, let's take a look at the track conditions today. It's a cool day in Spa-Francorchamps, Justin, but there is a strong gust of breeze blowing across the track, and drivers are going to be concerned about that as they try and use the draft to try and make passes happen.
Yes, the track is fairly cool. Yes, 23 degrees Celsius at the moment, 73 degrees Fahrenheit. However, this is a track known for its draft. You talked about the wind, up to as high as 12 miles an hour winds, 19 kilometers an hour, currently gusting towards the side of the cars, to the right-hand side, in fact, up the Kemmel Straight. That will affect some of the speeds potentially in the corners, as well as down some of the straights, and potentially in the run-up through Blanchimont to the final corner today. It can be a difficult session today to try and get proper track position to start off this new season.
And what a season it's shaping up to be. One of the most competitive grids in the IVRA Endurance season history. But Jonathan, let's take a look at the schedule for this season. Today, it's all about the 12 hours of Spa, but there are some very intriguing races in this 7-race calendar. The most interesting one is the 5 hours of VIR going to be run around the Grand West layout.
Yeah, it's going to get tight with a lot of these guys out there. You know, obviously we have a full grid of 55 teams. There's several reserve teams, so a smaller track like VIR. But I also am intrigued about Phillip Island. That's not a very wide circuit either. So putting all 55 teams out there, that's going to be really exciting.
And this is the longest race of the season, and we are racing into the pitch black of dark. Let's take a look at the format for this series. There's 4 classes spread across 2 classes in the iRacing service. The LMP class with the Dallara P217, the brand new LMP2 prototype that's been brought into the service. And then you've got the trusty GTEs. You've got the Corvette Chevy C8R, which has recently joined, the BMW M8, the Ferrari 488, the Ford GT, and the Porsche 911. While the graphic does say there's an 8-tire set limit for all classes, there will be 9 tires for all teams in this 12-hour race. The GTE cars do have a 90% fuel restriction, which Justin does make the strategy that much more interesting.
Yeah, going to make it a little bit more tighter, and it's been talked about as well with some of the safety car periods expected with a race such as this, especially for those who watched with the Summer Series for the club sports side. It can get interesting with how the strategy can fare out in some of the distances. Stints are around 53 minutes expected, around 24 laps. Saving expected to be fairly easy on that side. It's going to be curious, though, how things get calculated, though, with some of the planning, especially when we get towards the halfway mark of the race.
There are half points to be awarded. Before we get to that, let's just run through qualifying. 15 minutes per class. The GTE AMs are currently out on track setting their first lap times. They'll be followed out by the GT Pros before the LMP AM and LMP Pros take to the course. Take one look at the point structure. Points all the way down to 25th in class, and in races longer than 6 hours, halfway points will be awarded. At the halfway point, 50% of these points, and they'll be rounded up, Jonathan. And as we saw in the Club Sports Summer Series like Justin was mentioning, those halfway points can help determine a season.
Yeah, it's going to get really intense probably around that halfway mark. Also, those 3rd and 4th stints for both sides of the LMP2 and the GTEs are going to line up at that mark too, so there'll be a lot of action on pit road prior to that halfway mark. It's going to get very interesting at the 6-hour mark.
So let's go ahead then and take a look at the action. There you can see cars as they make their way around the track right now. An hour left in the qualifying session, and left-hand side of your screen, you'll see in just a few seconds the lap times as they start to come in. It's currently Fiercely Forward who are on provisional pole position in this class, but as the times slowly come in, let's take a look at which is going to be your shakers in this class. And Justin, it's interesting here because even though we've got these multiple classes on track, GT-EM and GT Pro, for example, they're all going to start at the same time, and classes in each class will be battling with each other for overall race position.
And we were talking a little bit about this before tonight's action, where you could potentially have one of the AM cars starting up in front of one of the pro drivers. In fact, you can have one of these drivers potentially set the pace as the pole machine. The thing is, there's a lot of really strong teams in this AM class. Fiercely Forward was very competitive during the summertime, for example, in IVRA competition. VEC Sim Racing was one of its best competitors. Fisher Motorsport was very quick throughout the summertime as well. There's several different teams here, and this grouping alone, who could potentially come away with an overall race victory for the class, whether it's pro or AM.
Absolutely, and the one interesting thing that I'm seeing across this entire GTE class, Jonathan, is that we're seeing representation for almost all of the GTE cars. The BMW M8 has almost had a reputation recently for being slightly overpowered in the current iRacing meta, if we're to use some some esports terms, but that car has had a slight nerf in its top-end performance. About 9 horsepower has been removed from that car, I believe, and as a result, Porsche 911 currently on pole position right now. We're seeing some Chevy Corvette C8Rs in this mix as well. There's a Ford GT as well in GTE Pro.
Yeah, and the other thing also is that the BMW is not that good in some of these slower corners. I'm actually a big fan of it. I race it on the IMSA official league, and it's not good in these slower corners, whereas the Porsches are able just to flick and go smoothly through there. So at a place like Spa, where you have a mix of almost everything, I think those slower corners can really, really help these Porsches.
We'll see how it's all going to play out. We talk about going into the nighttime, and we were mentioning it, the cooler ambient temperature that we're starting off here today is going to mean that the weather is not going to change too much. Let's jump on board with one of these Corvette C8Rs, though, for the first time today. The number 326 in current provisional 4th position, as we see the 396 moving itself up into P number 2. Right now, though, Justin, Fiercely Forward, they have a half a second gap to the rest of your field right now. And one thing that we need to just let everyone know for all the IVRA endurance series is once you come back down into pit road, you cannot head back out for qualifying again. So all of these cars trying to set the best lap time they can without needing to come back in for some tires.
And that's the key thing, because there is a sweet spot for the tires, about 3-4 laps, give or take, into a respective stint. You end up getting held up or end up making a mistake, that's going to completely mess up your potential for a good lap in qualifying here. So in other words, if you want to say reach these cars for some slipstream, you need to hit it at the right mark. This might be held up a little bit, as we've seen with the car to the left side of the track before for the 326. To see this is a 213-1 the last time by. This time by the stripe, though, at 223. Yes, got held up a decent bit. In fact, it's now trying to cool down the tires as well, which was also something seen along the zone.
So just over 10 minutes have gone from this first part of qualifying. We'll see the GTE Pro machines come out next time around, but that lap time from the 334 now looking very, very good. There's a comment in our YouTube chat right now, Jonathan, saying that dash in the Chevy Corvette C8R is more like a spaceship than a car at this point. And I must say, it's a very attractive interior indeed. And we jump back on board down the Camel Straight once again. Look at that big rear view camera as well. Very enticing to be able to see the LMP2 cars as they come up behind you.
And maybe also your competitors, as you're going down the Camel Straight, it'll be quite easy for the Corvettes to play defense, but then that dash is also really, really helpful for those drivers. You don't get much telemetry if you're the crew chief for any of the drivers that are currently sitting out, so it'll be really helpful, I think, for the Corvettes, especially as, you know, it gets cooler and the track might change to make adjustments, you know, viewing that dash.
So interesting to note as well right now, 3 Porsche 911s in the top 3 of this qualifying session as it stands. The times between 2nd and 4th position as well, super, super close. There's just a 1/10 of a second there almost between 2nd to 5th right now. So looking like this class might prove to be a little bit closer than we were thinking. Fiercely Forward looking very promising. And Fiercely Forward is a team, Justin, that has cars entered in multiple classes in this series. They jumped into the IVRA Club Sport Summer Series over the summer, which you and I were commentating on, had some good runs in the Porsche 911 Cup car there. But here they're entered one 911 RSR, and I do believe they've got 2 of the Dallara LMP2 cars ready to take it to track later on today.
Yes, indeed, they have a Pro car and an AM car specifically, and it's a very star-studded driver lineup when you really look towards things, because you have drivers for the LMP2s who will be taking part in this event and throughout the season, like Matthew Crisp, who will compete a lot in the summertime. Competed as well in the SEO Summer Series, top 10 HPD overall last year, for example. As well, though, Jack Crawford, Red Bull F4 driver, did an F3 test, in fact, this week. Competed in some races during the summertime. He'll be in the AM car this evening. But the 334 also has a lot of talent for sim racing, where you have Josh Klog, the winner of the Alcantech F3 Series and a Rallycross regular. You have one of the drivers narrowly missing out on qualifying for the Rallycross World Championships, and Luke Krause also going to be in that race car. And don't forget about the guy who's currently in the race car you see in Lewis, is Hecht, who's trying to work his way around, where he loves this Porsche RSR. We'll see how he is, however, as per the drivers, he seems to like beer.
And per the drivers as well, he's probably a bit hungover in that car right now. Let's hope it's not going to hinder his performance too much. But right now, provisional pole position by 0.4 of a second. And something I wanted to point out, Jonathan, is that we talk about Jack Crawford being in the 134 LMP2 car. That means he'll be competing in LMPM. And can you imagine a Red Bull Academy driver in an amateur class? We should go ahead and explain, as we see the 334 diving down onto pit lane to finish its run in qualifying. We should explain the drive time regulations in effect here for both of your AM classes. Can you go ahead and just explain a little bit for the viewers exactly how that's going to work?
So the IVRA system has a driver ranking list. They have Onyx, which is above 4,000 I rating, Amethyst, which is 3,000 to 4,000, Sapphire 2,500 to 3,000, Emerald, which is 2,000 to 2,500, and then they have a lower rank Amber, but those Amber guys are not allowed to race this weekend. So for the AM class, at least in the LMPM class, you have one max of one guy above 4,000 and a minimum of an Emerald or a Sapphire for 2 or 3 drivers, a minimum of a 2 Emerald or 1 Emerald and 1 Sapphire for 4 drivers. So you have to have guys like in the 2,000s or 3,000 range at least, and there is a drive time limit for those guys above 4,000. You can only be out there for 4 hours and 45 minutes. So, you know, for Jack Crawford, he's not going to be taking the majority of the drive time. They might have to split it evenly. It might go to Tyler Lane. For the GT AM class, there was no one allowed above 4,000 I rating and only one person above 3,000 to be allowed. So a lot of it is guys in the 2,000s to 2,500 range.
So there are some regulations. Interestingly though, Justin, in the pro classes, no restriction on drive times, and talking to some of the teams, or rather, there is restriction on drive time. However, the restriction is 9 hours, and talking to some teams, they are expecting one or two drivers to potentially get up towards that 9-hour marker. Now, we have to point out that the way the drive time is calculated does include time under safety car as well. So there are often cases, and teams are a little bit concerned about this, where they may get caught out as a result of a safety car coming up at the most unopportune moment.
And a lot of teams have to be prepared for that unexpected moment as well. That's the thing, because a lot of teams we've seen during the summertime were caught very much off guard whenever there was a safety car period in some cases. Some were hoping for that for their strategy to work out. There's various differences you'll see throughout this season, absolutely. But the main thing is going to be, how adaptable are you going to be as a team manager and as a driver lineup to be prepared to say, okay, we've got to make sure that we swap a driver here to make sure we don't go over this drive limit if there's a safety car period around that time or something that shuffles some of those times. You need to have a bit of flexibility to be able to plan it out properly here, as checker flag is now waved for GT AM qualifying.
And GT Pro cars are lining up at the end of pit lane right now. We ride on board with the 321 AOD Racing Ferrari as they head their way down in towards pit lane. I don't believe they'll be able to complete this lap, so we should see them peel down into pit lane. And Important to note, they are not using the full endurance pit lane, so as we see them come down onto pit lane speed, they're not going to be taking that longer trip down the hill as well, Jonathan, and that does open up a little bit more in terms of pit lane strategy.
Yeah, less time definitely spent on pit lane for all of these guys, especially when we're talking about tires and fuel. Like, you may have a longer trip on pit road, and when the stints line up for these LMP2 and GTE cars, we can talk a little bit about that stint. It's about 18 laps for those LMP2 cars, and it's about 23 to 24 for the GTE, and there's probably going to be a few points where they line up, and pit road is going to be a very busy place.
Well, here we go. Down out of the lane come the second round of your GTE class. This is the GTE Pro machines. You can see there the GTE AMs are waiting on pit lane. They are done for the remainder of the 48 minutes, and Justin, just thinking back to the Club Sport Summer Series, which was, of course, the first competition organized under the new IVRA banner, the one thing that I distinctly remember, and I hope the organizers aren't going to help me mentioning this a little bit too much, is that race at Watkins Glen, where we had 4 safety cars in just over an hour's time, and that really shook up everything. There was a big crash going into the S's at one point as well, but these safety car procedures in IVRA always open up the race that little bit more, and in the Summer Series really provided a lot of drama for what was some great racing on track as well.
Yeah, we, as mentioned, the mixed up strategies, and as well, it was an ever-changing adjustment to make sure things were ready for this series and for the rest of the series throughout the fall and the winter time. Now the main thing is, though, now that you've got the points mattering and the chance for major championships now on the line, especially for some of these teams, can you perform under the pressure? That's going to be one of the most important things, because several of these teams were able to thrive and be smart with their calls. Team Hoichenveld was among some of the top competitors. Kinetic Racing, they're back into the grid today. We're expected to see how they adapt, though, to this. They didn't have as many starts during the summertime. But Maniti Racing is the biggest out of all of them, who really shot up the charts in their BMW in that 278.
Yeah, Maniti Racing has really exploded onto the scene this summer, not just in IVRA competition, but in top split special events as well. They've had a few decent runnings in the GTE class. They'll be racing in the BMW M8 here today. But Jonathan, as they work their way around the lap one time, just a little bit slowly as they try and work their tires up to temper and pressure as well. But just ask you here, we've got four or five different options in the GTE class for all of these cars to pick, and it's great to see all of them represented in today's grid. Which one would you be driving if you had the choice to get out on track today?
I would hands down take the BMW. It's a very stable, easy to drive car, very easy to adjust. And even though there is a little less horsepower now, and like the grid seems to be a little more equal, it always gets better as the tires wear off. Like, even when you're triple stinting or even quad stinting, as some of the guys have been telling us, it never feels like you're out of control of that car. I felt like in the Porsche, like you can easily lose control. It's a little bit heavier than the BMW, but it's also a little bit easier to drive in these slower corners.
Well, the BMW M8 really took the crown at Petit Le Mans just a week ago. The BOP update has come into effect. That Porsche 911 was driven by the Porsche 24 by Redline team at Petit Le Mans. They were down 0.3 of a second every single lap, and it'll be interesting to see how the balance of performance plays out today. The one I'm most interested to see personally, though, we take a look at the number 225, that Ford GT. The only Ford GT in the entire field, Justin. Clearly, the number 225 team has figured out something that the rest of the grid seems to be missing.
Yeah, and it was seen especially during the IMSA Pro Series back in the springtime specifically, that if you've got a good driver lineup and have at least some confidence in the car, you can still find some pace in these Fords. The thing I think that's going to potentially help them is some of the raw speed potentially down the straights. The curious part's going to be the technical sections, because we talk, yes, draft, but the main thing that sets you up for said draft, especially for the second half of the track, is if you have struggles in Sector 2, you're not going to be able to be as close enough to be able to attack them on our drivers for Sector 3 and even potentially up to Sector 1. I'm I'm kind of curious to see how they do in these Fords today, to see how they pace themselves compared to, say, some of the BMWs where it was seen a lot during the summertime to be quick during the down the straights, but not as quick in the corners compared to the Porsche.
And
at this track particularly.
First lap time starting to come in. The 284 Porsche 911 at the back of your shot right there. 212, 230. But there you can see the important thing. That provisional pole position from Fiercely Forward in the AM class currently has them in third place overall. And they'll take that third position. They managed to hold on to it when we start this race up in just 45 minutes or so. More time starting to come in though. You can see the 225 currently 17 seconds down. Clearly not a representative lap time, but still a lot of teams, Jonathan, yet to set lap times. Live timing is available on timing71.org as always.
And you can see, and if you're on the live timing, but you can see on our board, the AM class is falling pretty fast. The only one is Fiercely Forward that seems to be hanging around that top 10 area with a good lap time right now.
And they make their way around one of the slower parts of the track down through the left-hander. Justin, let's talk about the track limits here today, because it was recently announced that Spa is going to be undergoing an overhaul, adding some more gravel trap areas to the track. However, in iRacing, we have some rather strict track limits here, and there is a an incident counter for all teams responsible.
Yeah, in-sim incident limit today is 83 points specifically, where if you cross that mark, you'll have to serve an in-sim penalty. Then, from every 21 points afterwards, that'll become the case. The reason that's so relevant is this is one of the most strict incident limit tracks in all of iRacing. It's so easy to take one curb a little bit too far to the left along the AstroTurf, for example, you see on the side of this track. Or take a bit of grass and launch them on. Or take one section too wide. All of that adds up immediately. Some other tracks have leeway where you can still cross half the car just about across those sections and get away with it. Not at this track. It came into play, as we talked about a little bit a few years ago, specifically. It's still, though, for this race today, going to be where you can't just say, okay, I'm going to completely cross every track limit possible. You over-abuse those track limits, you're likely going to have a very bad time. And here's the thing, when you have strict limits like this race today, teams know they need to drive within those limits. It's because it's much more stricter compared to some of the other circuits you'll see on the calendar this season.
Absolutely.
And just ask my safety rating. I get like 1X's here all the time racing in the GTE class, in the IMSAs, or even in the Skip Barbers, and it's very, very easy. And sometimes you do it and you don't even know.
Absolutely. Fiercely Forward, by the way, still hanging on the edge of the top 10 as we ride on board with the number 248, currently in provisional pole position, a 2:11.578, 4/10 of a second clear from the BMW M8. So currently the 248 Team Heuskenveld machine, currently with a lot of pace, showing just how strong they are. In third place, however, though, Team 11. And Jonathan, this is a newer team formed by some members who have left some of their other teams recently, and the team name, interestingly, comes from the fact that the founding members both have birth months in November, but as we go through Eau Rouge and Radion, currently looking very good in that Porsche 911 RSR.
And they have two of some of the highest rated guys in this field for the GTE class. They also are running a prototype class. First time they are running a prototype car. Two newer guys in there. And Team 11 looking fast, and looks like the Porsche is able to keep pace really with the BMWs, but that Corvette from Heuskenveld is fast.
And Justin, you seem to have caught something that one of the teams has managed to miss out on.
Well, it just so happens to be the car they just passed, because here's one of the main things that you can adjust is how much fuel's in the car, because for those who may not know, the lighter the car, the faster it usually goes in the road course side of things. This car elected to put in full fuel, not on purpose though. They put in the race amount of fuel, meaning the car is much heavier than other competitors. That is why at the moment they are 12th on the qualifying charts. That is 1.1 seconds slower, and it's going to not be as fast in general compared to, say, the others who were able to take that extra bit of gas out to be able to go a little bit more quicker than compared to, say, Marco Mogren and his Kinetic Racing car here.
And Mogren pushing the track limits, and that RSR team had a very strong performance last week in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, and this is one of 4 competitions that we're going to have live on the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV this winter. We talk about IVRA GT Sprint round number 1s and 2 came from Silverstone last week. We're here for round number 1 of the IVRA Endurance Series, and in just a few weeks' time, Jonathan, the Club and Club Sports Series are going to kick off as well. So a busy winter for the IVRA organizers. However, there is lots of racing action for both the viewers and the competitors.
And it's sure to get interesting. You guys mentioned the Summer Club Sports Series getting very, very interesting. I'm sure the series is going to be exceptional, and there's going to be great racing. You know, some of these guys have been in highlight videos on iRacing, I've noticed. I've seen familiar names out there. So these are definitely some of the best and the best in the simulation.
Currently working the last few minutes of GT Pro qualifying. We are watching the Kinetic Racing number 283 car. And Justin, you mentioned off the top, this is one of the most long-running teams in IVRA competitions. Now, this is the first year that the Endurance Series is known as being run under the IVRA banner. However, Kinetic Racing has been in many of the 7 previous seasons that have been competed here.
It's their 6th season specifically, and this is a brand new livery for their campaign that has appeared in various other campaigns they've run for the major series. Several of their drivers, in fact, run on that side as well. But the main thing is, they're the most veteran team this season. So a lot of these drivers have been here for a long time through the various different sanctioning bodies, and now they're still showing they're up there with the best of the best. And they have been competitive throughout 2020, and many of these drivers. Mogren, known for his great speed on the road courses specifically. Several of the era competitors for this organization today as well are up in the top of standings for several different other series for this banner, or work of a team.
And you've obviously watched a lot of them competing on the major series as well, so good to see them continuing to compete here live on the iRacing Esports Network. And Jonathan, it really is a beautiful livery. And the Chevy Corvette is really an aggressive-looking car from the front, and I must say, this livery, especially with those logos right below those front headlights, really does complement the car.
Ooh, it's a thing of beauty. I see runs a little wide there, maybe using a little bit more of the track that he'd like, but it really is a thing of beauty, and I think hats off to almost everyone who's designing deliveries to these cars, because a lot of them are really, really good, especially the Corvettes, because I think they really use that little door vent on the side. They use that to their advantage and make a beautiful design. Even the Heichfeld car, like, look at this. I do not want to see this in my rearview mirror. I would immediately pull out of the way.
Well, I'd much rather see it in the rearview mirror than out the front windshield, but nonetheless, currently still provisional pole position by 0.4 of a second from Maniti Racing. So, currently Jan Sentikowski in the car. We talk about strong drivers, and right now, Sentikowski with a 7,400 I rating, the strongest driver out there qualifying on track right now. And of course, Justin, qualifying drivers do have to start the race, and as a result, that means in GTEM, you don't get to put out your strongest drivers for qualifying. However, still, that fiercely forward, number 334, that time is holding up nicely, still in 9th position overall.
Yeah, that's looking fairly good for them as long as they get a good launch off the starting, don't get into too much trouble, because here's one of the main things here at the same time, Arjuna. This is a track known for treacherous starts and restarts because of that run to La Source, all the way up the hillside, up the Camel Straight. This is going to be a track where if you're going to want that track position, is what I'm trying to phrase, for Maniti Racing or Team 11, or even in the case of Fiercely Forward, because it can get absolutely crazy at this track, specifically with how many potential chances there are of 3 wide action even on the first lap that could cause problems here.
Absolutely. You think about going down in towards La Source for the first time, 2 wide. There is designated starting zones, so all of these classes do have to ignore the iRacing provided green flag and instead listen to your race organizers and leave the field in control of the respective group leader. Maniti Racing, though, currently seem to have aborted this lap There is just a minute remaining in this qualifying session, so right now it's looking pretty good for the 248 to take home the first pole position in this 8th season of IVRA endurance competition. Clock just continues to wind down, and we're going to see the BMW M8 Maniti Racing, Jonathan. They had told me leading into this that they still thought it was a very strong car, but clearly Team Heiskenveld, the number 248 in the Chevy Corvette C8R, have found a little more pace, and the BOP update that came on Thursday night has provided a little bit of a shakeup in the running order here.
I can see the Corvettes and the Porsches are really strong right now, and the BMW teams, although there are a majority of these teams are BMW, they are still they're in the mix. Though Mantini, the highest rated in all of them. The Tama Racing Team in 4th as well, a BMW. But I do have a question, if you're Heiskenveld, you're seeing you have a 10th gap. Is it better to get away early and get a huge gap right now and have a great early car in the daytime? Or if you're some of these guys towards the back, like maybe the Hell Racers, is it better to have a nighttime car and maybe come on later in the run?
Well, my brief thoughts are that with the prospect of safety cars always looming, you can never be 100% confident in exactly how you want to play out the race. But Justin, we saw in the Club Sport Summer Series, there's been some late race cautions as well in the last 50 minutes of the race that have really thrown up some 40-minute shootouts to take home race wins.
And in some cases, 20-minute shootouts in that case with Watkins Glen, where, here's the thing, say you decide, I wanted to use a set of tires, you're going to have to potentially pass the entire field of everyone who tried to stay out in that sequence. So it's where you're trying to weigh those positives and negatives for that strategy. To loop back towards that point for the BOP, there was actually an update made to the iRacing service this week on Thursday, where they did some testing and elected no BOP would take place for this particular round. The thing is, it's estimated that the changes resulted in 9 less horsepower for the BMW. Now that's going to be crucial to think about here, because is that going to be a major factor, say, for Maniti Racing and Company and some of the other BMWs? We're going to have to see in about half an hour or so, because that may make a difference. That could be the spell of where some of that straight line speed came into play here at this track in the summer.
Team 11 going to finish off their final lap in the qualifying session, a 2:12.334. Not going to be good enough to improve on their time. As a result, they're going to reset back down on towards pit lane as we wait for your LMP cars to get out onto track. Green flag is up in the air, and you can see them start to work their way down onto the track for the first time. The first time in IVRA competition, this brand new Dallara P217 is headed out onto track. However, just to go back to the BOP point, Justin, for just a few seconds, thinking back to Club Sport as well, and specifically at this track, Spa-Francorchamps, I remember a fantastic battle in the GT forecast with the Porsche Cayman 718 and the BMW M4 GT4. However, if you remember as well, I'm struggling to remember exactly which of the cars it was. However, they had a significant top speed advantage, to the point where that second trailing car could not make the pass happen on track, and as a result had to resort to pit strategy to try and make something happen.
And there was even some contact, I believe, here and there in some of that battling there. It just was the difference in the classification and the build of those respective cars. The time in one car's already in the wall.
That's a car.
That's 158.
Yeah, the Adequate Racing Machine had the bright green livery there going off.
And we'll see if we can get a replay of that incident. However, important to note that we talked about it at the start. They're going to be unable to get back out there for qualifying. So let's see if we can try and bring up the replay of what happened there for the number 158. Here it comes up on your screen right now, I do believe. And it was coming down in towards the left-hander, already getting very loose on the cold tires, trying to carry a little bit too much speed, and that's a hard contact into the barriers, and that will be the end of their qualifying session.
They tried to send it down in a no-name coming out of Rivage, and that was just too much speed, I think, on cold tires for them. You can even see another guy getting off right behind him. You know, pushing these cars to the limit on cold tires, especially this early in the qualifying run, trying to set as best of a time as you can.
And you can see they are still trying to make it around the track right now, but they will have some damage And Justin, we did see this in Petit Le Mans last time around. That damage model on the brand new car not 100% up to date as it stands right now. So despite the fact that we cannot see much visual damage, the rear portion of this car, that 158, will really be struggling through this qualifying session.
Yeah, already losing a ton of time. In fact, the car in front, it still is looking fairly loose. It's Neil Middleton behind the wheel in this car specifically. This is not going to be fun, it looks like, for their qualifying. It's going to be tough sledding, to say the very least, already for them. But for everyone else, at the very least, they're making it through the warm-up lap, at the very least, without making contact with the walls here. And keep in mind, we talked about this being one of the newest cars in the iRacing service. This is going to be where this is going to be a much more level playing field between the big organizations and the smaller ones.
And we're riding on board with the 169 laps at racing team. Look at that sunlight, and that's going to be a factor in the first portion of this race, Jonathan, as we race down in towards the darkness. It's just past 6:30 p.m. in the simulator right now. And so as the sun continues to set, as the temperature slowly drops very slightly, visibility is going to be a factor through some of these corners, especially for drivers who use that VR headset to race on. Can often be very blinding for them in the headset, and it'd be important to make sure they don't lose track of their reference points as they make their way around other cars.
Yeah, it seems like if you get in that second sector, that's going to be where that sun is going to be especially annoying. And even up towards the chicane as it's sitting behind the trees there, it's going to be annoying, especially when you're going to be side by side going into these corners. You might not be able to see what is going on alongside you.
So once again, watch the left-hand side of your screen for the qualifying times as they come in. Two teams have now set lap times. Laps at Racing goes to provisional pole position by just under half a second. But we'll wait for the rest of your times to come through the field. Just looking through this GTE AM class right now, we've got a few teams with some interesting names here. We've got the Rusty Spatulas, the 112, currently in 6th place, 1 second behind your leader. Oh, and there's been another incident coming through La Source.
Well, that's Philip Eckert, who's had some trouble in the 141 machine. And that's a bit of a rare mistake. He's one of the better drivers in the iRacing service, and that is even worse damage than what we've seen from the incident from the other car.
Yeah, and we'll get a replay of this one up on your screen right now. Here it comes down in towards La Source for Philip Eckert, and he's going to lose the rear end of the car very easily. And look at Laps at Racing, that's one of their other cars, having to avoid them. And then unfortunately we were riding on board with the Rusty Spatulas, nowhere for them to go, and that is going to be damage to their car as well. Hopefully it won't be too bad in the grand scheme of things, but let's continue to look now at one of the Fiercely Forward cars, and this is the car that we were talking about slightly earlier, Jonathan, where we're going to see Jack Crawford take the wheel later on in the race. However, right now, they've got a slightly weaker driver in the car qualifying it as per the regulations, currently sitting in provisional 3rd position as things run.
Yeah, and this car and this team does look fast. However, the Laps at iRacing team has a visional front row lockout, and we could talk about the Laps at iRacing team a little bit. One of the most unique teams in this grid. They have 5 different drivers from 5 different places: Hong Kong, the United States, Germany, Poland, and France. And right now, Alexander Tanner gets only 13 from Hong Kong, and he's currently running 2nd, doing a lot better than I was at 13.
I don't know what it is about 13-year-olds in iRacing, but just a few weeks ago I was commentating on a sports car open event, and there was a 13-year-old in the LMP2 class as well. But for Laps at Racing right now, 168 and 169 running 1 and 2 as it stands, and one of these cars, Justin, is going to be competing with just 2 drivers throughout the 12-hour race. So it'll be interesting to see how fatigue plays a part for that car as they work their way through a very long race. Now, important just to note, it's been confirmed by Race Control in our YouTube chat. The race session will actually start at 10 a.m. in sim. So at the end of the 25 minutes still remaining in qualifying, the session will advance to 10 a.m. and it might be a little bit warmer than the conditions that we're seeing out on track right now.
If I understand that correctly, that's going to make things completely different for some of the complexion for some of these drivers and how they may have built their setups in turn compared to what we may see now even for qualifying. But in other words, again, it's going to be important to be able to prepare things out for how the cars are going to be structured. I think more so for the second half of the race than the first half, to get back towards that discussion point I had before, where yes, you want to have speed for the first half, but if you're expecting to run in cooler temperatures much of the time, Arjuna, you want to be prepared for the cooler temperatures more and be able to have it where it balances out in the higher temperatures for this type of race. At the same time, you want to have that track position to make sure you don't lose said time once that track really starts to heat up, if that becomes the case.
Absolutely, and important to note, the 169 provisional pole position in this LMP-AM class down onto pit lane. They have completed their run here today, and they're still over 4 and a bit minutes left in qualifying, so we'll see if any other teams are able to make their tires work. They have 0.3 of a second over their teammates, but the gaps get closer then from 2nd to 5th once again. We wait for PND Racing, the number 182, to set a representative lap time, but we're watching the 107 as he comes down in towards Blanchimont to be a flat-out high-commitment corner. Be an interesting point to try and catch traffic here, Jonathan, because we haven't really talked about it too much. However, traffic is going to be a big factor for all of these teams, and making sure you minimize your time lost while still being respectful of all the cars around you is going to be one of your keys to victory here at Spa-Francorchamps.
And there's not many big and good passing zones besides that Camel Straight where you can really get a good run on the GT car, not compromise either of your laps. You already see the AMs are about 11 to 12 seconds faster than the GT Pros. So I'm curious to see how fast the LMP P2 Pro cars are, if they're going to be around the same time. But it's going to be really key to get rid of the lap traffic as fast as possible, especially in that second sector where you really do not want to be behind a slower GTE car for long.
You don't. I'm just taking a look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd place right now. That is 0.003 of a second, and they were 2nd and 3rd until PND Racing and Stefano Conte moves themselves up into 2nd place as Fiercely Forward, the 134, manages to grab provisional pole position. There we go, the 134 with a fantastic lap, a 2-minute 9:52, and Justin, well, one of the teams has already abandoned their run down onto pit lane, but Fiercely Forward clearly finding some pace still out on track.
And that was in clean space by 0.02 of a second, give or take. That is a lot of raw pace in that race car in that case, and I think at this point, they're also happy with the run. They're starting to back off, it looks like, right here. And I don't blame them at this point. They already have a time that may be near impossible to beat because, again, they did this in completely clear space, just with the raw pace of the driver and the car setup itself. And that's partly where some of the balance comes into play, and some of the amount of hours of work that needs to be put into a race such as this comes right on in. Because the more laps you put in, the more hours you work, and the more experience your team has, the more you know on what you need to be able to work on and what to look for in the data. Looks like they found something in the data that says, once we get to lap 4, we're a rocket ship.
And sometimes our qualifying graphics like to get a little bit unhappy when we see some lap times like that. However, like you say, 1,000th of a second separating 1st and 2nd, and just 0.4 of a second from 1st to 5th as things run. Still a few minutes left in this LMP-AM portion of qualifying. We're watching the 199 N-Race Esport. This is another team entered in multiple of the IVRA competitions, and we're seeing many of these teams entering multiple competitions as well, Jonathan. And it's good to be able to have a variety of competitions and cars to be able to run. You obviously have the IVRA Endurance Series here. The GT Sprint Series a week ago uses the GT3 classes of cars. Then you've got the Club and Club Sport cars, which Club is going to be a Mazda MX-5 based league, an introduction into endurance racing for some newer team members potentially. And then you've got the Club Sport Series, which is going to run some slightly slower cars here. However, plenty of racing action across the IVRA banner.
And I feel like this is nice for a lot of the bigger teams too. They can get their lesser experienced drivers, some of the recruits, into the lower levels, and even into the amateur cars that they have. Obviously, we talked about Hell Racers having a GTE car. That's good for some of their younger, less experienced drivers. And even here, we have a lot of lesser experienced drivers than we will have in the pros. And again, this is good, I think, for IVRA moving forward to keep a very good driver lineup and keep like big organizations here.
And we can just talk a little bit once again about the driver classifications for teams that are just, for viewers that are just tuning in, as we have 20 minutes left in qualifying right now. LMP-AM about to finish now. If you want to be able to quickly identify cars out on track, just use the car numbers. 0 through 99 are going to be your LMP Pro category. 100 through 199 will be LMP-AM. Then 200 through 299 is going to be GT Pro, and 300 to 399 is going to be GTM. So 4 classes of racing. They'll show us just 2 classes on our graphics. However, Jonathan, can you just quickly run us through those classifications and drive time regulations once again?
So for the pro teams, there are no restrictions. Any level of driver is welcome. For the LMP2 amateur, only one driver, max 4,000 I rating, and you have to have at least 1 to 2 drivers that are at least 2,000 to 3,000 minimum on the team. For the GT amateurs, nobody allowed over 4,000, only one person allowed over 3,000. So this really gets newer people and less experienced people into those classes.
Should be interesting to see how various teams in these AM categories portion out their stints, trying to allocate drivers to the portions of the race they think are the most important. But 18 minutes to go, so we're just getting ready for LMP Pro to take it out onto track, and there are some very strong teams in this LMP Pro category. You've got the likes of Team RSO, you've got Devotion Sim Racing, TNT Racing, Pure Sims Esports. These are all veterans of other top-level endurance leagues as well. Then you've got Fiercely Forward, a few Hell Racers cars as well. Team Heiskenveld with a LMP2 car in there as well. You've got the likes of Torque Freak Racing. Justin, this really is shaping to be one of the most competitive grids the IVRA Endurance Series has ever seen.
And don't forget, you have many newcomers as well coming into play, such as Delta Sport, U4K. They're looking to make a statement with this campaign, one of the first times we've seen them in recent months in a major competition on the iRacing side. You have new investment coming in for some teams, like RLR Abruzzi Esports coming into play as well. There are several different organizations moving up and trying to show what they can do at the high stage. In other words, this pro level is going to be extremely competitive, I think, because of some of the drivers who are involved in some of these teams, yes, but also many of these teams looking to show what they can do. After all, there are 20 new teams this season in this race alone.
And we'll see if that plays any surprises when it comes to understanding the regulations as well, Justin, because that's something that, especially when you've got the safety car process like you do here in IVRA, it's important that all of these new teams have made sure they understand those rules, so processes like that can really be used to their maximum effect.
Exactly, and as if you're either a driver or a team principal, one of the main things when you know something like that comes into play is you have to read the rule book from cover to cover, because you want to know its limitations, you want to be able to find some of the gray areas, yes, but also know exactly how to prepare for that. Because here's one thing that caught people off guard was several times people pit when the pit road was closed during safety car periods during the summer series. That happens here, similar situation. They end up getting an longest line penalty if they pit with the pit lane closed during the race today. Timing is going to be crucial, and awareness is going to be crucial to know, okay, I can come down to pit. The pit road is open. They come down and pit with pit road closed. They get the fun of having to pass by the entire field.
And that sounds like a fun challenge at the very least. But as we wait for LMP Pro to head out for their qualifying session, let's quickly run through the LMP AM order. It is Fiercely Forward, the 134 that's taken the pole position by 1,000th of a second from Lapset Racing 169. Then you've got PND Racing in that third place car. Lapset Racing, the second car, going to slot in fourth position. Let's run through the rest of your classes as well. You look at the GT Pro as well. You've got Team Heiskenveld, Maniti Racing, Team 11, top 3 runners in that class. Through the GTE AM class as well, that top runner there is still Fiercely Forward. So 2 provisional pole positions right now for the Fiercely Forward crew. They'll be hoping to make it 3 out of 3 in LMP Pro. Then your second place GT car is going to be a further 5 positions back in the overall GT pack in 15th. That will be VEC Sim Racing, the number 324. And third place in class are going to be FAC Autotech Sim Racing, the number 396. So there you can see you've got all the LMP Pro cars up on pit lane waiting for green flag to go up into the air, and watch the seconds tick off. Wait for the message from race control, and there it is. And I do believe that's the Alpine Stars geodesic car going to lead them out onto track right now. And Miguel Vigo currently going to be at the wheel. We were talking about 7,000 I rating before, Jonathan. Well, I'll just like to let you know that Miguel is also part of the 7K club right now as well. So, lots of strong drivers up here in your LMP Pro category now.
That's a number I'm never going to see in my road racing. It's 7,000. But you can even see, like, through the pro lineup, you can even look at how many people are above 4,000. And it's a vast majority of the grid. It's a very, very strong grid. The Alpine Stars have a good lineup, but also the Hell Racers 29, all above 4,000. Team RSO, all above 4,000. TNT Racing, all above 4,000. There's a lot of strong teams here. And it's going to be really interesting to see who's going to come out on top and who's going to be the fastest ones.
Oh, and there's a car off in the background there. I'm trying to figure out exactly who that is on my timing screen as well. I believe that is Real Pixel Motorsport and the number 12. We'll try and get a replay up on your screen of that incident. But Justin, there have been a few infractions from teams in qualifying. Can you just give us an update on the state of affairs in terms of penalties before we've even taken to the green flag?
There's a couple more on the minor side so far. There was actually a penalty at the start of the qualifying, specifically in FP2, where there was a collision in FP2 that led to a warning point. For this machine, for Real Pixel Motorsport, was the case again with the cold tires and getting off the track hard into the sand. Again, damage going to affect them for qualifying. But for some others, one driver, the 326, left the pit lane before it officially started, recognized the mistake immediately, in turn was given a warning. Then one driver, Simon Jacobson, did not qualify. That was the 131 with an Emerald or Sapphire driver, so they'll be starting deep in the field. In the case of Real Pixel Motorsport, they'll be looking to try and make sure they don't have to start deep in the field in their class after that hit towards that wall.
And that was a hard impact as well, straight into the wall, Jonathan.
Yeah, it looks like this section right here, turns 5 through 8, through Lacombe, Manly, and Rivage, that's going to be the section that looks like the LMP2 cars are going to struggle. And now I'm a bit worried now for some of these guys that are going to start further back in the field, as we've already seen a handful of LMP2 incidents in the M class. We had 2 or 3. This is the first one out of the pros. You know, you got to wonder, like, if you're back in that field, how worried are you of an early incident like that?
Well, let's ride on board with Devotion Sim Racing and Julian Boot, who's getting a healthy dose of draft now up through the Camel Straight. And in these LMP2 cars where the balance of aerodynamic performance and top speed is so important, I do think that draft is going to be very helpful for Julian. He will get some dirty air, though, as you go through some of these slower corners, as you head down through that section where the Real Pixel car just had their own issue. Double apex right-hander here, try and hug the inside curb as much as you can, trying to set up now for this left-hander. We're talking of track limits. You cannot afford to put all 4 tires to the right side of the white line. Now down into Pujon, or the double gauche as it's now called. Trying to flick the car, and you can see some understeer maybe as a result of all that dirty air. But I'm wondering here, Justin, is following so closely such a smart idea when you're going to lose so much aerodynamic performance through some of these slower corners? Or is he just trying to gain as much performance as he can on the straights, and he's wagering that that's just going to all balance out to be the optimal lap time that he can really get right now?
That's actually a good question, because the dirty air effect is talked about, has been big before. That time nearly ran over the cars who wanted to get the draft a little bit back for this lap potentially. But to get to that exact point, honestly, I'm not quite sure if it'd be the best interest to be able to fall in the corner, specifically because it can get a little bit more of the tighter side for some of the cars in that section. After all, the fastest times on the board have been set at clean times and clean air. For example, your top time.
And here come the times onto the board. It is Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the number 62. It has taken pole position from 3/10 from the LMP AM, but we're waiting for some good times from the rest of the LMP Pro field. The second place car right now in the LMP Pro field stands in 5th place overall. That's Delta Sport U4K, 0.6 of a second behind your current pole position sitter. Devotion Sim Racing, though, as a result, I think, of all that dirty air, down in 13th place. There was an issue, I do believe, for one of the other cars. Let's see if we can get a replay up on your screen. It was for RLR Abruzzi Esports, and that is facing the wrong way at La Source. Another car getting caught out there. Let's see if we can take a look at this incident, Jonathan, but lots of incidents early in qualifying.
Yeah, and again, if I'm any of the pro guys, if I'm seeing like we're qualifying with the amateurs, now I'm a little nervous because we've had a few of these incidents, especially on cold tires. This is going to go deep into the source. Let's see. I think the back end is going to step out right at the... Yep, there it goes. No damage, though. So, thankfully, he'll be able to continue on.
Yeah, fortunately not too many cars coming through at that point, so able to get back onto the outside part of the track and come back onto in front of another car. So fortunately no damage for them. We take a look back at the live pictures though. They haven't set a qualifying time yet as it stands. Hell Racers, the number 29, has moved themselves up into P number 2. They're sitting 0.2 of a second behind Miguel Viga, who currently sits in pole position, coming through Blanchimont for his second lap right now. It looks to be a little bit slower just looking at from my eyes, but here we go. 1:52 as it stands, going through the bus stop chicane. How close is he going to be? I do believe, though, this was just a lap setting up for the next time around. So as he comes across the line, there you'll see it. 2:02, 2:03, 4:03. So Justin just cooling off the tires a little bit and setting up maybe for another flyer this time around.
After all, we already seen the sweet spot seems to be around lap 3 or lap 4. This is going to be the perfect flyer, and I think he's in a great spot with the clean space. He has been bumped off the board, however, by a team that, yes, one of these cars made a mistake. But if you think back to the summertime, this is the same organization who partnered with the Brucey Raceware for a real-world sponsorship that also works with the esports side, sponsoring the European Le Mans Series run for RLR M Sport specifically. In turn, that led for partnerships for esports competition, and in turn, we're seeing some of these results now on the racetrack with this car.
And you can see the Motul livery on this car as well, so those real-world partnerships picking up. There's the RSR number 55 off in the foreground as well. Just important to note, though, the number 15 car currently on pole position is not the car that we saw having issues. That was the 14 sister car, so 2 of these RLL cars in the LMP Pro field right now, and Leonard Rart in the number 14 has put it into 12th. Take a look at the left side of your screen though, Jonathan. You can see the times between the LMP AM and LMP Pro class. A lot of these LMP AM teams have got some good lap times up in there. Looking at Fiercely Forward and Laps at Racing specifically, currently sitting 5th and 6th, and a good shot here of starting high up in your field, which will set them up nicely for a 12-hour race to the end.
It's a little bit funny when you're talking about Fiercely Forward. Their pro car is currently in 14th, and the amateur car is currently in 5th. So that's good job from the amateur team. And you talked about how fast that lap was for the Fiercely Forward amateur team. That was all in clean air, so I'm wondering if you really need that clean air. As you get a replay here of the Delta Sport car, looks like abandoning his lap or just patiently waiting for some clean space, maybe?
Looks like just abandoning that run. There was the issue for the number 55, the RSR Esport by G Performance, one of the teams that we saw doing very well last time around in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, currently sitting 1st and 2nd in that championship. And in fact now number 55, Christopher Pfeffer, going to dive down onto pit lane and finish off his run. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing back to the top of your board though by just over 1/10 of a second as it stands. However, they have also abandoned their qualifying run, so leaves the number 15 6 minutes to try and respond here. A lot of cars have come down onto pit lane though, Justin. There's only about 6 cars that I'm seeing still out on track.
But that's because they've reached that exact band we're talking about for some of them. Others, though, are right on their 3rd or 4th lap, which can be the quickest. One driver I don't think has set a time yet here. Team RSO, surprisingly, has not set a time quite yet, with Manuel Sato behind the wheel, and he's already cooking the corner.
He has just come out of pit lane as well, Justin. So one of these teams, there's a few options to approach this 15-minute open qualifying session in each class. You can either come out at the beginning of your session, try and set those lap times as quick as you can, and come back down onto pit lane for a little bit of a break. However, the number 97 has decided to wait a little bit longer. They waited until the track was a little bit clearer, and now Manuel Sudau tries to get those tires up to temp and pressure in 5 minutes and 20 seconds to try and set a good qualifying time. Top 4 drivers in your overall qualification right now, still in LMP Pro. But like we're saying, good to see a lot of these LMP AM teams as well up in the order. And important to note, Justin, is that all of these classifications for the driver ratings that we're talking about are going to be revisited mid-season, and that might shake up a little bit the driving order for some of these teams.
Yeah, especially since one of the main things to think about is iRating I should rather say, can change a lot during the course of a few months even. Because sometimes you may get into a bad luck streak or have equipment failures or technical issues that can cause 1700s of iRating decreases in the span of a couple months. Others can gain that much in the span of a couple months with more confidence, more skills, and be able to be more consistent with clean finishes and strong finishes. So a lot of that can all shuffle about as the season goes on, and that's understandable to where you're going to have drivers move around a lot, because it's not simple as just staying static, because that just does not happen in most cases in iRacing in 2020.
The RSO car having a little bit of trouble there going down this straightaway as there's a slower car on the right side. Yeah, but you're right, like iRating can change drastically, and I think some of these guys that have some of these AM teams in GT and in LMP2, you know, might want to think about like moving people around come mid-season depending on how they're performing. Like again, the Fiercely Forward amateur team is faster than the pro team, so maybe when iRating gets revisited, people get shuffled around, they may move some people up, they may move people down. It's really up to the teams.
So Team RSO puts in a first lap that puts them in 9th position, getting a little bit loose off the exit of La Source as well. Not looking so good for Manuel Sudau as he makes his way through Eau Rouge and Radion. What a complex of corners that is, flinging the car in with full confidence, hoping it will stick as you make the run now down the long Kemmel straight in towards the Lacombe chicanes. 3 minutes still to go in qualifying right now. Doesn't look as though there are too many runners still on track. You've obviously got the RSO car that we're riding on board with. RLR Abruzzi Esports, the number 14, in 13th place, still out on track. Then you've got Kinetic Racing Velocity down in 17th place overall. You've also got the second Hell Racers car, which is in 21st position overall, along with Real Pixel Motorsports trying to make up for that mistake early in the qualifying session. 2.5 minutes still to go. Justin, who do you think's in a good spot for this race? You see those top 3 times separated by just a 1/10 of a second, then there is a little bit of a fall off to 4th on back. I think it looks like Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing have got a very strong car underneath them. However, the likes of RLR Abruzzi and Delta Sport U4K are going to be hoping to push the pace right off the bat.
And I'm curious if they are going to be able to do so, since we know, of course, the pedigree for Alpine Stars in their organization. The real wild cards are going to be RLR and Delta Sport based on how things have gone up at the high levels. I want to discuss something here with Team RSO. I think there's a chance they could join that bubble, though, because I think we talked about the differences in the wind going at the start of a run or the end of a run. The track's most rubbered up. You see it more so in real life for, say, Formula 1, where you're able to push a little bit more as the track's rubbered up, and I don't think they're happy here because they lost 2/10 surprisingly on the second lap. Normally, drivers have gained up a second on the second lap.
Yep, and RSO, in fact, going to abandon the rest of qualifying, so that gamble coming out late in qualifying has not paid off for the German sim racing team. They're going to start from 9th position overall. We'll see what happens later on the race. Let's take a look at Hell Racers. Stellan Lindenberg as he makes his way through Eau Rouge and Radion. 70 seconds still left in qualifying, so he's got time to set a lap time. However, he has also decided to abandon it, so as a result, qualifying order has been set. No car still out on track. We'll wait a minute to show you the grid order. We'll jump to that session in just a few seconds. However, Jonathan, we haven't really mentioned it too much other than that brief moment when race control did confirm it. Currently just ticked past 7 p.m. in this qualifying session. Once we move over to the race, it will be 10 a.m. So it's going to be a little bit warmer, I'm expecting. However, given the time of day and the month that we're racing in, still going to be a fairly cool session overall.
And not a lot of temperature changes. The day goes on, even though the sun will be higher and beaten down on the track by noon, and then obviously setting again and cooling off later as we head into the night. So 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. we'll finish this race under the lights.
We will indeed, and just 10 seconds left before we move on over into the race session. But that means it's time to take a look at the starting grid for today's race. We actually have a 3-minute cooldown before we can even move over. So while we wait, guys, let's take a look then one more time at the point structure here today. 100 points for first all the way down to 1 point for 25th. However, Justin, the important point here, in races longer than 6 hours, 50% race points are going to be awarded after the halfway point in the race. So there is actually the opportunity here to gain 150 points in the race session,
which can be very critical for some of the championship races throughout the campaign for those over 6 hours. And as we talked about, that's going to affect how some of the strategy plays out, and especially if how some of the safety cars lay out, how these drivers plan things out for pit stops. We talked about some of the fuel numbers. We've also talked about the tires, where in Sim, it's 9 total sets available, 8 in the pits for many of these drivers today. That's also going to change some of the preparation, because some may have factored for 1 less set of tires. Now there's a little bit more flexibility in case they get a situation where they can add an extra rubber. The main thing's going to be, though, will they need that extra rubber? We talked about the chances of double and triple stints, even quad stints for an event such as this. This is going to be one where a lot of strategy can come into play, especially with this being 12 hours and plenty of different challenges up ahead at one of the more difficult tracks in all of iRacing.
And Jonathan, in a GTE class where cars can typically go the full hour of time, with that 90% fuel restrictions, reacting to safety cars is going to be important, trying to get that optimal fuel strategy with the potential to cut out a pit stop.
And the 90% fuel restriction as well also having to be a factor, and it's going to be interesting to see in the GT class who gets the strategy right and who rolls the dice and makes all the right calls. Because again, as you mentioned, these safety cars can catch anyone out, especially if you are not planning for them. We already saw in some of the briefings we got, many guys are planning for a safety car, whether early or late in the run, who knows, but a lot of teams are thinking there will be a safety car.
And we should explain that safety cars aren't just random. There are other leagues which do have some random competition cautions, if you will, to borrow a parlance from NASCAR. However, here in the IVRA Endurance Series, safety cars will only be thrown when it is impossible for a car to clear the track without a safety car being thrown. What that means is teams are not allowed to tow back to the pits without permission from race control. And as a result, the possibility for safety cars emerges. When the incidents occur and where they occur does get factored in as well. And with just a few seconds left in qualifying, it will be interesting to see how it plays out. One final reminder, live timing for this entire event is available. Head on over to timing71.org/s/racespot to go direct to the live timing for this entire event. That'll be live for all 12 hours. However, session has changed over. Let's take a look at the starting grid. And so in LMP, it is going to be Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Miguel Vigo taking home the first pole position of Season 8 of IVRA Endurance with a 2-minute 4.27, just over 0.2 of a second faster than RLR Abruzzi Esports and Erwin Woodstra. Delta Sport U4K is going to be in row number 2 with the Hell Racers number 29 next to them. And row number 3, your first of your AM runners, the Fiercely Forward number 134, with Lapset Racing Team number 169 next to them. TNT Racing gaps up into number 7 with David A. Williams at the wheel, with PND Racing and AM Team going to be lining up next to them. Team RSO with a disappointing qualifying performance down in 9th, with RSR Esport by G Performance on the edge of the top 10. Devotion Sim Racing going to line up in 11th place with Pure Sims Esports next to them as well. Expecting to talk more about the number 2 car throughout the 12 hours of racing action. 13th and 14th is going to be RLR Abruzzi Esports, Kinetic Racing with Lapset Racing Team and Torque Freak Racing in number 16. The number 34 Fiercely Forward car in 17th place overall. Nomad Sim Racing in 18th place overall. Team Heiskenveld with another disappointing qualifying performance in 19th. HD SimSport in 20th. Last few cars here in the LMP class. You got Hell Racers, the number 19. RSR Esport by G Performance, the number 156 in 22nd. N-Race Esports, the number 199. Lining up next to them, you got Pineapple Racing in 24th place. iLivery's Vibesport in 25th. Rusty Spatulas in 26th. Advocate Racing, the number 158. And you got the 12, Real Pixel Motorsport. We'll quickly run through then your GT class because cars are lined up and waiting to go on the back straight. There you can see them just waiting for the command to be given. Justin, why don't you run us through this order?
Yes, indeed. It's Team Hoichenfeld who's up at the front of the group there, with Jan Sankowski setting the fast time to 11.5. And AT Racing starting second, third spot going to Team 11. Demo Racing Team Carbon will start in fourth. Kinetic Racing Speed will round out the top 5. Fisher Motorsports Pro Car starts 34th overall. Phoenix Racing Esport with a good qualifying spot, 35th overall. Hell Racers Tershine starts 36th overall. Barchar Sim Racing Hydro starts inside the top 10 grouping with Fiercely Forward in their M car. Virtual Motorsport, RSR Esport among the other competitors. Overall, 55 drivers ready to hit the track as we're ready to go racing, Arjuna.
Yeah, we've got a short grid, so let's take a look at the racing action. Let's bring down the music as the car engines take over for 12 hours of action here in the first round of the IVRA Endurance Series. Look at all the cars as they form up right now. Remember, field in control of your leader. They're all checking up a little bit in the back. Miguel Vigo really holding them as long as he's allowed to. But there we go now. Here we go. Cars popping out of line as they head down in towards La Source. Are they going to be able to get through cleanly the first time around? They're managing to go too wide around that corner. They're all funneling down now in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. A clean start in your LMP field. Further back, GTEs making their way towards the starting zone for the first time as LMP down through Eau Rouge and Radion for the first time. Let's take a look then as the GTE cars also make their way down into turn number 1. Look at them going too wide for third place, Team 11 and Lotima Racing going side by side. A clean start in all of your classes as things run. You can see there's a car having to start all the way at your rear of your field in the LMP class as well as a result of not warming up correctly. But once again, they all funnel their way through the course. Further up in your field, there is a car that's managed to go off as I try and pick that out on my timing screen right now. There's a few cars that have managed to do that. There's been a few incidents as well, and that is, I can't exactly figure that out right now. We'll take a look.
Spatula.
Rusty Spatula, there we go. I was trying to figure it out, Justin, and a good spot from you as well. So Rusty Spatula now all the way at the back of your field. But let's take a look at another incident. Lapset Racing Team, the 168, has had another incident of their own. They're slow now and having to give up a few positions as Real Pixel Motorsport's going to work their way through the track as well. Let's jump back to the front of your field because Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing is taking off a 1.3 second advantage over the rest of your field. And Miguel Vigo really trying to pull away in your GTE field. It's a draft fest of a race right now. Your top 10 cars separated by less than 5 seconds as things stands. But fortunately, Justin, other than a few incidents that we're going to grab some replays off in just a few seconds, it's managed to be a pretty clean lap number 1.
Couple drivers with incident points in that section. Other than that, for the most part, nice and clean so far. It was talked about by race organizers that in some of the pre-race testing and some of the preseason events, there was a lot of clean racing. One of your top drivers, though, in the LMP2s with trouble. The 15 car from the top 5 has dropped down the pylon. He's in the middle of the bus stop.
Chicane.
Yeah, major mistake from the top 5.
And they complete lap number 1, and Erwin Woodstra is now all the way back. He started up in 2nd place, but look at him now down in 24th place. Take a look, though, at some of your replays from earlier on. Actually, we'll start with this incident that just happened. As you can see them now going too wide. That number 15 still appears to have some damage. That does not look like a healthy race car. And as they go down in towards Eau Rouge, they're going to have to slow down. Look at Real Pixel as well, having to really slow down for the cars around them. It's been a lot of incidents in lap number 1. Let's finally get a look at some of those replays. And first, let's take a look at the number 15 down in towards the bus stop chicane. And I'm wondering if there's going to be a late move on the brakes here from behind. Doesn't appear so. In fact, they lost it all by themselves here. And I think they may get collected on the rejoin, if that would then explain some of the damage we're seeing.
Yeah, hopping over the curb like that, it's going to possibly damage the undercarriage a little bit as well.
Try and take an aerial look at this. The tree's getting in the way there. You can see spinning on that inside curb. Cold tires are a factor here in the LMP2 class. Let's take a look at another replay. This was the Alexander Tanner incident. Oh, look at that gaggle of cars as they make their way around the double right-hand hairpin. Now in through the corner with No Name, this left-hander, and once again losing it on the cold tires and rear-ending that car into the tire barriers. Justin, they are really going to be hurting throughout the rest of this race.
It's exactly what we've seen qualifying, same sections, but in live action, should note, among your GT drivers, one car just lost it and heading towards No Name. Aaron Ackles in the 326 had a massive slide in front of several cars, having to lock it up, and more cars with more trouble.
And let's take a look at this replay. It is for the 326. This is one of the runners in LMP AM. Let's take a look at what happens here. Getting on that curb a little bit too much, and the Chevy Corvette did not like that. Fortunately, though, Justin, you can see that Ferrari, who had to take to the grass to avoid it, it does appear as though they managed to get through that without any type of contact between any of the cars.
Yeah, that was extremely lucky and good response time by Ackles to lock it up immediately and make sure that car didn't loop around. That does it. You're likely seeing the back half of the field demolished there. But it's so easy, especially in some of these sections, if you clip a bit too much of some of the taller curbing, to get really loose. It's just some of the nature of some of the road cars and how they are structured as they're side by side now for position in the LMP2s.
And that's Hell Racers defending that inside line from Laps at Racing. Laps at Racing, the sister car, is struggling now down the order in 24th place overall, but the number 169 up in 4th place, leading LMPM. And that's the important thing, Jonathan. We have to remember here, cars are not all battling for the same piece of points. They may be fighting for the overall track position and overall respect, if you will. However, that 169 currently getting the maximum points that it can get as a result of being in 4th position instead of 1st.
And I think he does want to put that Hell Racers car in between them, because he does have the PND Racing car, the 182, right behind him, so he definitely wants a buffer for the lead early on right here, as he was fighting really hard. So if we look back in the GTEs, looks like Fiercely Ford down the inside, makes it stick a little bit of an issue ahead of him though. BMWs and the Ford GT getting into it.
Yeah, that's Virtual Motorsport in the number 270, and currently that Fiercely Forward Porsche leads GTE-AM, so back in 11th place in class, doing a great job, as you can see, too wide further behind RSR by G Performance, having to defend from Samba Racing Team. And if you are RSR by G Performance here, Justin, you know that you need to get past the Fiercely Forward car as quickly as you can, because that Fiercely Forward car is just going to prove to be a roadblock throughout the rest of this races. In fact, before we can get to that, one of the other Fiercely Forward cars has had an issue, and there is the LMP AM Fiercely Forward car around as it stands through the bus stop chicane and having to wait to get back onto the track right now.
And it just seems like one of the main things we're seeing already is in this final chicane, if you set it too deep in the brakes and try and over-rotate the car right about here, you're just going to lose the back end. This is the second time we've seen this in about 2 laps. So it's obvious that until at least the tires get up to heat, or at least some of the drivers are able to adapt to some of the conditions maybe here with the very cool track, this may keep happening where drivers take it too quickly and loop it around.
And they've
dropped. It's a shame for that team too. They qualified very well.
Yeah, and they've dropped all the way to almost the rear end as there's more contact in LMP2 now. That's RLR Abruzzi Esports, the number 14, getting hip checked off the road there. I'm not exactly sure who that other car is, but my word, guys, this is really proving to be a chaotic opening 10 minutes to this affair.
It was the Devotion Racing car on the inside going into Lacombs, and just very, very hard racing right now.
And there we can see Devotion Sim Racing actually getting a little bit of a check as well. And we don't like to use the netcode word here on the iRacing Esports Network. However, it's fair to say there was a decent amount of contact there that was caused by network latency. Let's take a look at this replay then through Eau Rouge and Radeon. Look at the run. Devotion Sim Racing is getting on the car in front. They pull out to the left-hand side, trying to just use that outside line of the track to try and get the pass done. Unfortunately, not able to get the overspeed, and the 14 trying to defend the inside line. Here you can see that first contact that was made, and Justin, this initial second part of the contact, I'm wondering if Devotion could have pulled out of that one a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think that was a bit preventable there, where, yes, usually you want to, at that point, maybe back it off a little bit, knowing there's a chance that even if there wasn't that situation, they're going to be very tight to the point where there's going to be near wheel-to-wheel contact coming off the corner. Here's the dangerous part. That entire section has been seen as one of the danger spots. in recent months here at this in the iRacing service because of some of the curbing and because of how some drivers have to sharply turn it as hard left almost to the edge of the track as they can to maximize the speed. That in turn has led to crashes. But for Kinetic Race at the very least, they're having a nice positive run so far. They're up +5.
And look at the crew, the train of cars that we've got here right now. Team RSO goes to the inside, defending from the 55 RSR by G Performance car. However, right now you see 4 cars in a train, and this is an opportunity for some fuel saving to kick off early in this one. Fuel saving is going to be important as a track as long as this, because Jonathan, you really can save a lot of fuel in one lap here, and that really adds up over a 38-40 minute stint, which we're expecting to see from these LMP2 cars.
Not only can you save fuel, you can also save those tires and get those tires up to temperature while saving fuel, which really, like, there's really no reason to really push that hard right now. You can get your tires up to temperature to save some fuel in this first stint, and then have a go at it in the next stint, or even at the end of this first stint, maybe to get some places. And you note that train right now, they are right behind the 182, who's second in the AMs. The LMP2 AMs, the 169 and 182, basically by themselves among a bunch of pros.
I tell you what, let's take a quick look then at your race leader, because Miguel Vigo has got a 2-second advantage over the number 33, but Delta Sport U4K is hunting down that Alpine Stars car out in front as a result of some issues for some other competitors. You take a look at your GTE class as well. There you can see the Chevy Corvette for the number 248 has also managed to pull out a 2.6 second buffer over the Maniti Racing number 278, that BMW. Right behind the BMW, though, you do see a couple of other cars. There's a Team 11, number 211, Porsche 911 RSR, trying to close the gap on the BMW in front. It's good to see here, guys, Justin specifically, all of these cars are proving to be fairly competitive in this GTE class.
And we talked about it a little bit. We were expecting to be fairly balanced with some of the adjustments made after the Le Mans run on Thursday specifically, and we're seeing those ramifications already. It's now to where driver ability is seeming like the main thing. Yes, there's the differences in preference on the chassis build and the specific manufacturer on how these corners or how these cars rather have strengths in some corners. But in turn, it's more so, I think, now in the driver's hands compared to say, okay, what in turn is the fastest time, so to speak, on a track.
55's getting very, very racy in the RSR car. He's trying to get by that RSO as fast as he can. Maybe trying to go hunt down this lead pack.
And they already went side by side down into Lacombe's a second time this time around, so lots of wheel-to-wheel fighting for what is 8th position right now on track. They're already 10 seconds, though, behind the race leader, so slowly starting to drop off, and that's going to hurt them. They're going to be wondering at what point can they maybe turn the pace up a little bit more, because Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing currently only 2 cars have dipped below the 2-minute barrier. Well, Delta Sport U4K is the only other one, so the top 2 runners in LMP really proving to have some good pace. But Justin, you've noticed something in terms of penalties from qualifying.
You remember that incident that happened with Wolfgang Wodenauer where there was apparently some contact going to the final chicane and with the front stretch where in turn they were apparently had a situation with the 34 and the 12 where in the qualifying laps in the final chicane light contact was made. In turn, the 12 car, which is Wolfgang specifically, continued to slam on the brakes and block the path of the number 34 car. In turn, 45-second penalty is now been ruled. It has been described as unexpected and dangerous by race control. There is also a second incident under review involving the 248 machine, and this is going to affect your class leader for the GT machines. It's a DDP, which is a drive-through penalty. The 248 accelerated before the start zone is now the official ruling just in.
So we're watching the battle further in your pack, but Real Pixel Motorsport already down to serve that penalty, I do believe. But for the 248, what a disaster of a start. And Justin, I don't want to sound too harsh here, but this is the second straight week in a row where this Team Heiskeveld team has totally messed up in understanding the race rules. This time it was on the restart zone and not understanding that portion of the rules. However, last week, one of their GT3 cars in the GT Sprint Series got a similar penalty for completely misunderstanding the reverse grid rules, and as a result lost a whole heap of time. And now this 248 going to suffer as well, but they're going to have a few laps potentially to try and set up a little bit of a gap, so when they come down the pit lane, they're not going to come back out straight into traffic.
And the crazy thing that drives me nuts about that is, the thing is, if you read the driver's briefing as a team organizer or a driver, there's a clear picture of where you need to go. This car went, just check this on my end, 15-20 feet before the start of the restart box for today's race. It's just a lapse in judgment, almost like a normal adjustment, I should say, to what you would do in an official race, and just not remembering, oh hey, this is not an official race, this is separate rule book procedures compared to what you would do in an official race. You see that launch, if you can go a further bit back, the start of the start zone and restart zone is at the checkered flag marks, the finish line specifically, up to that sign for the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. You see how much they get into the gas right about here? This is still a good 15-20 feet away from that box.
So a fairly slam dunk penalty, and like we're saying, Jonathan, such a simple thing that you have to understand. And I mean, there's no excuse for not understanding the rules. There you can see almost 3 wide into turn number 1 they were as well. However, for this Team Heiskeveld 248, another basic mistakes in rule comprehension, and despite the fact they've got a 3-second gap already now to second place Maniti Racing, what a shame for a car that's really showing some great race performance right now.
But the nice thing is for them, this happened early, and this is something they can possibly come back from. This is again a long 12-hour race. Drive-through penalty is going to be about like 30 seconds. He'll be down in the order, but I don't think it's anything they can't recover from. This car is proven to be fast. They have a 3-second gap. They qualified on pole. Just misunderstood where to start, but I think like this is okay to come back, especially since it's this early on in the run.
Well, the cars are starting to commingle, I do believe, for traffic. If we jump to your race leader there, you can see he's already getting in to the first of the GT machines, and the gap between first and second down to below 1 second as a result. Look at him getting checked up right now through that second part of the corner as they head down towards Blanchimont, losing a lot of top-end performance. He's now going to look to the inside of the German sim racing Corvette as he heads through Blanchimont. He's going to have to back off the corner a little bit here to slow his momentum, not to hit the Corvette in front of him as well. But my word, the gap in traffic has really come down, and there's drama at the front of both of your fields. We wait for the 248 to come down onto pit road this time around. However, we ride on board now with the number 33 car, working his way through traffic. He sees the back of Alpine Stars geodesing in front of him, and he wants to close the gap even further down to the inside of La Source. A late braking opportunity there for the lapped car to just move out of the way a little bit. And this is important now, guys. Justin, we talk about lap traffic often needing to just hold their line and not get in the way. However, in the top level of endurance racing, it goes both ways. You need both classes to work together, and often it will take that faster class to just set up the corner before to get off a good exit onto the corner and get up into a good position to pass the car that's a little bit slower on the track.
Make a great point there, exactly, and we're seeing some of that where you don't want to just stab it on in if you're a faster car and in turn cause some incidents. You need to be smart with how you manage the traffic in turn. You need to be looking at your meters. You need to be looking towards that center console monitor, depending on your car as well, to make sure this is what's happening. Compare that to what's happening right there. That's not what you do. Go 3 wide with the traffic.
Well, if you're going to go 3 wide, you better do it on the Kemmel Straight. In all likelihood, that's not going to end well at a corner like that, but 3 wide on the Kemmel Straight, well, Mika Häkkinen and Michael Schumacher can talk about that type of a pass, but now RSR by G Performance sees the 169 laps at Racing Team in front of them, and the battle for 6th through 11th in your LMP Pro class is really kicking off right now. Look behind them as well. Team RSO is having to fend off a charge from Kinetic Racing Velocity, and the action is so intense here, guys. I do believe Kinetic Racing got squeezed off onto the grass just a few moments ago. Fortunately, you can see them as they once again get checked up by the lap traffic in front. They managed to keep it all on the green, but there are 6 cars separated by just 2 seconds as things run.
Yeah, this has brought the 8 and the 6 into this fight now as we're going, a little contact there as we head down the straightaway. They're getting very, very racy very early.
Yeah, look at that Corvette being forced off the track, and the Kinetic Racing car is going to get bottled up behind there. He was trying to get the move done on RSO, and RSO now going to go for a move on Lapset Racing as well, down into the bus stop chicane. Around the outside, they'll try and hold it. Lapset Racing getting very squirrely off the corner, and here comes the charge from RSO down in towards La Source. They've got the move already done, but can Lapset Racing hold around the outside? Remember, Lapset Racing in LMP AM is not fighting for class position right now, and there you can see just going to run a little bit wide, slot back into 9th position overall, still running first place in class though. So important thing there, they've now got Pure Sims Esports behind them. David Baker currently driving that car, and look at the overspeed that Baker has as he tries to get what is just a position on traffic, as Devotion Sim Racing now manages to sneak around the inside.
And at this point, if you're some of these slower traffic, you're just ducking around like a turtle saying, please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit me, because you mentioned both of them needing to work together. It doesn't look like that's being the case right now. If anything, they're being all used as picks. The difference in time was only about 10 seconds in qualifying for the top times on the board. The race trim, however, is already upwards of 12 to 15 seconds a lap. This is going to be constant as this race goes on, and as well, could be crucial for some of the fuel saves. Some teams have talked about saving fuel in this traffic. I don't think they were expecting, however, that traffic to evaporate 2-second leads.
Yeah, and look at the gap out front. Just one correction we need to make here. Look at the PND Racing number 182, 5th position overall, and currently leading LMPM. The second place LMPM car is now the number 156 RSR by G Performance. Lapset Racing team number 169 has been shuffled down the order. So for PND Racing, they've got a good margin on the rest of their competitors in class, and they'll be looking to build up a healthy gap as this race continues to go on. Down through the bus stop chicane, we see the two race leaders going once again nose to tail. The gap has really closed up, and as they work their way through the traffic, they're going to get to the end of it in just a few moments' time. We'll see what happens at that point. We'll jump over to your GTE race leader as it stands right now. The number 248 has come down onto pit lane, leaving the BMW of the Maniti Racing 278 out in front, and they've got a 1.5 second buffer to Team 11 GT behind them. And Justin, this is going to be an important phase of the race for Maniti Racing now. This is the first time they've run this car competitively since that BOP update, and now having 9 less horsepower. They've got the Porsche behind them trying to draft. However, if they can break away a little bit, they might be able to start pulling a gap, and with the 248 all the way back in your field as it stands, that might be exactly what they need, even if a safety car comes out.
Yeah, it might exactly be that. The main concern I have, though, is based on what we've seen before set adjustments, if you think back, is this thing fell off hard in the corners.
Oh, no!
Contact,
No.
And the Kinetic Racing LMP2 car is around, still off in the gravel, and now going to try and rejoin as cars make their way through. Get a replay of that incident up on your screen in just a few seconds, but for Gabriel Roos, he's already been forced off the track once today. Now a second time down through the order. He's down into 25th place overall. There's the fiercely forward LMP car that had its own issues as well. So there is the extent of the damage for the number 83. Let's take a look at the replay as they made their way side by side with the RSO car. And you can see in slow motion once again, guys, unfortunately, the network latency has caught out another team. Very unfortunate for a race to be affected so early on as a result of minor contact like that.
Yeah, massive situation there. But again, they were all squeezing pretty tight there. It's just, I think there was a chance he could hold the defensive line, but there was already the near contact in the first place. I think that intensifies things. For everyone else, though, just need to be still smart with all this traffic. Here's David E. Baker specifically, and there they go.
And that's the RSR by G Performance car that's involved. I'm trying to see which of the BMWs is now around and slow as well.
I think it's the Sombra car, Sombra Racing Team.
You are correct indeed. There is the number 258, so another big incident. Fortunately, though, both cars able to get back up and running. But let's try and take a look at this replay as well. Blanchemont, one of the high speed corners on the track, and side by side. I don't know what that RSR car is trying to do, hanging it around the outside there. That BMW really had nowhere to go. Let's see if we can get a better look at this one.
Yeah, again, it's just you have to be smart with these moves, and it just seems that's not being the case. Maybe they thought they could stick it to the outside. The car was going to stay low, but he actually pushed up, the BMW did there, up the track into the RSR machine, and in turn, the pink BMW gets the worst of it, unfortunate for him. Just couldn't get it to stick on the bottom along the rumble strips like I think RSR Esports was expecting.
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat that. I do not understand that decision by the LMP2 car. Just wait one more corner. The BMW is always going to push up there. It is a very, very high commitment corner in a GTE car, and as a result, this Samba Racing 258 down to 16th place in your GT field. Take a look at some of the battles continuing to rage on, though, because up and down through the order it's been going on. The 248 currently trying to work their way back through the field. They're currently only down in 9th position, so still looking pretty good for the 248. They just need, Jonathan, a safety car to come out in the next few, maybe next few hours or so. They'll be able to close the gap to the cars out in front and try and get back to the pointy end of the field.
Well, some of the incidents that have been happening, it's almost likely. We've seen a few incidents, and these LMP2 cars feel like just do not have much patience right now for the GTE. They want to disperse them as quickly as possible, and that's led to some very crash and bold decisions we saw in that incident. Obviously, that BMW already got passed by like 5 or 6 LMP2 cars, and probably did not even expect one more. We see big moves coming out. We're going too wide, going into the chicane. This is definitely for everyone involved.
A good opportunistic pass, though, there for the number 15, trying to recover from a spin of their own. They go down the inside. Now look at the Team Eiskenveld car, having to try and get past the Ford in front. Still getting held up here as a result of the lap traffic as they all make their way through La Source once again. We're only, guys, 25 minutes into this one. There has been so much action. I have a feeling the race stewards are going to be busy for the next hour or so.
Yeah, they've already had the serve an hour penalty just moments ago, in fact, to the 219 who had to serve drive-through. It's the Hell Racers Tershine car for another incident where it was side-by-side contact with the 219. Ended up leaving said contact to push them to the 225. Now they're going 2-3 wide with LMP2s trying to dart on through, and at this point, someone needs to tell these drivers, take a deep breath. You're not even 25 minutes in. You don't need to gain 25 positions in the span of 1 minute.
And you know,
it's like they're looking at the clock and it's like they're thinking 12 minutes, not 12 hours.
They're not just looking at the clock, guys. They're completely forgetting that with the addition of safety cars into this 12-hour affair, that just totally shakes up the strategy. Whereas in an iRacing special event, you may need to push like crazy from the start as to make sure you don't lose out any time to the cars in front. We've seen in prior seasons of the Endurance Series here, as we've watched the Kinetic Racing car squeeze that Eiskenveld Corvette out a little bit through Pujon. We've seen cars serve penalties and come back to win the race as a result of safety cars. So all of these teams really have to remember, guys, that we've got a long way to go and anything could happen. It doesn't matter that they've had a few incidents at the start, maybe been shoved off the road in the case of a few of them, the Kinetic Racing LMP2, for example. There's still a long way to go, and you look at the pace that right now the Team Eiskenveld car has. He's already pulled a 1.1 second gap to the car behind, so still a lot of things can go. There is a car that's having an issue, and that is the iLivery's Vibe Sport car. Philip Eckert at the wheel of the number 141 as he rejoins the circuit. Let's see what happened here, but Blanchimont seeming to be a very interesting place. There's been another issue.
No. 2 more incidents.
That is a big one there. You'll see the Team Eiskenveld 48 car trying to make its way around as well. A lot of chaos down in towards the last corner. Cars coming down onto the pit lane as well. Let's take a look at this replay now. Lapset Racing seemingly going slightly slowed down into the bus stop chicane, and oh my word.
That would be why they're going slow.
Yeah, it looked like Alexander Tanner was trying to back it up, and at the same time, I think that the Team Eiskenveld car thought he was completely clear, but wasn't. Yeah, that's why they were slow.
Okay, well, the wonders of replay and being able to go back and watch things back. Let's see what happens here. Riding on board with the Lapset Racing car just for a second. Let's slow this one down. You can see GTE cars left and right. There is no gap for the 168 as he tries to find a way. Then you'll see there's a Porsche on the left-hand side of your screen, and he's going to be coming back onto the track and 3 wide as they try and go 4 wide as well. Oh, my word. I don't know which car that is that got shoved off, guys, but that is dangerous.
It looks like that's where Philip Eckert's problem came in. I believe that was him, but I think part of that is the slowdown may have came into play as well and was trying to back it on up. And then, here's the thing. The Team Honchenville car is seeing this and saying, I got a chance to try and dive my way to the outside here for the spot, but just at the wrong moment, just at the very edge, you see that tire lock up on the left side, slides way up into the Team Honchenville car. Just a magnitude of layers upon layers upon layers of trouble. And now Tanner is stopped on the racetrack.
We'll take a look at that in just a few seconds. One more look at the replay. You can see you were correct. It was the iLivery's car that gets shoved off into the dirt, coming back onto the track at Blanchimont. Does a great job to be able to hang onto that car through the grass as well. But let's take a look once again at the replay of the incident in front. It was Team Heiskenveld looking to the outside of Lapset Racing as they tried to get the move done. And it does appear as though yellow flag is out, guys. Caution has been brought out as a result of Alexander Tanner stopping on track.
And that's exactly what the tow policy comes into play here. It's like real world where you can't specifically just pop a car off invisibly, and so to speak. But the 168 of Tanner having to pull off, and at the same time with all this, Hellracers had a bit of a slide. On the bright side, caution came out moments later, so they didn't lose too much time. But now this changes a lot.
It changes a lot, and guys, with all of that action, we missed a pass for the race lead, I do believe. Let's try and get a replay of this as we try and wait for all the cars to just get behind the pace car. And here it was, passed down the Camel Straight, using all of that draft for Delta Sport U4K down the inside into Lecombe. And Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing not fighting too hard. I wonder if the caution came out just at that time. Look at them slowing down to racing speed as well. I do believe that was perfect timing for Delta Sport, Jonathan.
Yeah, and he just set a personal best time and the fastest lap of the race while that chaos was going on behind him. So the Delta Sport car was closing on the Geodesic car at a flying rate, and now has the lead and now has control of the restart as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this out. It's like in the middle of a stint almost for these LMP2 guys. And for the GT guys, now it's a big risk because the stint will normally be like 52 minutes. And again, it's in the middle of theirs as well.
Well, 30 minutes gone from this race, but if you were watching the first 30 minutes of action, you may be forgiven for thinking it was the last 30 minutes of the race. And there you can see pace car has finally picked up the overall race leader. Does look as though Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing really taking a slow pace around the track right now. I wonder if, guys, they're trying to conserve a little bit of fuel, maybe just trying to jump in the pit stops. But there you can see all the cars as they form up in order. It does appear as though, as I look at my timing screen right now, that for the most part, most of your LMP runners have managed to get through the GT traffic. So as a result, once we come down into pit lane, it's going to be pretty obvious what the order is, Justin.
And I think we're going to see pit stops absolutely at this point, because some of the teams had mentioned the most amount of laps they expected, 18 to 19. And then spontaneous if there's a caution in some case for a couple organizations. We're nearly right on the money, depending on when this pit lane opens up. Whether if it's this time or next time by. In other words, this is right towards their mark on when they would want to come in for their first stint.
And a number of, we'll call them appeals have been sent in towards the race control. And I think race control are going to have a busy few moments here as they first try and organize the entire safety car process and then get to work on analyzing all the incidents. Let's take one more look, though, guys, at the incident that caused this caution. There you can see 3 wide going through in towards Blanchimont. You can see the iLivery's car being forced off the road there. Now see the Lapset Racing team going to rejoin, get the flashing lights from behind as well. I wonder if that Lapset Racing car had already suffered the damage that ended up bringing the caution out. You can see the car already starting to be a little bit loose, and if we jump on board very quickly, you can see the steering is already offset to the right-hand side just a bit. Jonathan, I wonder if the moment that contact happened, the caution was inevitable, despite the fact they tried coming down onto pit lane and getting it repaired.
Yeah, the way they got hit by that other LMP2 car, you can tell like the steering is definitely going to be out of whack. And unfortunately, this car turned into a bumper car, hit 2 or 3 other cars in that melee. very hard through that GT traffic, and you can't really blame the Porsche that was on the outside. Like, he had really nowhere to go in this situation. He's got 5 LMP2 cars in the Fischer Motorsport car behind him, and he's just praying that they get by him cleanly, and he tries to get out of the way and leave them room, but at some point you just run out of track.
Yeah, at some point you really do, and you definitely can't apportion any blame onto the 284 running his racing line and running up in 5th position as well. So it was going well for Fischer Motorsports, and fortunately, as a result of the incident behind them, they managed to get through it cleanly and safely. That's the only thing that ultimately matters. But let's jump back to the live pictures once again. There you can see Fischer Motorsports in the train of cars. You can see some LMP cars around them though, and we're just awaiting word as to whether pit lane will be open this time around.
And I have to say, I'm surprised there wasn't a situation earlier on, because there were so many cases where I'm surprised they made it through the corner. We're talking 3 wide, several rows deep, some cars sending it 5-10 car lanes deep. I'm just shocked that they were able to last that long with how aggressive the drivers were being at that point. I think as the day goes on, drivers are going to mellow out as the fatigue settles in and the driver stints come into play. But that was absolutely insane for the first stint of lap traffic. Almost too insane. On the bright side, pit road is open.
So pit road is going to be open this time around. It gets manually opened and closed by race control. So we'll let you know exactly how that's all going to play out. But now it's time for LMP to pit. And you can see Delta Sport U4K is going to lead basically the entire field down onto pit lane. Now the pit lane window for these cars is between 35 to 40 minutes, Justin. So right around on track right now if we're standing. 35 minutes gone. Yep. Yes, the caution came out 5 minutes ago, but all of these cars are going to need a full top-off of fuel, not expecting driver changes or any of them to use one of their 8 sets of tires currently waiting in the pit lane.
And I'm curious if how many of these cars end up jacking up. I expect just a lot of fuel-only stops for the most part here, unless someone's had a massive slide. But that's again the case where we expected some longer stints with it being cooler. It is an October in-sim day, October the 10th. So this is not like, say, a July date. Yep, just about everyone topping off on fuel, off and away, and there's cars stopping at the cone here. And I think it's partly because the pit exit hasn't opened yet.
You are
correct. A little contact back there as well.
I heard some contact. I'm not sure exactly which cars it was between. Yep. However, there are a number of cars that have just completely gone back out onto the track. HD SimSport, by the way, the number 107, did not come down pit lane that time around. I'm wondering what their strategy is going to be. Maybe they're going to try and pit this time around. So they are scored in provisional class lead. However, Hell Racers Treachery, the number 29 car, you can see there TNT Racing as well. And the 34 Fiercely Forward cars, the other cars that did come out of pit lane before the pit lane exit was open, there you can see the rest of your cars finally heading down pit exit, coming through Eau Rouge and Radion to rejoin the rest of your field. Be interesting to see here exactly what race control decides. There is the possibility here, Justin, I think, for some end-of-line penalties to maybe be applied instead of anything harsher for teams that got a little bit confused. It did appear as though there was a lot of confusion amongst all of your field there as they got towards the pit exit. Some people wanted to stop, some people didn't, and as a result, the order has been mixed up.
I think part of it's just brain fade, again, of not being used to it if they haven't run it in a while or weren't, in some cases, part of the summer series. I think, based on the numbers, at least 7 or 8 of drivers either crossed the line or just went off and away. This is going to take maybe a little while here to try and sort out what are they going to do here, because in turn there are cars who still surprisingly still make contact, trying to make sure, oh hey, I can't cross this cone or else I'm going to be penalized here.
And one thing also to note about the pit lane rules, as we just wait for now the GTE cars still making their way around at pit lane speed limit, at the safety car speed limit to get down onto the pit lane and have their first stops of the 12-hour affair. You cannot spend more than 3 seconds coming into and out of your pit box. Now, one thing that you will note in the iRacing service, Jonathan, is that when cars drive through the pit boxes, they ghost through each other to ensure there aren't any contacts made as cars try and work their way into and out of pit road. However, for this series, Race Control have put into effect a rule saying you get a total of 3 seconds to get in and out of your box from the fast lane. And last week in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, a number of cars had post-race penalties applied as a result of breaking that rule. So teams are going to have to watch out for that. And we saw, I think, a few cars that time around not adhering to that rule. And I wonder exactly how Race Control is going to decide to officiate that one as well, because to do that live is going to take a lot of energy to try and work through all of these pit stops.
And they're still probably thinking about the on-track incidents that have all occurred. Never mind the pit road incidents. I don't know who got into each other at the rear of that field, but someone did have significant contact. I'm not sure, again, who. But obviously, yeah, you can ghost through when coming in and out of the pit box, but sometimes if you're inside a car when you're leaving your box, iRacing is generous and ghosts you. It's really a tough thing to manage for any driver of when you're being ghosted or when you're not. So something like this, where you have so many LMP2 cars going down pit road that simultaneously, it is super hard and super easy to have contact.
And Justin, just want you to clarify here, was pit lane open this time around, or did the BMW, the GT cars at the front of your field, just decide they didn't want to come down pit lane?
I think they just decided they didn't want to come down pit lane. There's an interesting mark, should note, the 107 HG Sim Sport. Its register is not coming in, the only driver in their class to do so. So they're going to be way off cycle. 3 cars did get end of longest line penalties on all the craziness, including Delta Sport, U4K, and all this grouping, believe.
Yeah, take a look at the right side of the track right now. The number 29, that's the Hell Racers car. And you got the number 81 as well. That is TNT Racing. And then, car that came into this caution period in the race lead, unfortunately now, going to drop to the rear of the pack. And that is such a shame. They had done the hard work there, Justin, to get up front. A fantastic pass just as the caution was coming out. However, now you can see them having to really crawl as they wait for the rest of the cars to come out of the pit lane and pass them. They'll drop to the end of the longest line, and that's going to be a long queue of cars for them to work back to the front.
Yeah, and this, I think, is just the experience coming into play and not being used to this procedure. It takes some time to get used to, yes. But once you get adjusted, a lot of drivers have been able to adjust quickly and cleanly. Now, this is going to be not so much fun to be able to get through so much of this traffic here. 26 through 28, all these cars are now cycled after being inside the top 5 before the pit stop window and being lined up in turn to potentially be inside the top 5 in great spots for a battle for the race lead before this.
And I just wonder here, Jonathan, if the Delta Force car, Delta Sport, not Delta Force, I'm thinking of that famous Indy theme song, but I wonder if the number 33 got a bit confused by the 2 cars in front of him. We saw the 29 and 81 being steadfast in their resolve. They went straight out of the pit exit, but the number 33, they actually stopped for a few moments before moving forward a little bit past the pit exit line, where they waited an additional few seconds. I wonder if they understood the rules and then just got a bit confused as to if they understood the rules correctly or not, if you get what I mean.
I think also he was worried about getting clobbered from behind.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of drivers who were stopping and starting in that. You mentioned the potential with contact there, Jonathan, you heard. Do you really want to risk getting that same amount of contact if you're up at the front? Because as we've seen, a hard enough hit can demolish your day.
Well, it can indeed, and we'll see how it's going to play out. Comment in our YouTube chat. It is a long race, let's remember. So despite the fact that they're now back in 28th place overall and currently scored a minute behind your leader, once we get up to speed, we'll be able to get exactly what that gap is. But there's a long way for them to go. Still the potential for some moves. Let's quickly run through, though, the pit strategy as it stands, because you take a look at the 107 HD Sim Sport, we are waiting for them to have to come down the pit lane. They did not stop the last time around, and as a result, the LMP AM car currently classified in your overall race lead. Let's take a look, though, at GTEs, because while everyone else in LMP has come down the pit lane, take a look, Maniti Racing, the 278 leading that class. They have not come down the pit lane just yet, and as a result, there are 14 cars that have elected to follow his lead. So 15th on back have come down the pit lane. Everyone else has decided to stay out there, and I do believe there was one car, Virtual Motorsports, that did decide to take an early change of tires. Lights are off on the pace car, I do believe, so we're going to go back to green flag racing this time around. Green flag up in the air, and Maniti Racing going to roar away to a healthy gap out the front of your field, but it's going to be chaos further back as all the LMP cars make their way through what is going to be a very congested bit of track. There you can see LMP cars all single file as they work across the start-finish line as they dive down into turn number 1. There's Fiercely Forward looking to the inside of one of the VEC Porsches. We're looking at Pure Sims Esports, currently running 5th in class, trying to look past PND Racing, move themselves up into 4th place. I'm very surprised here, to be honest, Jonathan, that a lot of these cars did not come down the pit lane, because I'm expecting now these GTE machines to need to come down in about 10 or 15 minutes time.
It seemed to be a split agenda as well. There was half that GTE field that did come down and half that didn't. And it split between the Pro and the M classes as well. Obviously, Mattini stayed out, but there's about 10 to 12 cars that stayed out for the GTE class. Everyone else pitted. We do have a report of someone in the wall, the 158, slammed the outside wall, and things just go from bad to worse for Adequate Racing. They have not had a very good day.
They have not indeed. And let's take a look at this replay coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion by themselves, it appears, as well. Let's jump on board with the number 158, trying to go full throttle on potentially cold tires and getting a little bit too much of that inside curb. And unfortunately there was nothing they could do once that incident started. Let's take a look at another replay of that one, Justin. But you spotted that, an unfortunate one right off the restart for 158 and Adequate Racing.
Just been not a good debut for them. Way too much curb on the right side of the track, to the point where you've seen it just bump off the track. You hit a lot of the curb like that, you're going sliding no matter what, and you're just along for the ride. That was the case there, and now tough sledding up ahead once again as everyone tries to sled their way on through just about all this slower traffic.
So Pure Sims Esport did manage to get up into 4th place, which is now 3rd place in class, because HD Sim Sport, as they come across the line with a huge gap to the rest of your field right now. There you'll take a look, 13 seconds to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. We do wait for them to come back down the pit lane. They have not pitted yet in this race yet, with 50 minutes about to roll off the clock. There does appear to have been another car off the road. Fisher Motorsports GTM, that's Nathan Manning at the wheel. Unfortunately, 15 seconds lost after going off track. Let's take a look at the replay here, Jonathan.
Just another car. Oh, several cars involved. The BMW trying to stick it up the inside, and then LMP2 just an unfortunate bystander in all this. I'm wondering if that Porsche was just not expecting the BMW down there, or was trying to leave room for the LMP2 car. Fisher Motorsport has been, unfortunately, in a lot of precarious situations today.
And it was involved with the 322. You can already see that Porsche going very slowly there. In fact, so watch on board here. The BMW looks to the inside, sticks the nose, and unfortunately, Fisher Motorsports, I think, getting a little bit concerned about the LMP2 car, the N-Race 199 that was trying to hang it around the outside and not leaving enough space. So AOD Racing down onto pit lane as a result of that. I think already trying to get some damage repaired. Let's jump back to the front of your GT field, though, because the Team Heiskenveld number 248 is down in 17th place, having come down the pit lane last time around. They are a long way away from your race leaders. Team 11, the GT, this brand new team that's formed recently, Justin, and is trying to compete at the top level of sim racing. They currently sit 2nd behind Maniti Racing, and what a way to challenge yourself for the first round of the IVRA Endurance Series, trying to pip the BMW for Maniti Racing that has been so confident throughout the last few months of competition.
And they've got a strong driver lineup, mind you, for this event. We've seen Lewis Ward at the Summer Series be one of the most competitive drivers in the Summer Series, specifically a top 5 driver when Embry's been in the stint. They also have PJ Clayson, who had a lot of experience in club sport competition 2019, as well as a bit in the summertime. That also is strong. But keep in mind, some of the other competitors that we'll see over time are getting ready for some of their debuts. For other drivers, well, Calamity Corner continues to strike.
And that is Pujon on the exit with, I'm not sure exactly which Porsche that was, but doesn't appear as though Nathan Block in the number 156 was trying to do anything too aggressive. If anything, guys, that's the number 34 from behind, I do believe, trying to go to the inside, scaring the Porsche a little bit. And RSR Esport by G Performance, the amateur entry in this LMP2 AM class, has been turned around and might have some significant damage as a result of that one.
It looks like the Fax Tech Sim racing car, the Swedish team, that was the Porsche involved in that crash. So that was unfortunate for the Porsche, because he's trying to pick one lane to let one LMP2 car go, and he ended up blocking the other one. You see a close battle here between the Hell Racers and RLR. Both RLR cars are right behind the Hell Racers. He's going to have a dual problem.
He will indeed. I'm just taking a look, by the way, guys, at the race control decisions, and, well, a lot of things for race control to now sort their way through. We've gone from having just 9 incidents being logged as of a few minutes ago to now having 25 incidents logged. So, Justin, that's a lot of work for race control to work through now as they head their way through what is going to be a long list, I do believe, of penalty decisions.
Yeah, this is gonna, you have to give credit to race control, though, at the same time, because it's not an easy task in any series, because you need to be fair and balanced in your decisions. You need to weigh all of the possible situations and scenarios of, was there an issue technical-wise, was there a racing incident that can be factored in, as well as potential other outside factors. In other words, it's not an easy task to try and weigh all of those out, especially when you have 10 or 12 of them at the same time. That's a bit unprecedented. It's just a matter of now that you have that many, do we have that happen again? Oh, by the way, HD Sim Sport, they've come into pit. I'm shocked they actually stayed out on the racetrack during that stint, I have to say, there, Arjuna, during the caution flag.
Well, we'll see where they come back out on track. I wonder if they knew the traffic was going to be insane for some of their other competitors and were trying to make that strategy work. That promotes Pure Sims Esport into 3rd place as they continue to chase down the number 34 in front of them. They're trying to reel in Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing out front, currently leading by just under 4 seconds. In the background as well, PND Racing leading LMP AM, going to drop to 5th overall as RSR by G Performance, the number 55, heads to the inside of Lecombe, gets the move done. And just remember, guys, there are 2 classes of competition within each section of cars here. So in LMP and GTE, there are both Pro and Am categories, and they're all fighting each other. Take a look, though, at HD SimSport, where they've come out on track. And unfortunately, Jonathan, that strategy really has not paid off. They're all the way down in 26th place right now. And you can see there, they have a lot of work still to do. They're at the tail end of the LMP AM category as it stands.
But maybe they're thinking about a fuel strategy. Obviously, they went 50 minutes with that safety car on fuel, which that's pretty impressive, I honestly say, for this team. It's only a 2-driver team as well, so they're trying to manage their stints as best as they can. This actually may come back to work in their favor, at least in the AM category for them, class-wise, because these guys are all going to have to pit ahead of him within another 25 minutes. He may have another 15 in the bank to go set some quick laps.
And he dives his way in through Pujon, passing some lap traffic. Let's see how that strategy plays out for him. Let's take a look, though, at some battles in GT Pro. There you can see the Phoenix Racing Esports. The number 205, the Corvette, chasing down the Fisher Motorsport Porsche that we saw getting involved in the incident that brought out the caution just a few minutes ago. And right now, that Corvette is showing some great pace, guys. The Corvettes in this field, it's not been a totally overpowered car like you sometimes get in brand new iRacing releases. However, it's a very balanced car. It's a very interesting car to drive, and it's good to see how many cars are really being represented here on today's grid.
Yeah, and one of the interesting storylines again with this Chevrolet is how it came to be, because normally you don't see a car that's still at the height of its competitiveness, to be quite frank, make its way to the surface like it did with this car. The interesting part is, too, with, of course, 2020 being 2020, they used the CAD drawings, in part, to be able to build this car for iRacing and get it up to full spec, and in turn, It's been now one of the more popular cars in the service and one of the most picture-perfect, so to speak, cars you can have. In other news, I was looking for picture-perfect battles at this point. And also other news, one driver just had their picture frame break. RSR by G Performance's 156 has been penalized for some of the contact we've seen before in this race.
And that is a 20-second penalty. And Justin, the interesting thing about IVRA that I found in the Club Sports Summer Series is their tier of penalties and their penalty point system will consistently punish repeat offenders with increasingly harsh penalties. So tier 7 penalty this time around. However, if that driver continues to infringe on the rules, gets involved in more contact, penalties will become increasingly harsher. And at some point, you can get yourself kicked out of the series if you get too many incidents involved.
Yeah, there's specifically in the rule regulations a penalty matrix to help people understand this exact scenario. There's tier 0, that is a disqualification. Basically, you have a wrong number, you in turn can't qualify. Some other drivers may end up putting in a wrong port, that adds up a point. You get a warning for an unsportsmanlike overtake without causing contact. That can be a warning to a drive-through penalty if that happens again. The most recent penalty we just referred to is 5. That's a tier 7, or I should say 3 penalty points. It can go up to as high as 10 in a specific race, where you get a DSQ as a result if there is the only appropriate penalty is a disqualification. There also can be a penalty, by the way, for major pit lane infractions or circumventing the pit lane, which is a 60-second stop and hold or 1 race suspension for a driver, and the penalty points applied to the driver specifically. In other words, to summarize it simply, you cross that threshold of 12 penalty points, they will be demoted to the top of the reserve list for the team at the conclusion of the race. Speaking of possible contacts, that was the 8, I believe.
So that is
the 182.
That was the 182, your LMP race leader getting shoved off the track by a fellow competitor. Let's see if we can take a look at this replay. It was coming down in towards, they call him PND Racing. They were running up in 5th place overall, 1st place in class. You can see RSO taking that look to the inside. They a little bit optimistic on the brakes, I would say. They forced PND Racing to go over what is a very bumpy section of track, and PND Racing loses an additional position to RLR Abruzzi Esports, the number 14 car. They are still in their class lead, Jonathan. However, it's important to note here that despite the fact that they're not fighting these other cars, being further in front on track position is going to benefit them a lot. And the 182 is under no obligation to move out of the way, and Team RSO, well, we talk about penalties, expecting something potentially coming down for Manuel Sudau in the next few moments.
Yeah, I really don't think this class leader is also being defensive. Like, he gave RSO plenty of room to operate. He wasn't blocking, wasn't doing anything crazy like that. He knows he's class leader. He knows he's well out in front of his other classmates right now. So really do think it was the RSO's driver just to be a little more patient with him. You know, I understand it is 2 different classes, the pro and the AMs, and sometimes you got to get on in a hurry, but like, you got to be patient. You got to be respectful to your other drivers.
So there goes the RLR number 15 car this time around, chopping the nose off of the 182 as well. I think the 182 wasn't really expecting that one. However, 182 still in the top 10 overall, and let's jump back to the 2nd place car in this LMP AM category as well. Jason Dilworth driving for Nomad Sim Racing, the 122. They're about 4 seconds down the road from PND Racing, so 1st and 2nd in this class still fairly close. Let's run down quickly though all of your class leaders, and out front it is still Miguel Vigo back to the point of your field once we saw HD Simsport diving onto pit lane, and they've got a 3-second buffer to Fiercely Forward and the number 34. Previous race leaders, I'm just taking a look. Delta Sport U4K, they're up into 19th place, so it's still a long way to go for the number 33. But the opportunity, I would say, for a good race recovery. We talked about PND Racing leading that LMPM category. 3rd place in class is Fiercely Forward, number 134. So looking to be a good race so far for the 134 car as they wait for Jack Crawford, Red Bull Academy driver, to jump in. Then let's jump over to GTE, because the battle at the front of your field is really starting to pick up. The Porsche 911 RSR of Team 11 has closed on Maniti Racing and their distinctive BMW. Battle for this overall lead in GT. Latima Racing number 227 a further 4 seconds down the road, so a ways to go, but the first and second cars really putting the pace on, with Team Heiskeveld, the number 248, down in 16th place in class, having to serve a drive-through penalty for jumping the initial race start. Let's take a look at GTEM, because all 3 cars separated by just 2.5 seconds. VEC Sim Racing leads in the number 324. Then you can see the FAC Autotech Porsche as well in the background of the shot, 1.6 seconds behind, with Devotion Sim Racing Green in 3rd place in the Chevy Corvette. So 4 classes of racing and 4 battles for podium positions across the board. Lots of action still happening as well, because PND Racing, they managed to get back past RLR Esports, the number 15. And this is the great thing about this class structure, Jonathan, despite the fact that Stefano Conte in the number 182 is, only necessarily a 2,000 I rating driver. He's able to juke it out right now with drivers in excess of 4,000 and 5,000 I rating. He's being able to show the amount of performance he has, even if his I rating maybe doesn't reflect the performance he really has.
And I'm giggling a little bit as well, because I think that's a little bit of revenge for the other car, the RLL car, cutting him off going down the Kemmel Straight last time by. But you're right, I think this amateur class, especially for the LMP2s, can really shine. And the PND Racing, the all-Italian racing team, is doing well. It's shining well, as we see the FacTech Sim Racing team that was second in class come down pit road.
And we're also seeing the VEC number 372 down onto pit lane. So these are some of the cars that didn't come down the pit lane the last time, or rather the first caution that we had, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with them. Let's jump back, though, to the battle in your GTE overall lead, because, well, Justin, we've seen those cars coming down onto pit lane. It's going to only be a matter of moments then before we see these 2 cars also diving onto pit lane.
One of the main constants in races such as this, especially in the endurance format, is drivers push hard in the first 10 minutes of a stint and the last 10 minutes. And at this point, if I'm Team 11, if you have a chance to take the lead before you duck into the pit lane, I think you take it. Otherwise, you risk potentially losing time in the pit stop window, and in turn, having a hard time getting this close again. They closed up a decent amount of time, mind you, to put themselves in this situation. It's just a matter of fighting with some of that dirty air in the backdrop. You can see that time differential gained a 10th about a lap or two, a couple laps ago, gained 2/10 the last time by.
The give and take of having the draft, but also being in dirty air. 2 different cars as well. The Porsche 911 RSR, that BMW M8 with its 9 horsepower decrease as a result of balance of performance updates across the iRacing service this past Thursday. That will help the Porsche down through these longer straights as we head through the bus stop once again. Going down onto pit lane this time is both cars, and let's take an eye out, guys, because there's actually been an incident for another car. Let's take a look at that. Is this a potential safety car, I do wonder? With cars down on pit lane, it's Nathan Block again, once again involved. They just had that drive-through penalty. Let's take a look at the replay this time around.
Traffic has been a big problem, as we've seen, and man,
We need another angle of that one. I don't know if the Corvette came up or if he came into the Corvette. And the Corvette just immediately goes down pit lane as well. But Nathan Block looks to the outside, looks inside. Yeah, that was just miscommunication.
Yeah, he just moved in the he moved in the braking zone.
I'm going to be honest, guys.
That's a cardinal sin.
I'm going to be honest here. I don't think any blame can be blamed on Kinetic Racing. Let's take a longer look at this one, because the speed differential is the most important factor here. Now watch. Watch the Kinetic Racing car as he goes to the right-hand side of the track coming out of Blanchimont. That is clear communication to the LMP car to head to the inside, I think. Now you see LMP car tries to squeeze it into a gap that never exists. And the Kinetic Racing car tries to avoid, just trying to avoid any potential incident occurring. And now, unfortunately, Nathan Block reacted at the exact same time. And, well, 2 does not go into 1, and we'll take one more look at this replay in slow motion. Once again, I do not think any blame can be placed on Kinetic Racing. Nathan Block may be just driving a little bit too angry at this point in the race.
Yeah, he was definitely moving around. The 156 was entering that braking zone, and that, as mentioned, was a cardinal sin, and it is a cardinal sin. You want to stick in a lane for the braking line. They didn't do that, and now we've seen the exact ramifications. And a kinetic car with significant damage, and who knows how much damage that RSR car is, not including potential penalty damages. Look at this, though. Bit more scrapping here with the traffic and some of the recovery drives.
Yeah, Delta Sport with a bold move, now up 2 positions through that Kemmel Straight. They're now up into 17th place overall as they fight back from the end of line penalty from that caution period. 30 seconds behind your race leaders. All it's going to take is one more caution to bring them back into this one. But oh boy, that was another big incident, and just adds Jonathan, to the amount of work that race control has in front of them.
Yeah, that one might take a while. I think we all kind of agree who is at fault there for that, but race control may not. And there are several incidents that are just going to take some time to go through, and I commend them, because there's been a lot of incidents just in this first hour that it's gonna be taking some time. So kudos to race control for trying to get decisions out as quickly as possible.
And well, the verdict has come down for the incident that brought out that last caution. Alexander Tanner in the laps at racing number 168 has been penalized with a stop and go. However, Justin, that car has retired from the race. So despite the fact that they've been given that penalty, we're not going to see it served in this one, as Rusty Spatulas is going very, very slow out on track. Let's try and get a replay of exactly what happened to them.
Those penalty points going to be important to think about in the big complexion of things, but thought this was going to be originally bring something out because they got fed the door a little bit. Hard into the tire wall, and some drivers have mentioned the side of the car is really sensitive. That car definitely took hits to the side on the left side. Might need to look for the exact squeeze there, but they were trying to find a way around one of the GT cars in all of this, and man, I don't think he expected it to be that tight maybe, and as well, it wasn't as tight on the curbing for the car below. There was going to be contact regardless of the position, though, based on that.
The thing I want to note out, too, that's another pro car getting into another AM car in the LMP2 category. And I think the Hell Racers was a bit optimistic about sticking it down the inside with that slower Porsche nearby, but it looks like Rusty Spatulas is going along okay. Again, can't really see much damage, but we really don't know how that car is handling.
Just go back, though, to that incident we saw with Kinetic Racing, Justin, for a second. Marco Mogren back out after coming down pit lane. You can see him now fighting with the Fisher Motorsport GT Pro in front of him. However, as he gets shoved off the track once again, that's more of a racing incident in my opinion this time around. However, if we go back to the incident with the LMP2 car, I think some of our YouTube chat is being very unfair to the Corvette there, because yes, the Corvette may not have been on the expected racing line. However, that goes back to what we were mentioning slightly earlier. It's on both classes to understand when there is a need to facilitate the pass, and I wonder if Kinetic Racing was sticking to the inside line, going to lift off the throttle just a little bit, let the LMP2 go around the outside of the corner down in towards the braking zone. Unfortunately, though, the LMP car stuck his nose into a gap that never really was on, as Fisher Motorsport's getting very loose under braking as they pass their sister car in the AM class. But again, once again, I think Kinetic Racing there just unfortunately got caught up by another car, as there has been another incident, unfortunately, sorry Justin, that was happening right in front of us. It's the 29 car that we just saw being involved in the contact with the Rusty Spatula. Let's take a look at this replay, but there is a lot of action, and we're only an hour into a 12-hour race.
Everyone hasn't mellowed out quite yet, it seems, but look at that. That's TNT Racing trying to send it in, just missing a bit of the braking zone and just tapping them around. Looked like they maybe thought of trying to go to the inside, but just also at the same time may have backed out, but not to the point where they could have just gone back single file. Here's the look from the onboard. Yeah, thought about a peek, tried to back it up, just a little love tap by accident there, it looked like.
And it's very easy to lock up these tires on the new Dallara P217 LMP2 car, because as someone who's had a little bit of experience in it myself, not as much as some of these other teams will be having, I've had a lot of issue with that, Jonathan, and even trying to roll back the brake bias to try and avoid that front locking. Well, then you get into the situation where the balance of the car is totally different to what you would expect. So I think we're seeing on a few occasions here that left front tire, maybe the right front tire as well, just locking up and cars going a little bit deep under braking.
Yeah, and that's not the first time into the chicane we've seen a lockup and contact. And even into Lacombe's, there's been some contact. But, you know, we go back to that Corvette incident. I really don't think the Corvette was at fault. He gave him that preferred line into the chicane. And I think that's what a lot of these GT guys are trying to do. They're trying to give that preferred racing line to these LMP2 cars and be as respectful as possible.
Well, an hour and 10 minutes has gone from the first round of the IVRA Endurance Series. Back for Season 8. It's time for some RaceSpot fan immersion, and I tell you what, let's go on board with Team 11 GT as they try and come back from having dropped down the order as a result of coming down into pit lane. Let's go on board for a few laps around Spa-Francorchamps. and welcome back to the inaugural round of the IVRA Endurance Series. There's just been an incident as we came back live as well, trying to queue up a replay for you as it goes, but we're riding on board with Team 11. Let's take a look at an issue for Fiercely Forward, the number 34 car. Down in towards the bus stop chicane they went, and well, it's going to be a familiar story, carrying too much speed in, going to loop the rear end of the car around. Unfortunately, Virtual Motorsports in their BMW M8 able to clear them without too much damage. That 34 able to get back up to racing speed in short order. But 1 hour, 15 minutes of action done, 10 hours and 45 minutes still to go. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at your current top 8 as they stand in each class. And in the LMP class, it is Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the number 62, that leads by 4.8 seconds as they come to complete another racing lap from Pure Sims Esports in the number 2. RSR Esport by G Performance, the number 55 car, currently scored in 3rd place in the LMP Pro category. But as we take a look at the LMP AMs, with pit stops on the horizon as Team RSO dives onto pit lane, it is PND Racing that leads LMP AM, with Nomad Sim Racing and Fiercely Forward 12th and 13th overall in this class. Jumping over to your GTs. In GTE Pro, Team Heiskenveld, the number 248, recovering from a drive-through penalty from the first lap of this race, leads by 7 seconds from RSR Esport by G Performance. But you take a look back to Maniti Racing and Team 11, they are both on a very different strategy, and 24 seconds separates those drivers in terms of net race position. GTEM, Fiercely Forward, the number 334, currently leads that class, but they're being chased by 301 German Sim Racing, Florian Hohn at the wheel right now. 3rd place in class is Vector Sim Racing, sitting in 9th position. Well, it's been an exciting start to this race, guys, and with pit stops coming around once again, it's been a very busy race for Race Control so far. It's been very hectic in our YouTube chat as well, and just wow, the IVRA Endurance Series continues to deliver the type of racing action that we continue to expect, Justin.
I mean, we've seen how crazy it was in the summertime, right? See how crazy it is now, and some of these teams just looking to do some of the crazy recovery drives that they need to do to even have a good shot here at this point, like Fiercely Forward, like Delta Sport, U4K after they're in situation with pit exit. It's been an incredible race so far. Should note several different teams have had either warnings or drive-through penalties since our discussions. Maniti Racing's GTE specifically ended up having one served towards their direction, in fact, believe. The 278. That was with contact try, where there was the 15 trying to pass them. Again, that was just handed out moments ago on Race Control for that car.
That was with the 15 car. I'm just trying to see who that one was. That was the RLL Abruzzi Esports. I don't remember seeing that one live on the stream, guys, but Maniti Racing, the 278, Jonathan, now down in 16th position. And trying to take a look at the gap to Team 11 GT in front of them. They've fallen a full 20-25 seconds behind the car they were battling just before they dived down onto pit lane.
Yeah, those in and out laps can make a difference. Right now we have almost the entire LMP2 who's coming down pit road, scoring tons of them, making their fuel stops. It is a busy place right now.
And there you can see, in fact, they're all down on pit lane as it stands. There goes some of the runners off the pit lane as well, down through the shorter pit exit. We're not using the full endurance layout for the pit exit this time around, so cars don't have to stay on pit speed limit for so long. There you can see more and more cars as they make their way down the pit road. Still a few cars who haven't come down pit lane as it stands, though. Pure Sims Esports currently leads this race overall. RLR Abruzzi Esports, the number 14, also continues to follow them around the track. Miguel Vigo, the first taker down onto pit lane, he's got a 14-second gap to RSR by G Performance right now in the number 55. However, we're going to wait and see exactly where they come out in regards to Pure Sim Esports and David Baker. And Justin, Pure Sims is a relatively new team. They've been appearing a bit more on the iRacing Esports Network this year. However, a lot of these members have been competitive sim racers for a long time, However, under this brand new name with some real racing drivers in their stable as well, they continue to excel, and this IVRA League, as they dive onto pit lane, is just one more place where they want to show off their entire driver lineup.
David E. Baker has been very notable in recent years in various different series, always competitive, always in some top split major events, mind you, being inside the top 20. But in regards to this team, absolutely one team that is still on the newer side, absolutely, where their goal was to try and settle to achieve a one-stop shop, so to speak, to make the virtual world as slick as possible. They've been having a fairly slick race so far, and they're also one where they have some massive up and build-ups with various different types of groups, and as well as trying to build up various different sims. But, oh boy, this could get interesting. There is a review, possibly, Arjuna, involving some of these cars on track.
Yeah, and David Baker with a much longer stop in pit lane. There you can see him finally making his way out of the box right now. 32.3 seconds was his total time in the pit box for Miguel Vigo in the number 62, already down through Eau Rouge and Radion. It was 28.2 seconds. There you can see some of the other cars coming out of pit lane as well. So as Pure Sims gets up to speed, we'll wait to see exactly what the gap is. Let's take a look further back, though, because RLR, Abruzzi Esports, they're out of pit lane, that number 14 car, and straight away, the number 55, RSR by G Performance, up to racing speed already, is going to try and get the move done. Down the Camel Straight they go. In towards Les Combes, the car defends all the way to the inside line, forces the number 55 to the outside, but he's got enough speed to try and hang it around the outside. He gets a little bit loose though, and over the grass bounces the number 55, and number 14 does a good job to hold on to position there, Jonathan, coming out of the pit lane on colder tires.
Yeah, the 55 a little bit too ambitious on the brakes, went for a little bit of lawn care there going into Les Combes, trying to defend on the outside. It's very hard to defend on the outside going into Les Combes and then coming immediately to that left-hander. And credit to the 14, he gave him space. He gave him plenty of space, so that was good, respectful racing from both of them.
It was, and what a danger zone that spot on the track really is. Just a few weeks ago, it was Maximilian Benecke and Joshua Rogers getting into contact there in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, the final round of that going on as we speak right now. Very interested to see who won that. Now, we're obviously here at Spa-Francorchamps. They're racing over at Monza. We'll try and keep you updated on that results once we have them in as well. But right now, number 55 trying to close back the gap. Let's take a look, though, at the number 33 car, Justin, because this is a car that got a pit lane penalty, and they're already talking about potentially that they took the penalty in many ways to avoid getting further damage to their race car. However, up into 15th as it stands, 22 seconds behind the race leader. That gap is coming down. Sorry, 33 seconds is now the gap as it updates live on my timing screen, but that gap slowly coming down. And for Delta Sport U4K, it's looking fairly good despite the fact that they had that early race penalty.
And it was talked about already where if you have a penalty early on in this race, you can recover since it's 12 hours. It's more difficult, say, if it's 6 compared to 3, compared to some of the other even shorter events during the schedule. But keep in mind, this team has been strong this year. It competes on the road course side, open wheel racing, with NASCAR stock cars. In fact, some of their drivers competed well in the 24 Hours of Daytona in some of the lower tier splits back of the day. This is a team that has also, mind you, features a junior program that features multiple 15-year-old drivers who run in real-life go-kart racing events. So this organization, while they're having a tasty scrap, are having a tasty future being built up here in terms of potential possibilities here. Up to 14th they go.
Up to 14th, and just a reminder, bottom right corner of your screen, live timing is available, timing71.org. Head over there, check out complete race analysis provided to us by partners over at Timing 71, and as I like to say, Jonathan, if it's good enough for Radio Le Mans, it's probably good enough for here over at RacespotTV as well.
And the live timing, very helpful. And right now you can see in the live timing, one thing I wanted to note, that alternate strategy by HD SimSport in the LMP2 AM is working out right now. They're set second in class, and they're not too far behind the P&D Racing Machine. In fact, they're right on their tail.
They are, but you see the stints there. 16 laps already done for the 107. They'll be down onto pit lane in just a matter of a few laps time. However, like you were pointing out earlier, Jonathan, they are on the slightly longer pit cycle compared to the rest of your competitors. However, as we head through the next 10 hours and 30 minutes, no one knows exactly what the strategy is going to play. We've already had one safety car come out. All it takes is another safety car to really shake things up, and the 107 car could be either in a very good position, however, or they could also put themselves in a bit of a hole to try and dig their way out of.
This has to be very anxious for both those drivers right now, because they're one of the only ones in the LMP2 AMA category off strategy. And they're the only ones in the LMP2 category off strategy, period. So it's going to be a little bit scary at times, especially when they first come down, because they know that's when the LMP2 cars are going to hit traffic again. That's when there could be more incidents. So it's going to be a little bit anxious for these guys.
Let's take a look then at the battle for your overall race lead. There you can see the gap between the number 62 and the 2. As a result of that pit lane time, there you can see the total delta seems to have increased a little bit. Miguel Vigo continues to pull out a bit of a gap. And Justin, you were on the call with me for the Club Sport Summer Series where we saw Miguel Vigo competing in the GT4 class. He was always towards the front of your field. However, he never really had a clean, scot-free race. He would either get caught up in incidents around him, he would get caught up in battling with the Maniti Racing BMW as well. But right now, in a very strong position out front by himself, he's just got some clean track to really put some good lap times in, and that's exactly what he's been doing.
Remember, we talked about this with pace, where it seems like these drivers just feel the most comfortable, where they don't have to worry about draft or dirty air or anything along those regards. He's also a very talented driver where he's competed for several years and of course is one of the organization's main staples. It's just going to be the matter of making sure again he doesn't fall into that same rabbit hole of over pushing and making mistakes, knowing he's got the car to beat today. The competitors who are within range of him, they've made major mistakes. He makes his own mistake, or one of his teammates does later on in this race, then they've got themselves to blame, and I don't think as an organization we want that to happen again, because they have pace. It's just the mistakes at times have hurt them in some events.
Absolutely, and we'll see how this plays out for the rest of this long affair. Let's take a look back at some battles in GT Pro. Fisher Motorsports, well, they're being chased now by the Kinetic Racing 283, but there is a GT Am car in between them. That's Vector Sim Racing in their Porsche 911 RSR car. The Fisher Motorsports Porsche has just managed to get by up into 9th place in overall class position. However, at number 305, not for position for the number 283, and currently being used, I think you used the word pick a little bit earlier, Justin. It's something I use as well. It's a very effective word, I think, to use, because often you'll use these lapped cars as blockers to just hold up the cars behind you, as Kinetic Racing now looks to the inside through the bus stop. That gap is going to go up to about 0.7 of a second as the Corvette goes very deep under braking, trying to get around that Porsche in front.
Yeah, and it's a maneuver more so seen today in the stock car side for the iRacing service, because it can be a dangerous game to play. But if you can execute it smart and well enough to where the drivers know what's going on, so to speak, or you have the chance to maybe box someone in almost and hold things up, Arjuna.
Yeah, and there has been that final confirmation for the 248, and my, oh my, this is a game changer for this team. A 60-second stop and hold penalty for them. A tier 9 penalty as well. So Jonathan, that is one of the more significant penalties Race Control can bring down onto their drivers, and as a result, 248 is going to drop from the lead once again.
That's a harsh one, and then drop from the lead, and then maybe even go a lap down as well. A 60-second stop and hold, plus going into the pits, plus coming out of the pits. That's definitely going to hurt them going forward. Again, we have 10.5 hours, but this one's going to be a little bit harder to come back from.
And it was for contact being made on the entry into pit road with the 219 Hell Racers car, Justin. So unfortunately for the 248, we're probably going to see them down onto pit lane in just a few moments, I believe. But A big shame for them, but once again, we have to reiterate as we see them indeed coming down onto pit lane to, I believe, serve that penalty. In this series, with the addition of the safety cars, anything can really happen. So despite the fact that they're down on the lane now, it's still a long race. They've got the speed in that car. They can't afford to give up. They got to push on and really show us the performance that we were expecting from them coming into this one.
I think they've got the pace. The problem is just, again, they've been shooting themselves in the foot. Almost like what's happened to some of the other drivers. They did that before, remember, in some of the races in the summertime as well, here and there as a group. It's just, you can't let it snowball any further. You let everything get stuck in your head as a driver, it just ends up getting worse and worse in your head. I'm surprised still they haven't factored in, okay, we might have to change something up here, knowing you have some of that flexibility with some of the drive times up to 9 hours per driver, to try and think, okay, we got to try something to let our driver cool down before we get into even more trouble.
Absolutely, and we'll see exactly how they change their approach now. I mean, just 90 minutes gone, Jonathan, to get 2 penalties and to get 2 significant penalties there. Yes, the second one was a car contact being made on the entry into the pit lane, but sorry, on the exit of pit lane, they were trying to get off pit lane and didn't stop effectively in time. However, that first penalty, as we see Julian Boot in the Devotion Sim Racing number 8 getting it very wrong through the bus stop. He's going to have a healthy slowdown to serve there. Probably going to drop at least 1 position as he gets back up to racing speed. But going back to the number 248 car, 2 penalties in 90 minutes is not the way you want to start a 7-round season of endurance racing. It's not the way you want to kick off the season. And for a car that got the pole position overall in class, they will have been hoping for a much better start to the race.
No, and they've clearly shown they've had the pace among the other GTE cars. They've had a good setup, they've had good pace. Again, you know, Justin mentioned they shot themselves in the foot already once, and now this one feels like they're shooting themselves in the leg, because it is a harsh one. They are almost about to be lapped by their class, so they are really far behind. And again, the safety car can change things around, but guys mellow out within the last half hour, so I don't know if we're going to be betting on a safety car anytime soon.
Well, all that craziness at the start of the race, they seem to have shaken that out of their systems. Cars coming down onto pit lane in GT as well. Now it's the Hell Racers 219 down onto pit lane, but for another driver there's been an issue. Once again, it's through the bus stop. Guillaume Jobard in the number 199 for N-Race Esports. Let's take a look at this one. We just saw Devotion Sim Racing, another French team, having an issue in the same part of the track, but for Guillaume Jobard racing in LMP-AM, we'll see once again the rear end of the car just going to step around, and a nice little 360-degree loop there as a few of the cars just make their way around him.
Yeah, there's been the saying, the brakes are good until they lock up. When they lock up, bye-bye race car. It almost just seems like everyone knows that exact limit just about and just starts creeping forward and forward around it. Once they cross that line even by a couple inches, that back end just completely sails off in that section. The other section that can really happen is still in this same complex of turns here, where some cars have already, as we've seen, slid around in the grass. It hasn't been as common, though, compared to what we may have expected.
There's been issues coming out of Rivage into No Name right here with the back end coming out of first. Even the back end getting out a little bit on that Porsche for Team 11 right there. So I think that's going to be something moving forward that teams are going to have to address, is like, hey, the back end, how are we going to tighten the car down without losing a lot of time as Team Highfield back on pit lane. I'm curious because they already had served their penalty.
Well, they had done, I do believe, about 23, 24 laps. So there you go. Full tank of fuel now for the 248. They will drop a full lap behind your current class leaders. Let's go ahead and take a look at them right now. 255 for RSR by G Performance. Currently on lap 25 of their own stint as well, diving down on towards pit lane. So that's going to actually promote the Fiercely Forward 334, except he also decides to come down pit lane. So that will give the race lead for this class back to the Team 11 car. Currently PJ Clayson's at the wheel of it. having taken over, I do believe. However, now, the important gap to take a look at, Justin, is the gap to Maniti Racing. Maniti Racing now about 15 or 16 seconds behind as they themselves try to recover from their own penalty.
Yeah, everybody's just completely just botched things up here on some of these calls, but that's just some of the uncertainty of these traces. For Maniti Racing, though, to be able to continue to get up to that position, it's just going to be a matter of making smart passes. Don't let things build up. Because as a driver, a lot of times if you start seeing the red mistas, there's that specific saying, you make stupid moves. When you make stupid moves, you lose the race car. When you lose the race car, you have very angry teammates. So, would you like a clean race car with smart passes, or would you like a destroyed race car with mad teammates? Looking like Maniti Racing, ready to make the clean move at the draft.
And their fight back continues down the inside. They're trying to go on Phoenix Racing Esport, the number 205. They're going to get chopped off a little bit. The Chevy Corvette leans on the BMW, just forces him out of room. That is good defensive racing there, Jonathan, and this is often what we were hoping to see from the IVRA Endurance Series. Now, unfortunately, those first 30 minutes were a bit too chaotic as Pure Sims Esports makes their way through these two cars. But this is the type of endurance racing that you expect to see often.
Yeah, good, respectful racing. Again, those first 30 minutes, I think everyone was a bit anxious. First race of the season, everyone wants to kind of show what they got. And I think you really need a big draft going down into the combs to get a good pass. So you see Pure Sims getting a little off track, cutting a little bit of that corner. He's going to have to work his way back around the GT cars as he has disposed of already the BMW and looks to get around the Corvette right now.
Yep, and he's going to go around the outside of the Corvette. You can see the Corvette finally able to move to the left-hand side of the track, use all of the track width now on the run-up towards Blanchimont corner. And this was where the corner where we got our first and only caution of the race so far. There goes Pure Sims off in towards Blanchimont at full racing speed. Full commitment, though, for these GT cars as they try and carry the maximum momentum in towards the bus stop. And here comes Maniti trying to use the RLL car to try and make their way around the outside. The RLL car is going slow, and Phoenix Racing gets the braking all wrong on the inside of the corner. And they're also going to force, that's PND Racing, the leaders in LMP AM, off the track as well. And there come the flashing headlights. But for Maniti Racing, there's going to be a little bit of damage now to that car. You can already see it on the right front corner. And as they wait for PND Racing to make their way by, let's see if there's any top-end damage as a result. But before we do that, let's see if we can take a look at that incident once again.
Yeah, that was almost a little bit too aggressive there again from this. I understand this for position, but at the same time, you know this car is led laps behind you, is coming in quickly and wanting to recover some positions, and you just made a mistake. It looks like they try to make the defensive line, but kind of want to see right here, it almost looks like that Maniti tried to follow the LMP2, and then another lockup factors in.
And you can see the tire marks on the ground. That Corvette was going nowhere other than straight. So unfortunate contact for them there. Maniti has managed to hold off the Corvette for the time being down through Les Combes. You can see, though, Jonathan, there is damage to that front hood of the BMW now. And for Maniti Racing, they'll be hoping to be able to come down pit lane and hope that there's not too much forced damage repair that the iRacing service is going to force onto their car.
Hope that's not also compromising the handling either, because it's going to be something that's key here. They're pretty upwards in their class, and it also, incident held up Baker and Wright, the 2 and the 14, and now the Alpine Genetic Racing car with Vigo at the wheel has a 14-second lead, about to be 15 for the LMP2. So, again, lap traffic coming into play for a lot of these competitors.
It really is, and as we work our way to the top of another hour, let's start talking, guys, about the halfway points. 6 hours into this race, half points will be awarded, so that gives a maximum of 50 points to the leader in class. And Justin, we saw this in the Club Sports Summer Series, especially that finale at Imola, the importance of being in the right position at the right time. You don't need to just be out front at the halfway point. You want to make sure you're out front at the end of the race as well to collect the maximum points you could get. And for Maniti Racing specifically, that was the one thing they were able to do very consistently in the GT4 class this past summer.
absolutely. And the thing is, with this race in particular, it's been so unpredictable with where the strategies have lied. There's no way of exactly plotting quite yet unless you have a team strategist currently plotting out the math and adding everything up at the moment to see, okay, can we make it to this point to get said points? Or do we have to come in before then and end up sacrificing some of the halfway points to open up the full race strategy? That's a discussion point that has to be thought about, where yes, you want to get max points, but at the same time, do you want to jeopardize your chance to make it at the end of 12 hours or not? That's some things teams do weigh in here and there.
And of course, those half points are only awarded in races longer than 6 hours, so if I'm remembering the calendar correctly, that means there are 3 of these races where 150 points are up on offer for all teams rather than the usual 100. We just saw RLR Abruzzi Esports, the number 15, move up into 12th position overall, passing the fiercely forward LMP AM class that currently sits 2nd place in their class. That leading car in LMP AM, though, doing a fantastic job, it must be said here, Jonathan. They're still running up in 4th position overall, just 19 seconds behind your overall race leader, but they're showing some clean, consistent pace through the traffic, and most importantly, keeping their nose clean.
Sometimes that's all you need to get good results in a race, is to just have a good, clean race. This all-Italian team here has really not had any trouble, not been near any of the big collisions. It gets held up a little bit by a Porsche. And it's going to be interesting to see how are the other teams going to fight this. He has a clean race car. They have good strategy right now. They have a good lead in their class. So it really is going to be interesting to see how the other AM teams combat this.
And I'm just taking a look over at our team notes as well. Stefano Conte currently at the wheel. He is a FIA Motorsports Games 2019 sim racing bronze medalist, and even though he's only been on the iRacing service since the August of this year, in his few months of competition, guys, he's clearly getting up to pace. And this is what LMP AM versus Pro is really all about, isn't it, Justin? It's about letting drivers like Conte, who have just joined the iRacing service, don't necessarily have the I rating to reflect the amount of performance he has, but it lets him compete nonetheless in a class where he's really showing his performance at this point.
Exactly, because it's been, especially this year with how crazy this year has been, a lot of drivers have opened up opportunities with iRacing, have made the journey this way. Whether it's drivers from various pro sides, from various other games, let's put it that way, who have made their way on forward and are now building their way up to their Coke connections, or I should say, iRacing connections, for a chance to get, let's say, to the eNASCAR Coca iRacing Series or the Porsche Takeaway Esports Super Cup. Or in the case here, he religiously hated one-make races and is someone with a ton of sim racing experience for noteworthy sake. He's got the raw talent, it's just finding that minute differences in some of the sims, because not all are equal, if that makes sense. There are some differences in handling potentially between them, but if you know how to drive and know how to adapt, you can adapt fairly quickly.
And it must be noted as well, this team has been around in one form or another since 2003, so simulator experience across the board, maybe not in the iRacing service, but like you say, lots of teams have made the transition into iRacing over the last few months. Let's talk about the comeback drive that continues to rage on, though, for the number 33 as they close in on Team RSO in front of them through some lap traffic. There's Team 11 GT currently leading the GTE class overall, as the number 33 looks to the outside, going down in towards Eau Rouge, and Radion gets squeezed by RSO for just a second, has to back out of the corner once again, but up the hill they go, and the number 33 is going to have a good amount of momentum down in towards the chicane at the end of the straight. You'll see 2 more cars in front of them as well. Kinetic Racing Velocity and the number 34 fiercely forward, but for the number 33 down to the inside and up into P number 9. A fantastic job there to get the pass done cleanly, but a good recovery drive for a relatively new team. But they aren't that new in the grand scheme of things. One of their team managers popped into our YouTube chat, Jonathan, and told us They finished second and third in the Bathurst 12-hour top split this past year, running as Evolution Sim Sport before they rebranded to this Delta Sport U4K banner.
And sometimes a rebrand is really what you need as well to get more and more publicity out there. And this has not been an easy drive. Almost every time we go back and see this Delta Sport car slicing through the field, these guys have been very aggressive defensively. That RSO car was not giving him an inch. It's going to be interesting to see how these other two ahead of him give him any workaround right now. But it's one of the, well-stocked teams in this field. A lot of good iRacers on this team. And they're definitely making their name known, because they can fight back and potentially fight all the way back to the top 5.
But they're already back up into the top 9, and they see 7th place in front of them right now. So still a lot of opportunities to make their way up through the field without needing an extra caution. There we see shots down in through all. Oh no! Through the bus stop chicane, there's contact between Delta Sport and Kinetic Racing Velocity. Oh my word, we were just talking about the recovery drive, and then deep on the brakes they go. And contact was made with that Velocity car. Let's take a look at that replay, but wow, the commentator's curse really struck there, Justin.
Welcome to iRacing, troops. I hope your bingo card is filled up pretty well so far. Got just way too hard of the braking zone, on top of locking it up and missing the marker, sliding along the curves to add insult to injury. Just a magnitude of small errors just built up to one massive, colossal mistake right there.
Let's go on board in slow motion here. You can see on the brakes, trying to slow it down, trying to move to the left-hand side of the track. But Jonathan, not enough time to react, and I don't think the Kinetic team is going to be too happy so far. First, their GTE gets punted off, and now, well, the number 83 has had an off of their own.
And I believe they had an off earlier as well in this class. I think someone else also did the 83 a little bit wide, so they are probably not happy campers. It's definitely just a misjudgment, though, by the 33 team of how early that 83 was going to brake and how late he was going to go on the brakes. Hopefully there's not a lot of damage in either of those cars. Again, the 83 has been running consistent in the top 10, and the 33 has been a fast race car. So we'll have to see how it continues on.
So they now drop to the tail end of the top 10. 9th place for Delta Sport, the number 33. 10th for the number 83 Kinetic Racing car. What a shame that is indeed. And unfortunately, I'm expecting another penalty to come down for the number 33 car, and they'll have to fight back from that one as well. Let's jump back, though, to their sister car, because the 283 is still embroiled in the battle with the 284 Fisher Motorsport GT Pro car in front of them, and currently running in 4th position overall. So they've managed to recover quite nicely from their own incident. However, Justin, it must be noted, they're 20 laps into their stint, expecting them to see them down onto pit lane in about 4 laps time or so.
And that's now one of the more difficult things when it comes to having so many penalties factor in, is it pushes you completely off the same cycle as everyone else, where you're hoping for one caution, one bit of luck that puts you right in the same window as everybody else the rest of the way. But with this race, you don't know if that's going to happen. The best, again, you can do is just follow your strategy game plan and just try and work it out work it out as long and factor it in, I should say, as if the race goes green. You can't just calculate, oh, we're going to have a caution insert time. No, you don't know if there's going to be an incident that brings out a caution flag. It's as simple as that. You just keep driving and planning around and try and work your way around it. See if there's any way to at least maybe save the fuel to balance it back out, or try and finish in front of cars with this call.
Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. And some guys today have had great luck. They're running well, have had no contact, and others, it's been a contact and incident-filled day. So, sometimes you just have to have the luck play out your way.
And there's so many different forms of luck as well. It's luck on the racetrack, luck in pit lane sometimes, because some of these cars have randomly generated pit stop times as well. It's not just dependent on where you've slotted in the box, how close you can hit your marks when you slow down in your pit box, but you just need all the luck you can get. A car that's had a lot of luck and continues to have a lot of luck as they lead this race is the number 62. Take a look at those lap gaps. He's in completely clean air right now, Justin, and the last few laps has slowly been extending that gap once again. As I'm actually going to cut you off there because we were talking about one of the Fisher Motorsports cars. Well, the second Fisher Motorsports car is around and in the gravel, and I do believe that will be on the run towards Blanchimont, and they have significant damage now to the rear end of their car.
They went off in that same section too, if you correct me if I'm wrong, before earlier in this race in the first hour. But this time, I'm wondering if it has something to do with some of the pressure built up. Yeah. The pressure built up. Well, don't think they made contact, but it was enough to at least force the mistake.
And that was with Nomad Sim Racing. We'll try and get a replay on board with them, but Nomad is now actually down onto the pit lane themselves. So here comes the replay. You can see on board, and they're going to... Ooh, that is a lot of pressure being applied there in a spot where they did not need to be as close as they ended up getting, Jonathan. That was just a little bit too much pressure, and sometimes you need to know when you have enough space to just throw it into the corner. That time trying to maximize the track again, but unfortunately squeezing that 385 off into the gravel, and once you get into the gravel here, it can be very difficult to try and save the car.
Yeah, and I think that Porsche is well checked up coming out of the corner, and Nomad Sim Racing, you just don't have that much time to react, and now the aero for sure is going to be a problem for this Porsche. The back spoiler's bent, that back fender's probably damaged. It's going to be a hard drive for them.
Well, we'll jump back to their sister car in the pro category right now. Still running third position with Kinetic Racing behind them. The gap down to just 0.3 of a second. Expecting them down onto pit lane either this time or the next time around as we head towards the conclusion of another hour here in the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series. 12 hours of racing action around Spa. We've already had one caution brought out as a result of contact down in towards Blanchimont corner. The 284 actually was very lucky to avoid all of that carnage as it played out right behind him, but fortunately enough, we haven't seen back-to-back cautions. Justin, it's something we've seen on many NASCAR broadcasts here in the iRacing Esports Network. Cautions breed cautions. Fortunately, though, we didn't get stuck in one of those hellhole loops of cautions breed cautions here.
Yeah, that's going to be one. We've seen it a couple times, I should rather say, where we had a restart, had a crash, say, up through the Essex at Watkins Glen, or an incident about a lap or two later because everyone's bunched up with the traffic management. Once we got that caution, yes, it's been crazy, but it's almost the same time everyone just got the chance to stop hyperventilating and just get some clear breaths. As well, we've mentioned the amount of incident points you can get as a group. We've already had one team break that 12-point cap already, because Alexander Tanner in his rough run has put his car to 19 of them. Do you want to risk yourself being in that same ballpark as a team? No. So now, you try and play it smart as a driver to make sure you don't get demolished. By the way, undercut strategy here for Fisher Motorsport.
And they followed the Team 11 911 in as well, so I wonder if the Corvette is just getting a little bit more fuel mileage than the rest of their competitors. Maniti Racing as well have just swooped by to get back out in front after serving a penalty of their own. So pit stops in full effect. They've just happened for some of the LMP runners as well. Team RSO, Kinetic Racing Velocity, and Nomad Sim Racing are the three that dived down this time around. Fiercely Forward and Adequate Racing, both as well, have pitted in the recent past. Just 2 or 3 laps then to go for some of these other competitors. We're watching Maniti Racing, though, as they continue to work their way, now running up into third place on the track. VEC Sim Racing also down onto the lane on pit speed limit as well. So the pit window has really opened, and we haven't talked about it too much here today yet, Jonathan. However, it is really good to see representation for all 4 of the GTE cars in today's race. We've got a BMW, we got the Ferrari, we've also got the Porsche and the Ford in today's grid. That Ford doing a good job as well in P number 5.
Yeah, and he's also been the one to stick his nose out of trouble so far. He has not been involved really in many of the incidents we've seen, and he's doing a good job. Just minding his own business, having a good race, setting down some really good lap times as well. You know, people talk about that the Ford is not that strong of a GTE car compared to his other competitors, as we see the Hellraiser's 19 coming down pit road.
And they were meant to be serving a 5-second stop-and-go penalty, I do believe. So there we'll see up on the jacks for just a few moments. There we go, actually off the jacks, so a bit shorter than I had expected. However, that was for an incident on the restart. So we talk about race control being busy. Well, that was the 28th incident being reported to race control. They still have another 25 or so to go, Justin. We talked about them being busy, but it's so crucial to have these live stewards in effect for races like this because it really adds that extra dimension that you almost expect from endurance racing.
And I think there's several dozen different team officials at this point keeping an eye on this as well. Keep in mind, I'm curious if they look towards that because there is a way to reduce set times. I'm wondering if they try to do that. But for some cars, we may have had a driver swap there for kinetic racing, it looked like maybe there.
Yep, Marco Mogren gets out of the car, hands it over to Mark Torres. So the first of the driver swaps appears to be in effect now in your GT class. There you can see Mark Torres waits, I would assume at this point as well, Justin, for a fresh set of rubber. There you can see Latima racing in front of them though. Felipe Pinto already off and away.
Mark Torres now behind the wheel. Curious to see how he does. But here's the thing. The tough part as a driver is being able to wheel that car when it has a bit of damage. Normally as a competitor you want the clean, you want to be handed a nice clean, no non-damage car. Or exact same thing as you like to say, go to a rental car place. You don't want to have the whole front nose crushed in or the whole right side door completely missing. Unfortunately, it's more so the latter situation at the moment for his first into the race.
It also looks like that Maniti Racing did not driver swap. Johnny Verhoff still behind the wheel while all of his other competitors around him had driver swaps.
While the other car that hasn't had a driver swap is Latima Racing as well as Team 11 GT. So 3 cars at your front of your GT field choosing to triple stint the tires this early on. Kinetic Racing though clearly have a different strategy. Mark Torres out of pit lane now with a 59-second stop. So, Justin, that's almost 29 seconds lost as a result of taking these tires. And with 9 of the sets available throughout this 12-hour race, we were never really expecting the cars to be changing tires every single stop, especially the likes of Maniti, who have talked about triple and quad stinting drivers throughout this race. But interesting to note that one team clearly very early on is going with a slightly different strategy.
The thing is, I'm looking at the fall-off, there has barely been any. Maybe a second or two for some of these teams. So this is a gamble where I think they're maybe hoping things fall off a bit more. I don't think it's going to work out that way. By the way, most of the LMP2s have come in for their scheduled pit stops. A couple have been able to stretch it though to about 18 or 19 laps even. Fiercely Forward with the 134, 14 machine for Aura Bruzi Esports, and Pure Sims have all stretched to an extra lap.
So Pure Sims currently leads, but Raf van der Linden takes over from Miguel Vigo in the number 62. They'll look to re-inherit the race lead once we see the Pure Sims machine down onto pit road, and Pure Sims is down on pit lane right now, and as a result, the number 14 RLR Abruzzi car doing one more lap, going to extend the stint further, as well as Fiercely Forward. Now, actually, Fiercely Forward, take a look at them down onto pit lane as well. They're going to follow Pure Sims Esports into the lane, and for Pure Sims Esports, as they wait to get up onto the jacks potentially and change their tires, Paulo Munoz has gotten into that car, taking over from the driver before, who did a very strong job, Jonathan, to really get up in towards the top 10. Get up into the top 2 after starting at the tail end of the top 10, but now got a lot of work to do to try and close down on the car in front of him.
Yeah, and obviously now with fresh tires as well, it should be a good drive for Williams. As we see a slow car, looks like the Real Pixel Motorsport car, who's having a not so great day already. Things go bad or the worse. Similar story in the chicane.
And that's with the number 62 car. That's with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Let's take a look at the onboard then for Raf van der Linden. He's just come out of pit lane, getting up to speed. He comes across a slightly slow-moving LMP2 car, doing a little bit of fuel saving on the entry into the bus stop, I do believe, but carries too much speed, gets too close, and Well, that's going to be an interesting call for the race stewards, I do believe, Justin.
Yeah, he was getting a little loose before then. Then there he got a lot of it loose with the contact. The argument's going to be, was it a racing incident with him already losing the back end and not enough time to react? Or was it where Van der Linden helped finish the job, so to speak? That's got to be the discussion that's taking place right now with that incident, because of the ramifications this could have on how this class can go with the fastest car all day, potentially now with a possible investigation coming up if it is in turn 5.
We take a
He
look
also
at
has to factor in that Phoenix car that was ahead of him too, the GT slower cars.
Well, we take a look at Team RSO because this is a car that's triple stinted, or rather quad stinted at this point. Their driver, Cedric Nielbix, continues to pound around the track. In fact, no, they've had a driver swap. However, what they've done differently is this is the second stint, I do believe, for this driver. So they changed drivers one stint to go, guys. A slightly split strategy, but Team RSO now only 10 seconds behind Raf van der Linde in second place. Will inherit the race lead with RLR Abruzzi down onto pit road, but they've managed to jump Pure Sims Esports. There you can take a look at Pure Sims. In front of them, side by side, is HD Simsport and RLR Abruzzi, the number 15 car. So right now, Pure Sims, once we have the pit cycle all come through, they'll only be up into P number 5 as they look to the outside of that slower HD Simsport that has still yet to come down onto pit lane.
And this is still the gamble I was talking about a little bit before. I'm not quite sure how this is going to fare in, but here's the thing. You get a caution flag, HD Simsport is right in the ball game. Just about, depending on how things fare out, if there's a couple laps or so and everyone in turn has a split call. For now, though, as a driver, I wouldn't quite so much fight this, if that makes sense, because you hold on too much on this, eventually, the frustration's going to boil over.
Oh, here they go. Good draft down the Camel Straight. 107's actually going to break deep into the corner, but going to give up the position there. Like you say, not fighting too hard. And so up into 4th place for Pure Sims Esport. They now got the number 15 RLR Abruzzi car right in front of them, with Team RSO a further 4 seconds down the road. Pit cycle is complete across all of your classes right now, so why don't we take another Racespot fan immersion, this time on board with your current race leader in GTE, the RSR by G Performance 255 Porsche 911. Welcome back to the first round of the IVRA Endurance Series 2020-2021. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. I'm joined in the commentary booth by Justin Prince and Jonathan Burke for the first half of this one. Just under 4 hours to go before we hand it over to the second commentary crew for the second half of this race. But while we were in RacespotTV Fan Immersion, there was an incident that took place out on track, and here we go. Here'll be that replay. It was coming down in towards the bus stop chicane, and there's the Kinetic Racing LMP2 car right behind HD Simsport. HD Simsport, though, losing it all by themselves on this alternate pit strategy. As a result, they now just dived down onto the pit lane, but they've lost a lot of the time they were hoping to have made up as a result of that strategy. Let's run down then quickly the top 8 standings in each class as they run. And in the LMP class, it is continuing to be the number 62 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing that continues to lead. They now have a 15-second gap from the number 97 Team RSO car behind them, with RLR, Abruzzi Esports, and the Pure Sims car duking it out for 3rd and 4th place respectively. Then in LMP AM, it is the fiercely forward number 134, currently in 6th place overall, that leads in class. However, I have just been told by their team manager that they are currently quad stinting, so a slightly offset strategy has pushed them up the order. PND Racing, the number 182 that has been leading that class for so long, now into 2nd place. They're down in 12th position overall, with High Caliber Autosports, the number 131, in close pursuit of them. Then taking a look over at the GT class, it is RSR by G Performance, the number 255, that continues to lead, with Hell Racers Tershine and Team 11 close behind them. In the GTM, you have Fiercely Forward, the number 334, also leading in GTEM, and they have a healthy gap to the number 305 Vector Sim Racing that is down in 10th place in GT overall, and they have the number 301 of German Sim Racing Purple in close pursuit. There has been a number of penalties that have come down, and we'll take a look at those in just a few moments. In the meantime, there's been another issue out on track, this time for Tony Baird. Let's take a look at the replay here. It's for Nomad Sim Racing LMP2. Once again, down into this bus stop chicane. And Justin, so many of these LMP2 cars are all being caught out by this one corner. This brand new Dallara P217 is really proving to be a challenge for many of these drivers.
Yeah, just constantly just looping it on around. And I understand why they're keeping on doing this. They want to keep pushing the issue, almost like, because again, you want to know where your limitation and drive with the 95% of it was the best term I could found in terms of road course racing on that. But at the same time, it's obvious at this point that 95% marker is not where these cars have been braking so deep into the corner.
Absolutely, and let's just talk then about the penalties that have been handed down. We saw an incident a while ago between the 283 and one of the LMP2 cars under braking down into the bus stop chicane. And Jonathan, I think we were all pretty clear up here in the commentary booth that the blame could not really be placed too much on the Corvette. It was more of a racing incident where the car behind was closing at such a high rate of knots and being a little bit indecisive about where he wanted to go. However, the 283 had to come down and serve a 20-second stop and hold penalty. So that would be a tier 7 penalty, and that is a fairly significant slap on the wrist for an incident that we seem to all think was more on the other car than the 283.
Seems also a bit harsh as well. Like you can argue both ways on that incident, and obviously there was moving under braking by both cars, but Kinetic Racing car did pull over to the right and show like, hey, I'm giving you the outside. So it is a tough break as well, because they've been fighting in that top half dozen of the field for so long, and now they're back in the 16th overall, well off the pace of the leaders.
And I did mention it slightly earlier as well. There is a 3-second rule for entering and exiting your pit stall. That's to encourage all teams to stay in the fast lane on pit lane as much as they can. And just looking down the order right now, we have already 4 penalties being assessed for this. You've got the number 350 and the number 396, so two cars in GT AM. Then you've got the 227, the 258. So another few cars in the GT Pro class. And just now, just a moment ago, it's looking like for the number 385 and the 219 as well, pit lane infractions coming down for that rule. And unfortunately here, Justin, it's not just the 3-second time penalty like we saw in the IVRA GT Sprint Series. These cars are being forced to come down for a drive-through penalty. So that's going to be roughly a 25-30 second time loss for them.
It's just going to keep on getting worse and worse at this point for them at this rate, and just needs... It's been talked about already. Just mistake via mistake, more on and on. I don't know at this point how some of these teams are going to recover at this point in terms of mindset, let alone trying to avoid incident.
Well, the nice thing is, however, it seems like it's dispersed a lot throughout the field. Yes, there have been some teams that have had more incidents than others, but there have been a lot of incidents with a lot of different drivers, so it's not just a handful. As we see a fight right here, the 15 and the 2 going at it very, very hard.
And to be honest, this would have been a fun scrap to be following on RacespotTV Fan Immersion, as now Paolo Munoz, who has just gotten into that number 2 for Pure Sims Esports, tries to get back up onto the podium. They head in towards Blanchimont. The 2 has to breathe off the throttle just a little bit. The 15 able to carry all of its momentum through the corner. But interesting to note there, the 2 doing some heavy fuel saving, and Jonathan, that is something that we noticed slightly earlier on in this race as well. That number 2 car is extending its stints a little bit further than the cars around it. And as a result, they are on their 8th lap of the stint, whereas if you think of the Team RSO car that's currently running in 2nd, they're already up to 11 laps on the stint. So they're already 3 laps behind in terms of the pit lane strategy.
And it seems to be working out for this Pure Sims car as well. They started a little bit further back in the field than they wanted, and they're up to 4th. They're within 23 seconds of the leader. Like, this is not a bad spot for them, especially if it works out to where they can maximize when their stints are going to end compared to when other people are going to end. That was something I wanted to point out as well with the 107 SimSport car before that little spin. You know, maybe he gets lucky and gets inherited the lead of his class right at the halfway mark when halfway points are awarded.
And just 3 hours and 42 minutes away from half points being awarded. In all races longer than 6 hours here in the IVRA Endurance Series, half points awarded at the halfway point of the race. So it's not just 100 points up for offer if you win your class here today. You actually have the possibility to get 150 points. And Jonathan, it sets up your race in a much more different way when you know you can't just be at the front at the end of the race. You also want to be as far forward as you can be at the halfway point, and that will affect how you look at the strategy as well.
I think some teams have also built around that, you know, that SimSport car, again, being off strategy. I think have that in mind. They want to be perfectly off strategy right when that 6-hour mark hits and have that lead. So it's something that teams have to consider as well. It's not just straightforward 12 hours. There's a little bit of a halfway race in the middle of it that we have to consider. And I think a lot of teams are going to think about that, especially as we get closer and closer to that mark of, okay, how are we going to maximize points?
And I just think back to the Club Sport Summer Series finale at Imola when there was drama, when Race Control didn't let us know up here in the broadcast booth that there was a team competing on just one rig. It was allowed by Race Control. They put in a system to measure drive times the same way that they would if the drivers were, you know, competing as normally. But up here in the broadcast booth, Justin, if you remember, there was so much confusion. We were talking so confidently about how that car was going to be disqualified at the end of the race and how that was going to affect that championship picture. But then at the end of the day, those half points ended up becoming very crucial for a car that did well in the championship.
I know there was a lot of discussion and controversy after that one as well with some of the teams, because a couple of them at the very least had adapted their strategy based on that philosophy, I should rather say. But at the same time, you need to prepare for every possible scenario, including the unexpected. You never know, like, say, battles like this could erupt here that can shake up positions that have been fairly spread out for a long, long time.
And look at this, by the way, a battle for 8th through 11th, separated by just 1.5 seconds as they try and make their way around traffic. Delta Sport's going to be able to get the move done around the outside, which becomes the inside for No Name Corner. as they get stuck behind a Devotion Chevy Corvette. Christopher Herbigno has gotten into the car, a former member of the Devotion Sim Racing team. That 33 car continues its fight back as a result of a number of incidents in this one today. And it's a race that so far, Jonathan, is what could have been for a couple of these teams. We look at the number 33 back in 8th place. Team Heiskenveld, number 248, back down onto pit lane this time around. They are down in 13th place this time, and I do believe they may just have served another drive-through penalty. So let me go and take a look then. Yes, in fact, indeed. If I look at the 248, they've just had to serve a penalty for breaking that pit lane rule. What a disastrous race it's been so far for a team that qualified on the pole position.
For a team that has shown probably the best pace of the field in the GTE class, to now be stuck in this situation where they can't really, every time they move forward, they get set back again, it looks like. So it's still early. I keep saying that. It's still early. They could still fight back, but it has to be a bit frustrating, I think, for a lot of guys. And I think it hurts a bit more seeing the class leaders being guys that really have not had these problems. You go into the overall leader, the Alpine Stars car, hasn't had an issue. They've had one little incident that may or may not still be under review, I'm not sure. But other than that, they've been fine. I can't say that much, however, for their GT AM car that's almost at the tail end of the field, Ivo Costa in the 201, running 25th in class. So while things are going well up here for their LMP2 car, not so well for the GTE.
Yeah, not good indeed. And I'm just taking a look at once again at this race control decisions sheet, and well, they're currently investigating incident number 44. If I look for the number 62 on this sheet, that incident has indeed been reported. However, it's down in the 57th reported incident, so there's still a long way to go before race control is even going to be able to get to this incident. The gap to second place is 17 seconds as it stands, so there is still a long way to go. There's still a lot of opportunities for the order to be mixed up. We've been fortunate in many ways, Jonathan, that the safety car has not managed to make a repeat appearance so far. It's been a one and done, and I hope I didn't just jinx that there, but the safety cars always mix things up, and, you know, that one safety car we had, especially on the strategy side of things, really did throw a number of questions up into the air.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting moving forward. Obviously, I think that safety car also helped a little bit prevent future safety cars because it kind of spaced out the field with that single file restart. Now we have cars all across the track at Spa, whereas I think when we were lapping cars the first time, it was pretty much all of LMP2 hitting all of the GT cars at once. So now that we have a bit more space, everyone has a bit more breathing room, as we see a close battle right here for 6. Mantini Racing trying to recover, and Latimer Racing team, the all-Portuguese team, looking to put some pressure on them.
I'm just going to correct you there because I've been told off myself for saying this wrong. Maniti. It's not Manatee, not Martini, as Patila, the Radio Le Mans crew called it. You got it. Say it one more time.
Maniti.
There we go. Maniti Racing. That number 278 looking spectacular. I've really become a fan of that paint scheme over the last 6 months or so, Jonathan. It's made a number of appearances, like I've said, in iRacing special events, and it just looks very, very good. That distinctive green with a few shades of whites here and there, and even with a little bit of damage to the front end of the car. Look at that, the rear quarter panel, if you will, on the just near the door where the second door really should be on a car that big. It looks very, very good.
And it's a unique one too, because you see a lot of teams like having a red kind of scheme or a very like digital kind of scheme. This one, it's very unique. You can almost spot it from a mile away if necessary.
Well, you can, and it's an interesting schedule this time around for the IVRA series. We mentioned off the top of the show that change to the VIR round, where instead of being 2 separate races for prototypes and GT cars, they're all going to be on track together for 5 hours around what is, in many ways, the Nordschleife of America, the Grand West layout in VIR, which takes some detours into tracks, into corners that you may never have seen at America's Motorsport Resort before. But, you know, Justin, this is a league which is often not afraid to try things out. I think back to last year where they had a 4-class structure, LMP1, LMP2, GTE, and GT3, and they visited the Detroit Belle Isle circuit with all 4 of those classes, and while it did produce some chaos as you would expect. It's something that they're willing to try, and you know, VIR, Grand West layout, 5 hours of racing, and all of these cars, 55 of them. I'm very intrigued to see exactly how that's going to work out.
I have seen some races, and that layout as, speaking of drivers finding new ways for layouts, Ronnie Nunez adding to the list of drivers with mistakes in, oh joy, it's another overcorrect, and it's, oh joy, another AOD car poking their nose in.
That was the AOD BMW. Let's see if we can get on board with him, because coming down into the bus stop chicane, it looked as though Torque Freak was just trying to set up that last part of the corner to get a good run down into La Source. Here you'll see all the way to the right-hand side, all the way now to the left. And unfortunately for AOD Racing, they did not expect that to happen, and contact was made, and well, that's going to be a pretty slam dunk penalty, if I'm going to say that. However, Jonathan, we said that about the Kinetic car not having a slam dunk penalty on it. Look how that one went.
Yeah, and you can also, you know, have a good defense at least this time for the LMP2 cars, because I believe that one car checked up due to a bit of harsh racing ahead of him between some of the Pro and the AMs mixing together. I saw both fiercely forward cars actually in that mix, as now the Torque Freak Racing car goes back around the car that turned him and will hopefully keep him in his mirrors this time.
An interesting note, I'm also just looking in the IVRA Endurance Series Discord server, and thank you to the race control admins for giving us access to the restricted portions that our drivers are able to communicate with one another. And well, team manager for this number 1 car, David Barraclough, has actually been complaining a little bit about how the AM cars are fighting the pros so hard. And this is what we were talking about slightly earlier, Jonathan. Even though you are fighting for, you know, overall race position, you only score points based on your class position. So, you know, in the case of this number 1 car, down in 12th place overall, but that's going to be 10th place in class. Sounds like he's getting a little bit frustrated by certain AM cars who are just holding him up that little bit longer and depriving him the ability to go and fight with the cars he was actually fighting for, you know, points on track.
Well, the frustrating thing as well is that they're equal strength classes, just in terms of driver skill. That is where the difference is. And I think it has gone both ways so far. We've seen some of the AM guys pull out of the way and just give them the preferred line, but we've also seen some of the pro guys just hammer it down to the inside when an AM guy is not expecting it. So obviously Torque Freak has been on the wrong end of that deal and has been on the wrong end of a couple of things today, because they're still down a ways in the order. But it has to go both ways, and obviously the AM guys, they're still racing for points, they're still racing for their class.
Absolutely, and we'll see how that shakes out then. 9 hours and a half still to go, so a long way. We are racing into the night. Does appear as though there's been another penalty that's just come down, once again for this 3-second rule, and my oh my, the number of cars being caught out by this one is unbelievable. Let me just count through these once again. So we got the early ones for some of the GT AM cars, and you've got some for GT Pro, then you've got a few more, and we are officially at 12 of these penalties, 12 drive-thrus being handed down, Justin, for something that's just written pretty clearly in the rule book. You just have to go and read the rules properly, and you won't have these penalties. We saw it at the beginning of the race as well with the Team Heiskenveld 248 car. I mean, I'm trying not to sound too harsh here, but, you know, some of these teams are making very rookie errors. It is round number 1, and I wonder if we'll hopefully see that change over the course of the next few rounds.
Yeah, it's incredible how many drivers are just, I guess, used to going with the normal official racing sort of way for entry, where you just are normally going from point A to point B. You have to think about real life, though, because in real life, there's real people you're going to have to dodge, potentially. There's potential obstacles for that pit lane. You try and do some of the stuff for a normal official racing pit entry, you're going to hurt somebody in real life. And that's where the rule comes into play with 3-second rule. When you think about it, for the entrance and exit for the pit stall, is you're supposed to do it realistically. And that's what was done with safety cars, of course. You don't want to treat it, how do I put this? Unrealistically, I guess, is the best term I can think of in that regard.
It's also different, too, when you think about the ruling, however, because it's a 3 seconds to get in and out, where it's a bit, you know, of an issue there, because a lot of other series, it's, oh, you can't cross 1 or 2 boxes before you enter your stall or something like that. So it may be just something that we're not used to for a lot of these drivers. So you get a replay here of the Hell Racers cars racing close to each other, looking the GT car. Oh.
And the reason I spotted that one, guys, is that was with one of the cars that was leading GTE overall at that point, RSR by G Performance. There you can see they peeled down onto pit lane as a result, but let's try and take a look further back at that one, because that was a bold send around the outside from Hell Racers. They tried to take it 3 wide, not sure that was really on, but here comes the replay. It was one of the GT Pro machines also trying to make its way through on a GTM down the inside. The Ferrari just tries to go to the outside, and RSR by G Performance somehow managed to get away without any contact. And there you can see down onto pit entry, they managed to go. They do clip that inside of the tire wall a little bit. They'll be hoping they don't have any damage from that one. We'll see another replay of that incident, though. That was a very aggressive move, I would say, from Hell Racers, but I don't necessarily think this was his fault this time, Jonathan.
That Ferrari was just in a bad space, and hopefully that SR car has a change of pants as well as a change of tires on that one. But that Ferrari, I realistically had nowhere to go. He's trying to give the preferred line to the Porsche, and then an LMP2 car comes in, licks a stamp, and sends it down the outside. It would have been 3 wide going into that chicane. It would have been really rough either way. So that's going to be one that's going to take a while. Well,
unfortunately, look at that. The 255 already in the box for almost 100 plus seconds. So for the 255 that was leading this race, they have clearly taken damage from that incident coming down onto pit road. I don't think it was the contact with any of the cars that did it. We'll take one more look at it right now. I think instead it was just coming down onto pit road. They got a little bit too close to the wall. Here we'll jump on board with the 255 if I can find them somewhere on my timing screen. But there you can see, just managing to avoid the incident as it unfolded in front of them. However, here's going to be the contact on that left-hand side. You can see that little bit of correction that they had to make. Try and get a better look at that, Justin, but they were leading the race overall just a few moments ago, and how quickly things can change.
They went way too quick at the pit entry, and you're going to see the perfect example right here. Dodge one car, say, you know what, I want to come in for the strategy. It's way too sharp of an angle. In fact, they hit the wall a couple times just about trying to get themselves into this lane. It was much harder, I think, than they were expecting. They maybe thought it might have been a tap.
Oh no, they're back on track. But what has happened to Maniti Racing? Something has happened to Johnny Verhoff. Let's try and get a replay of this one. He was slow on track for just a few seconds. And there you can see Pineapple Racing and Pure Sims Esports behind him. And for Maniti Racing, they get forced off the track and a full 180-degree loop. And ooh, he almost gets collected by the Latima Racing BMW as well. What a dramatic race it has been for Maniti Racing so far. Let's take another look at this from a different angle if we can get it. There you can see forced a little bit wide by the Pineapple Racing LMP2 first. Pure Sims does a good job to get to the inside, get out of the way for the 278. But my word, Jonathan, look at Latima Racing as they manage to make their way through.
That's another incident where they might need to change of pants as well as a change of tires after that one, because that was really close with the Latima Racing car. You're going to see him go around right here. Doesn't know if he's going to go down or up, and you can see in the review camera him come back up the track, and it's like, oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, let's watch that once again and keep your eyes focused on the center of the screen. Look at the BMW as it makes its way back up the track, and for Felipe F. Pinto in the 227, he will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. And I wonder if Maniti Racing doing a good job there to just release off the throttle as well. Sorry, release off the brakes at the right time to control the momentum of the car. But as a result for Maniti Racing, my oh my, what a dramatic race it's been for them so far. They're back in fourth as it stands. They're 50 seconds behind your net race leader, Team 11. In the GT class. Look at the Porsche 911. It is pristine, Jonathan. They've done a fantastic job so far to keep their nose clean and keep the times nice and consistent.
And they have a huge gap to second place as well, so that they can play with. So this is not a huge pressure situation. They can take their time through the slower traffic, give some space to the LMP2 cars. Like this is a good spot to be in for Team 11. They don't have really much to worry about.
They really don't indeed. I'm just taking a look now through the rest of your order, trying to see where some of the other cars are. I'm also looking at the race control notes as they come in. It's looking like a few more penalties for pit lane infractions are about to come down, and my oh my.
How long is that list? How long is that list of
Okay,
penalties?
I'm going to count it out on air right now. We're up to 59 incidents being adjudicated so far. There's 72 being reported so far, so lots of work for race control, but it starts all the way back with incident number 29 for the first one of those. And before we get there, there's been another car that's around as well. Pascal Ebner, and I'm just trying to see which car it is. That's the RLR Abruzzi car into turn number 1. What has happened here? He was by himself, lots of cars down onto the pit road. Let's take a look at this. You can see, in fact, he's got such a gap to the cars behind that he must have lost it all on his lonesome. Coming down into turn number 1, taking clear of the grass, loses the rear end very early on, and oh my, a good avoidance job there, I do believe, by Adequate Racing to be perfectly adequate and get out of the way.
That's the first probably nice thing that's happened to Adequate Racing today. They've had a really rough day in terms of getting involved in incidents, but yeah, just I think on older tires, just try to send it into the source, and well, sometimes it just doesn't stick for you.
Well, that car was doing good up in 4th place. They've lost a whole heap of time as a result, but we'll jump back to the live pictures because there's lots of pit stops happening. But for Alpine Star Geodesic Racing, they're back up to racing speed. Raf van der Linde into his 2nd stint here. You can see the gap, 23 seconds to that Pure Sims crew. Paulo Munoz will come down the lane for a tire change in just a few laps' time. Number 62 is going to go back to the pointy end of the field, but taking a look now, can finally get a little bit of a breather. Try and count through all of these pit lane infractions. So it all started an hour into this race with the number 396 getting the first of multiple infractions that it's managed to get of this very same rule. But you've got 1 there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we're almost up, guys, to 20 penalties for one rule. And again, I'm trying not to sound harsh here, but it's a basic rule. You just got to read the rule book. And unfortunately, they had an opportunity last week to watch the IVRA GT Sprint Series where we talked about the same rule again, and they've still managed to find themselves caught out by this. It's quite shocking, and quite honestly, I mean, Race Control is doing a good job to keep up to speed with all of this.
And it's interesting to note, too, that you mentioned like some of the cars had multiple infractions.
How do I phrase this? It's almost like punishment by 1,000 paper cuts, if that's the right phrasing, where just all these teams have just decided, you know what? Shooting ourselves in the foot and leg isn't enough. Let's get a bunch of paper cuts over our arm and hope that's the best way to do it. Obviously, that makes no sense, but at the same time, it makes no sense that all these drivers are making this mistake.
And it's the 396 car, by the way, that's had this multiple infringements. Take a look, top left-hand side of your screen, you'll see the team drivers. It's not the driver at the wheel that's been responsible so far, Roberto Pancaldi. In fact, Elvis Bonello is the one that unfortunately infringed twice. So, you know, Justin, talking to you specifically here, you're obviously part of the eNASCAR broadcast. You work a lot with the teams there and understanding how they play out and how they work. We talk about it a lot in top-level endurance racing now. It's not just about the drivers out on track. However, there is an immense support system behind all of the teams that really helps feed in to the race results. And, you know, for a bigger team, like we're seeing Pure Sims Esports right there as they make their way around that Porsche, you know, they will have crew in the back of house helping them to plan the strategy, helping them with spotting. And, you know, honestly, you just have to maybe wonder if some of these other teams don't have the voice in the ear, making sure to remind their drivers, you have to stay in the fast lane when you're coming down pit lane.
You're right on that, Mark. It's vitally important to have at least a spotter with you and a crew chief. There are some teams that substitute that crew chief, however, for the driver adjusting their own cars to what they feel like in the race, but also to replace that spot with almost a strategist of sorts. to be able to calculate things. We've talked about it a little bit, touched on here and there, but it's vital to have that if you want to be the best of the best in terms of support system, in terms of knowledge, in terms of being able to work together as a group. You don't work together as a group, you're likely going to have trouble. Let's put it that way.
And for the YouTube chat that I think is still a little bit confused by the amount of penalties that we're talking about here, let's just clarify that rule once again. Race Control has a rule in place that you have to use the fast lane on pit road, which in this case will be all the way to the left-hand side, for most of your time on the pit lane. The only time you can come down into the slow lane, which is where service happens, is when you're actually maneuvering yourself into the box. And the way they do this is they time you. You have 3 seconds to get in and out of the box. So it's pretty clear cut. Race Control is going to say, did you take more than 3 seconds to come in and out of the fast lane? Or did you take, you know what I mean here, Jonathan. You know what I'm saying. It's a pretty clear-cut rule. Stay on the left side of pit lane until you get to your box, and then get in there and out of there as quickly as you can.
And it'll be interesting to see like how strict they are enforcing it. If it's like a strict like 3 seconds is 3 seconds, or if there's some leeway, as we see a really close fight in second for the GT Pro category. The Fischer Motorsport Porsche has been chasing down that BMW and now has to give way as a LMP2 car comes around.
Yeah, that Latima Racing BMW as well lost a few seconds as a result of some avoiding action, I do believe, maybe having to just clean his head out for a little bit. But now side by side comes the Porsche using some superior momentum off the corner before. They're going to go side by side on the run up towards Blanchimont corner. That BMW on the inside will have the preferred line, but he's going to back out of the corner. And he's going to let the Porsche sweep around the outside. And so for Fischer Motorsports, the number 284, now up into second place in class. And, you know, this is not maybe a car that would have expected to be up in the podium positions this early on in the race. But as a result of all the chaos behind them, he is up into second. And now will look to pull away from Latima Racing behind them. Latima Racing did come down the last time to serve a drive-through penalty, I do believe. So right now, Fischer Motorsports in a good position, and if I scroll through this results, the race control decisions once more, I'm not actually seeing any penalties coming down for the 284, so they managed to keep their nose clean as well, Justin, and as they now look to build up the gap over the BMW behind, the 284 car really starting to look strong at this portion of the race.
Well, they looked strong at the start of the race, too, before things started to build up a little bit for them. And as well, Pascal Theus is one of their better drivers as well. We've seen his flashes in the summertime. Manuel Mayer, of course, has a lot of talent, but it just seems like right now the race is flowing better, or that at least the track suits the preferences to Pascal to be able to maximize the amount of speed in the race car. They keep up this trend, they might be able to try and cycle things around here. We'll have to wait and see.
And oh, big drama out at the front, by the way. Let's jump back to the battle for the race lead. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing has just had to come down and serve a stop-and-go penalty for that contact with the 12 car that we saw slightly earlier. As a result, it was just a stop-and-go. They spent about 2 seconds in the box. But now let's take a look at Team RSO as they try and catch now for the race lead. Slightly split strategies we are seeing on track as well. We saw Team RSO come in and change their driver one stint earlier than the rest, but Jonathan, I think I'm trying to just remember who that incident was with. It was with the 12 Real Pixel Motorsport down in towards the bus stop, I do believe. But we talk about for the 62 having kept their nose clean. Well, that incident has been reviewed finally by Race Control. The penalty handed down, and the gap now to Team RSO, 1.3 seconds.
And you can tell they were kind of thinking about it as well, because they built up such a gap to where they could serve a penalty and still retain the overall lead. So good job from that team. But yeah, it was an earlier penalty, I think, with the 12, who was a few laps down due to early race incidents, that he just overcooked it a little bit on the brakes and tagged him. So obviously avoidable contact on that one. But again, still retains the lead. Team RSO is within touching distance now, so that should give them a little bit of a boost.
Graf van der Linde, though, already starting to extend that gap out. You can see down the Camel Straight, it's almost up to 1.6 seconds. That draft the 97 will be having will be nice. You can also see in the background of the shot, Pure Sims Esports. They're now on the hunt. They see the car out in front. So just 5 seconds to the race leader for the number 2 car. And I talked about their disappointing qualifying performance, Jonathan, on the edge of the top 10. Well, for Pure Sims Esport, Paolo Munoz now behind the wheel, continuing to charge up towards the pointy end of things. And, you know, this is a team that is slowly growing as well. They're competing in more of these top-level endurance series. They're obviously very strong competitors in other series we broadcast here on RacespotTV as well, the World GT Championship, for example. But here in endurance racing, a slightly different mentality. And over 12 hours, you need to keep up the pace. And 3 hours into this one, it's looking good for the number 2.
And I think they have a slow and steady kind of wins the race attitude. Like, they knew they qualified poorly, but they've really shown like good, like solid pace, consistent pace really throughout. They've also kept their nose clean through lap traffic and made some good moves that aren't overly aggressive. As we go back now to the 33, someone who's still trying to come back, he has to fight with the 134, who is 3rd in his class. So I'm not sure if the Fiercely Forward car is going to fight this as much as he should, but we'll see.
Yeah, and this 33 car now, almost a minute behind your race leader. And can you imagine telling them, Justin, you know, coming into the pit cycle in that first caution, just 30 minutes into the race, that, you know, they would have been leading there, one penalty and then one incident, one string of bad luck, in fact, for the number 33 in many ways, has put them all the way back into 11th. But with 9 hours and 15 minutes to go, I mean, thinking back to the Sports Car Open season opener just a few weeks ago, Maximilian Benecke for Team Redline, he did the same thing that the Team Heiskenveld car did and jumped the start zone and got a drive-through penalty. Now, unfortunately for Benecke, he actually managed to get a speeding penalty while coming down to serve that drive-through, and for lack of a better word, they rage quit. You look at the number 33 now getting a good run on the 134, heading up towards Blanchimont. They have not quit, and they continue to fight hard, and they're going to get that position down the inside of a lapped car.
And there's a difference, though, with that. It was, of course, circumstances going on with Benecke's case. But in the case for this one, this team is looking to fight for a championship. Communication is coming up fairly well among the drivers. They are continuing to just increase their pace back up. They don't make that mistake early on in the race with all the kerfluffle with the pits. They're likely inside the top 5. Now, it's again going to be where I think they need our safety car, though, to truly properly get themselves where they think this car can drive.
There's been an incident for the second laps at racing car coming out of La Source. Let's take a look at the replay. I'm not exactly sure how this one happened. You can see there, number 169. A sister car involved in the incident that brought out the first caution of the race into La Source. The Team Heiskenveld car gets deep under braking, and I wonder if we just saw another piece of netcode resulting in another contact. Let's jump on board the Team Heiskenveld 48. It's on board.
Closing rate.
Ooh, yes, I do believe a little bit of netcode involved there, and you know, that's not what the 169 team would have wanted. The sole representative 4 laps at racing in the LMP class as it stands, Jonathan. And they've just been unceremoniously dumped. And here we'll get another replay of it. A little bit of netcode. The Team Heiskenveld car just going way deep under braking. However, the reason why I call this a dump, that Team Heiskenveld car is the last runner in the entire LMP field. They are down a lap from the race leader. They are not fighting that 169 for position. So if you're that 169, I don't think you're too happy with how that one went down.
No, and as well, you're probably not too happy either, because I think even without that little latency issue, that contact may have happened anyway. The Heiskenveld car may have gotten into him from the rear. So Heiskenveld car maybe just be running a little angry right now. Obviously, that team having issues on now both sides, their GT and their prototype side. So, and this Laps at Racing team hasn't had the best day either. Right now they're sitting 3rd with this car, but the other car is ranked near the bottom of the overall order.
Yeah, the 168 actually retired almost 60 laps ago at this point. Crazy to think how fast that has moved. This race has just been flying by, and just over 10 minutes to go till the top of another hour. Just another reminder as well, live timing is always available. Timing71.org. Head over there for some fantastic analysis tools powered by our partners at Timing71. There are pit stops as well happening in the GTE class. It'll be easy to follow along there. Phoenix Racing, they're down the number 205 into the box as well, with Zamba Racing the 258. Out front, though, let's take a look at a battle between 5th and 6th in class. Fiercely forward, the number 34, Matthew Crisp at the wheel, and we've seen some drives from him in this IVRA Club Sports Summer Series that really showed his strength in the Porsche 911 Cup car. Now in the Dallara P217, trying to chase down the number 55, Boris Avando, in front of him. And interesting to note here now, Justin, we're what, three hours post the caution, basically, and, well, 2.5 hours, I guess. We still have a lot of these little groupings on track. Most of these cars as well are still on the lead lap in class, so the field is very tight, and as we approach halfway points, there really is anyone's game. Anyone can really get up towards the front here and push on to try and secure some good championship points.
I think so, absolutely. It's right now just, again, where you're just going through the motions. There's a saying, normally as a driver, you're likely grouped up with 1 or 2 other cars throughout the race or throughout your stint. It just seems like they're just grouped right on up and just no way to fully climb on up, because while they get the runs, they in turn just mess up the corner entries, it seems.
Take a look from the back shot for RSR Esports as Fiercely Forward tries to close on them down in through Eau Rouge towards Radion. Say hello to Lorenzo Bonder, who's just returned from a lunch break, and he'll be taking you through the second half of coverage for the second 6 hours from the season opener, 12 hours of Spa. It's myself, Arjuna Kankipati, joined by Jonathan Burke and Justin Prince. Broadcast the open qualifying session before the race got underway, and what a opening 30 minutes it was. Chaos and action up and down the pack, and more pit stops emerging now. Look at Maniti Racing down onto the pit lane. They've had a driver change as well, and look who's getting into this car, Ivo de Brewer now. And Justin, I'll just ask you this question, because you've seen Maniti Racing through the Club Sport Summer Series and also on some of the special events on the iRacing service. This Maniti Racing crew is really showing, not just in this series, in other series as well, the level of professionalism that they're trying to bring to sim racing now, while still not being a top-level team and not having the resources of, let's say, a Coanda or a Team Redline, for example. Maniti Racing continues to deliver some really impressive performances with some limited resources.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've also been, it seems, developing more and more chemistry, because that's one of the main things to think about too. Yes, you can have all the resources, you can have all the staff, but if they don't mesh together well, then it's a recipe of eventually it's going to fizzle out or end up going overboard, and then you have fractures break up. Seems right now, I think that organization just found a good set of drivers they like, and all of them are helping each other like clockwork improve their speed more and more each day. Curious how fights like P4 are going to factor in at this point as well, though, because yes, this battle has a bit of space on the track as well. There is a little bit of bodywork damage you can see, though, to this 225.
Yeah, the sole Ford in your field as well, and they've just come off the pit lane, so they're 3 laps into their stint right now. But look at the 225, running some really good lines in a GTE designed more like a prototype. You've got the 911 RSR in front, which of course did change the position of the engine to try and find a little bit of more performance in this GTE category. However, I think it's fair to say, Jonathan, this Ford GT, it looks like a mini prototype in many ways, and that reflects the way it was built as a race car first that was then brought to the streets of Detroit, if you will. The road car version looks very similar to the race car, and indeed it shares a lot of the same characteristics that you would think the prototype has.
And then they made that clear too when they made this car, that it was going to be this car first, then a road car, and it's proven to be a strong car. Like, Quasar Sim Racing has been running well, has been running towards the top half of the field in their GTE class. So them, you know, we talked about it earlier that we were going to see how they could make this car work, and right now it's working.
So down onto pit lane, just 5 minutes to go till the top of the hour. So interesting to see. There are a few cars that are trying to get it as close to the top of the hour as they can. Other cars a little less successful in doing that. Let's take a look at Team 11 GT currently out in front. Lewis Ward behind the wheel. He's taken over from PJ Clayson's. They did come down for a full set of tires the last time around, and I'm just trying to figure out the gaps right now to Fisher Motorsport, who will take over P2 overall when the pit cycle plays out. And, well, they're a good 18 seconds clear, I do believe, at this point, guys. So right now for Team 11 GT, looking very, very good. And, you know, Jonathan, it's a new team. It's obviously formed recently. The name comes in reference to the two founders who were both born in the month of November. But right now, they're out front in in GTE with some of the LMP cars starting to come their way through.
They've also had a day of no mistakes. Peter Kleines has done a very, very good job, and now Lewis Ward takes over, and hopefully they can extend this gap, as some of their other top competitors have had issues. They haven't had any infringements, and this new team is definitely showing that they're around to stay and they're around to fight.
I tell you what, before we go on another RaceSpot fan immersion, I think it's time for a small interview. We've got one of the team members from Laps at Racing here, the 169. And Ibrahim, how's your race been going so far?
First of all, hello guys. Hope you're having a good race so far. Yeah, about our race, for the moment we're trying to avoid trouble, really. Like, there's been a bit of things going on, and yeah, for the moment we're just trying to avoid trouble, and we are kind of managing that, and we're waiting for what's going to happen. Yeah, for the moment, not really a lot happening for us. For some cars, also getting some penalties and all of that, so yeah.
So you guys are running in 16th place overall, but 5th in your LMP AM class. And you know, you were driving in those first 30 minutes of the race, and there was some crazy action up and down before your sister car got unfortunately caught up in an incident that brought out the caution. What was that like for you the first time through traffic, just trying to make your way through cleanly?
It was really something hectic. To be honest, I thought like I'd die at some point. Like, it was so much tight to be back. Like, I didn't even know what to do, and I was getting overtaken by cars of my class, like from all the ways on the track. So my thing was like trying not to die really, but some people were just taking to a whole other level, like trying to pass everyone, including traffic. So it was a bit scary, to be honest. I'm still a bit I don't know if I was shaken from that, but yeah, a bit hectic.
And well, one question that I have for you is obviously the information that was provided to us by Dawood coming into this race is that you two are going to be completing all 12 hours by yourself. So how are you guys trying to cope with the mental and physical fatigue that, you know, you have in a long 12-hour race like this? You obviously just finished your first stint of the race and handed it over to your teammate. What are you doing over the next few hours before you get back into the car?
Well, I'm really trying to be by his side. I think the most important thing is not letting him alone, first of all, so that he cannot like rage all by himself or something. Really having someone to calm you down is something really important. And yeah, we know each other for a bit of time now, so we know what we like to do when we're racing for our teammates. So yeah, really just trying to support each other and try to bear through it.
Well, one more question for you, Ibrahim. You obviously were now 9 hours into this one. We're 3 hours away from the halfway points being awarded. How does that affect how you guys look at the strategy for the next 3 hours? How focused are you on trying to get the maximum points that you can get?
Well, yeah, really, it's something really important because obviously there's still like the biggest part of the race remaining, so we don't really know what's going to happen. So we're just trying to get to this midway point and trying to get the points. So yeah, for the moment, like no risk taking at all. We're just taking it cool and trying to get those points.
Well, thank you for joining us here, and good luck for the rest of your race, and hopefully you get to speak with our colleagues at the end on the podium interviews.
Thank you very much.
That was Ibrahim Aliwat from the number 169. While we were talking to him, though, there was an issue for one of the VEC Porsches. Let's try and take a look at that now up on your replay. Here comes, in fact, right now, down in towards La Source, and once again, all by himself. My word, Jonathan, we've seen a lot of these incidents where cars have lost it by themselves, and in this case, just getting onto that grass, and once you got there, doing a good job to keep it pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, it seems like these GTE cars are really, really sensitive to that grass and that gravel. We saw BMW just clip it a little bit and spin, and now here is a little bit of an incident. The Heichfeld team that has had a bad day gone completely worse, getting turned by an LMP2 car there coming out of the chicane. Really nothing either car could do. And then, oh, getting stuck on the wrong side of the wall. Yeah, that's not a good day for them.
Not a good day, and there you can see the amount of time they lost trying to rejoin safely. Let's take another look at that incident if we can in slow motion. I do believe it was the 14 car for RLR Abruzzi Esports. In fact, there we are. We can jump on board with them down in towards the bus stop as well. And here you can see the Corvette misses a little bit the apex because of the other car that was lapping him, but he manages to get to the apex of the second portion of the corner, and well, around he goes and nothing he could do. There was another incident that's just happened for the RSO car. Let's try and look at this. Second place in class they were just a moment ago, down in towards the bus stop chicane, and oh no, don't be an incident with a Porsche. Oh no, that was all the Porsche's unfortunate fault as well. I think if we try and get an aerial look of that one, that might also be another one where the car braking under grass. Here we go. We'll get a good overhead look of this one down into the braking zone. Look at the Porsche. Just dipped half a tire into the grass there, Justin, and nothing they could really do. And unfortunately for Team RSO, they had nothing to do with that incident except just be along for the ride.
Yeah, the second you dip your tires off into the grass, again, you're just going to snap around. It's similar to what we just seen in La Source with the previous incident. This time, though, just wrong place, wrong time for RSO. Nothing you can really adjust to really anticipate that, since you were just about clear. On the bright side, they didn't lose too much time. The dark side, they still had to avoid getting more trouble, I should rather say, in all that sequence.
Well, we've just ticked off another hour, so I tell you what, let's take another RaceBot fan immersion here. And Jonathan, can you pick someone in our LMP category to ride on board with?
LMP, how about Evan T. Ferrari, the PND racing car, leading in the LMP-M class?
So let's jump on board then with the number 182. They've led a lot of this race so far, and hopefully continue to go well for them. Let's jump on board then for a few laps of Spa-Francorchamps. So that was a few laps on board with the LMP AM leader, currently in 5th place overall. Has a nice healthy gap to the rest of his competitors in class and having a very strong showing in the overall race results. Let's go ahead then and run down once again your standings across the board, and out front it continues to be Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, who now have an 8-second advantage after that penalty to Pure Sims Esports in the number 2. Then have RLR Abruzzi Esports completing the podium with RSR Esport by G Performance closing in on them in 4th place. Take a look then at LMPM. You've got PND Racing, the number 182. A further, try to do some math in my head, a further 20 seconds back or so. You do have High Caliber Auto Sports in 7th place overall, and 2nd place in this LMPM category with Fiercely Forward, the number 134, a further 5 or so seconds behind. Jumping over to GT then, and in GT Pro, Team 11 has a 2-second buffer over the GT AM leader, with number 334 having a tremendous race so far. GT Pro podium, though, currently looks like Team 11, Fisher Motorsports, the number 284, with Hell Racers, the 219, close on their tails. GT AM Fiercely Forward does lead. They run in 2nd, just 3 seconds behind the class leader, the overall class leader, but German Sim Racing and AOD Racing are in close pursuit of each other. They're about 40 seconds behind their class leader as well. So just 2 hours and 50 minutes to go till the halfway point of this race, the first round of the IVRA Endurance Series 2020-2021, and all kicks off here with the 12 hours of Spa. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Thank you for joining us here live on the iRacing Esports Network, coverage brought to you by RacespotTV. And Jonathan Burke, it's been an interesting first, quarter of the race, and as we now work our way towards those halfway points, all of these teams are really trying to set themselves up to be at the optimal position with 6 hours left on the clock.
And several of them are in really, really good positions. Alpine Stars, the overall leader, in good positions. Team 11 leading the GT Pro category in an excellent position. But something we haven't really talked about is the GT AM class. They're only a few seconds, actually, behind the GT Pro leader. That's the Fiercely Forward car driven by Luke Corse. Fiercely Forward's had an up and down day so far in the LMP2 category, but the Porsche 911 team is running very strong.
And we could just talk a little bit about the performance that these Porsche 911s have had. Yes, Team 11 and Fiercely Forward have had some good, clean races so far, Jonathan. However, the nerf that we saw in the balance of performance to the BMW M8 has really hindered that car, I do think. 9 horsepower down in a straight line, so they're losing some time, you know, down these long straights of Spa-Francorchamps. And the highest placed BMW right now is running in 4th position overall. And, you know, the strongest BMW that we've seen across the board, in my opinion, is the Maniti Racing BMW, the 278. And as a result of some penalties, they're all the way down in 14th right now. Also thinking about the balance of performance, you look at the Team Heiskenveld, as I try and find them on my timing screen right now. They're in position 17, and they, you know, pole position in the qualifying that led up to this race. Then unfortunately that drive-through penalty they incurred on the very first lap has really just set up what has been a torrid race for them so far.
It's been a really up and down day. You know, you get the high of getting pole, then you jump the start penalty, and then several more after that. It's really been rough on these guys. They're doing their best. They're trying to claw their way back, 17th overall. And right now, they're just going to try and take it one lap at a time. They're in clean air right now. They can set some good, fast laps and try and close down as many gaps as they can.
Take a look then at Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing just coming out of pit lane with Team Heiskenveld right behind them, close on pursuit. But just remember, Team Heiskenveld is already 2 laps down from the race leaders, so it's not a fight for position. That number 48 might make its way past down the inside, but Raf van der Linden still in the car for what is going to be a 3rd stint for him. Now, his teammate Miguel Vigo did the first 52 or 53 laps of this race, and as van der Linden works lap 89, he's working on his own triple stint at this point. And, you know, fuel stints are between 38 and 40 minutes. But the one thing I noticed when I was driving this car, Jonathan, compared to its predecessor, the HPD ARX-01C, is the sensation of driving it, especially through traffic, is a much more tiring car to drive. And it's something that we talked about a little bit previously with the Laps at Racing team member about the mental fatigue. And, you know, triple stints start adding up, and as we head into the nighttime, we might even see quad stints as well. So I'm wondering how hard these guys are pushing and how much they're keeping in the bank for, you know, later on in the race.
We saw everyone getting a little aggressive early on. Going to get a lot of that very aggressive racing out early. And yeah, you have to think about planning. Like, how are you going to plan out who's driving when and these triple stints? And obviously this car is a difficult car. It's proven to have caught a lot of people out, especially in the chicane, where we've seen guys lock up and the rear end go. So not only mental fatigue, but physical fatigue. You know, you're sitting here for 50 laps, an hour and a half. It can get fatiguing, and that's just the first of many stints for many of these guys.
And let's start to get you updated as we see RSR Esport by G Performance down onto pit lane. That's the number 55. Boris Avando at the wheel currently. We'll see if he stays in the car. Let's take a look at the race control decisions once again. And the one I was waiting to see, Justin, was the one between Ronnie Nunez in that Torque Freak Racing car. He had a bit of an off with another LMP2 car, and he has been handed a warning and a solitary penalty point as a result of that. So far, we haven't seen any big incidents really since the last hour or so, I would say, that have resulted in penalties, other than the ongoing battle with teams having to deal with that 3-second rule on the pit lane. And we've seen another few incidents there where teams have got drive-through penalties. And yeah, other than that, though, it's starting to clean up a little bit, and we still have most of these cars running out on track. All 54 cars, other than the Laps at Racing team number 168, still circulating.
One of the drivers who are on Munstead listing, in fact, is Delta Sport U4K again. They're going to have to serve some potential penalties coming up here. And at the same time, this is all while this is scheduled pit stops going on. So this is going to put a huge ringer in the works because, again, you can't serve the penalty at the same time as serving your pit stop. In other words, this is going to throw a huge wrench into some of these cars if, say, they're in the LMP2s and need to get fuel. At the same time, they have to serve a penalty.
Absolutely, and the 33 makes its way back onto the track, and there's been a few of these top-running cars that have been caught out recently as well. The 283 Kinetic car, with its second infraction of that rule, had to serve a second drive-through penalty. We talked about the 33. The number 255, the RSR by G Performance GT car that we've been seeing as well. They exceeded that as well, so another penalty coming down for that. And Jonathan, it's been a busy race for Race Control. We're now up to 73 incidents already investigated in the prior, let's say, 3 hours and 15 minutes, and there's still a backlog of about 10 or 20 for Race Control to make their way through.
Yeah, they're going to need a cup of coffee and maybe a bit of 5-hour energy or something to get through all these penalties. Right now, though, it has calmed down, so a lot of the on-track penalties have really calmed down. Again, we've seen an occasional collision here or two, but it's really more of these just little pit road issues that we're seeing as the 33 making his way around slower GT traffic.
I'm just trying to take a look as well. It looked as though there was a slow-running car just a few moments ago, but there we go. There was an incident, in fact, for the number 131. Let's get the replay up on your screen right now for Milo Linford for High Caliber Autosports. And here does come the replay, just a little bit delayed. And that's with Devotion Sim Racing right behind them in that blank white car for this race. And my, oh my, another car at the bus stop having issues. And as Devotion Sim Racing heads down onto pit lane, so does Milo Linford. And I don't know what it is about that corner, Jonathan, but they're all going in there a bit too hot and all paying the price.
It's obviously the preferred line that you have to retain as much speed as possible for this front-ish straightaway into the source. They want to keep as much of that momentum as possible. They don't want to lose it all into that chicane. And I feel like we should have learned, though, that you can be a little patient with that chicane. That's probably, I think, we're in the double digits now for how many LMP2 cars have slid through or gone around in that slow corner. As you see behind the 131, there's a gaggle of GT and LMP2 cars.
Yeah, all the traffic now is separated on track as well. Like, they're all intermingled. There's not really much clean track for any of these competitors to be able to use. But take a look then at battles happening in GTE. You can see further back, that's the gaggle you were referring to. AOD Ferrari are trying to hold off Latima Racing, the number 227 behind. And as they went too wide, that was Delta Sport, the number 33, that made their way through. But this is a battle for 7th and 8th in overall GTE. Now, we have to say this once again, that BMW is in GTE Pro and not fighting for class position with the AM car, and the Ferrari is going to let him go. And Justin, that's not been something that we've seen too often. We often see drivers being a little bit too harsh, I would say, in the AM category. They're being a bit too willing to defend a position that in all reality, they'd probably be better off if they gave up the position, didn't lose as much time forcing the pass by, and then working on just sticking in the draft of the pro cars that, you know, get past.
I think that's just a mixture of experience coming in for the driver, but more so race management. Because at the same time, you have to think about it this way. Some drivers, when they're more on the bottom tier or still in the development stage for road course racing or any type of racing, they're likely going to be pushing the issue, trying to go flat out and trying to make it aggressive moves. But as time goes on and as you learn and pick up the motion of the track and learn and adapt to your surroundings and follow along with some of the data, you learn over time that if you manage or I should rather say, management of how you make these passes is such cruciality. And at the same time, you have to also realize, is it really worth fighting hard for one position when you can, in turn, just try and follow on behind and in turn save both of your cars and tire wear?
Absolutely. We're watching the number 33 Delta Sport U4K continue to try and charge back up through the field. Another penalty, unfortunately, applied to that car as a result of that pit lane infraction. And I'm trying to just look at this race control decisions again and do some math. So we've had 74 incidents, guys, being adjudicated, 75 now, by race control in just over 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's a lot of incidents and a lot of work. And Jonathan, you mentioned maybe needing a little bit of coffee, but we talk about the IVRA system and having these life safety cars and all of it, and the penalty system as well with the penalty points. It's all meant to encourage, hard but fair racing, and we've seen that for the most part, especially when you consider most of these penalties are all down to that pit lane infraction that we're seeing so frequently from some cars.
We have the pit lane infraction. We also have the jumping to start one on the Corvette earlier. So some of these are for collisions, and some of these are just for little things that people are forgetting or people are doing over and over and over again. And you know, obviously, probably as the race goes on, maybe the amount of penalties will go down. Maybe everyone will get sorted.
But we'll see what happens. At the very least, we're still seeing the same number of cars out on track as we did at the start of this race. 54 cars still circulating. Only 2 of them are down significant laps from the rest of their class. That would be the AOD Racing BMW, which is 12 laps behind the overall race leader, 4 laps behind the GTE cars in front, and then you got the Phoenix Racing number 205, who they actually had a battle with. They're about separated by 1 lap as it stands. And I tell you what, while we continue to watch some of these battles as they happen out on track, right now we're watching Delta Sport try to pull away from the number 134. Let's bring in one of the competitors in your GTE class once again, and let's bring in Diogo Solipa, who races for Latima Racing at the number 227, and they're currently sitting 5th place in class, and Jonathan Burke is standing by.
Diogo, how are you doing? How's the car running for you guys out there? You've been up in the top 3 in class. You've led a few laps. How's it been?
Hello everyone. First of all, yeah, I mean, we had an issue with the drive-through penalty. One of those 3 seconds, that was our mistake. Yeah, it costed us a bit. Right now we're sitting P7. We just jumped some places, actually P5 now because of the stops. The pace is decent. We're not the fastest out there, but it's decent. Team 11 GT has been really pushing the laps, so no mistakes whatsoever. So congrats to them. I don't know. I think the podium is really a possibility here. It really needs to see how it pans out. But yeah, I mean, it's looking good. It's looking good.
And obviously, as track conditions change as we go into the night, is there a possibility that you can even challenge that Team 11 car, or is he too far off in the distance now?
For sure. I mean,
a possibility.
Yeah, everything is possible. You know, it's not impossible. Just if nothing happens, it will be hard. You know, it will be hard. But like safety cars are a thing, so I mean, it's just a matter of one coming in, and then the whole field is tied up, and then Manidi is running again for that podium / win. So I mean, it's really like everything's on the table right now. But yeah, let's see what happens. We were talking about a quad stint in the night. I don't think that's possible whatsoever, at least for the BMW. It's too tough on the tires, even with 20-ish degrees on track. A lot of humidity, so it slides a lot. The car is sliding a lot. But yeah, the triple, we did the triple. We're probably gonna do a double. We don't still know what we're gonna do right now. But yeah, the night's gonna be probably followed by triples in the GT field. I don't think the quad's gonna be a thing though.
How hard is it to really strategize and play out, knowing you have the unpredictability of the penalties and the safety car? Like, how hard is it for you guys?
A lot, really hard. It's really different from any league. Like for instance, we are this is our first year in Sport Cars Open. For instance, it's completely different. Unless you crash the car, the strategy is really simple. Like you save fuel if you can, you push when you can, whatsoever. But like here, it's not like that. It's so much more variables into play. Safety cars are such a huge deal. So from one instance to the other, like the whole race can change. And I just love that. That's like super nice. Like it's really good, because it puts us back in the fight and it puts other cars back in the fight. So yeah, it's been really great so far. The start was hectic. Like the emotion from the LMPs, the aggression was like over the moon. But it was great to see. It was a really great show.
Talk us through like that first 30 minutes. Obviously, what was going through your mind?
Well, we are actually lucky, since like we were top 4, top 3 after Zinkveld got their drive-through due to the failed start. You know, we were P3, and we were lucky to some extent because we had like a 3-second gap between the top 3, and then like all the LMPs you kind of just lift a bit and it's okay. But I was seeing in the broadcast, and there were a lot of GTs fighting for position from like P7 to P20, whatever. And then there's also LMPs fighting for position there, and it's so much harder because no one wants to give in, you know. So from what I was seeing, I was really like on the edge, like this is scary because someone can go off right now. So, but it was great. It was really great. The action is super.
When do you think you're going to get in the car for your next stint?
Well, I am not getting in the car this time. I'm just like doing the helping in terms of strategy. But the next person in the car will be Hugo Brandão. So Hugo will get in after André, and then we'll have to sort it out again. So let's see. I don't know how that will pan out though.
All right, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Hope your team does the best, and hope that strategy is still an easy thing for you to think about right now.
For sure, Jonathan. Thanks a lot, Arjuna. Cheers, everyone. Thank you.
So that was Diogo Salipa for the number 227, and there are battles going on in GTE right now. Let's look at Samba Racing. They were involved in an incident slightly earlier on, but now chasing down Kassar Sim Racing in the Chevy C8 right in front of them. And this is not, again, a battle for position. This is an AM car in front of a Pro car who is trying to recover slowly from their own incident. So a Pro car going to get passed by an LMP2 car. He's going to be trying to use that draft all the way now up the Kemmel Straight as Pure Sims Esports as well comes around to lap both of these cars. And I'm just trying to take a look again at this race control decision sheet. We've just had another penalty actually come down for the number 15 car. So RLR, Abruzzi Esports with a 75-second stop and hold. Oh my word, that is a significant penalty being handed down there for contact with the 205 Phoenix Racing Esport. Clearly, I think we must have missed that incident on the stream, but Phoenix Racing Esport, in fact, now has retired from this race, so that is a big penalty being handed down there, Jonathan.
That must have been very, very recent as well, because the Phoenix team was doing well in the top 10 in the GTEs. So we'd have to go find where that happened and see how much damage is also on that 15 car, if it's even doable to get back up in the top 10.
Yeah, we'll see indeed, but my word, that is a big penalty. And in fact, just as I was saying that, it's now back under review from race control, so there may be something else happening in the background there. The 14 car, though, their sister car, does in fact have a regular stop and go. This is a tier 5 penalty for trying to pass the 248 car. I'm not sure exactly which GT machine that would be, but for that number 14 car, that will be a stop and hold penalty, a tier 5 penalty. And Lorenzo Bonder, delighted to bring you in slightly early into the commentary booth here. You'll be providing some coverage of the second half of the race as well, but Justin Prince has had to head off, and we're delighted to be able to welcome you in slightly early so you can be part of this broadcast and see the race up to the halfway point when those halfway points are going to be awarded.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting race. I couldn't catch the entirety of it. I gotta admit, I was focused a little bit on the Porsche Esports Super Cup broadcast, supporting my fellow countryman Jeff Giassi. But it's been a very interesting race from what I saw. Those 31st minutes you guys brought up time and time again has been quite wild for a track like this. Normally we see Spa kind of heating up after the first hour, between the first and second hour, where the traffic gets more frantic. But it has been an interesting race as far. These race controls, well, what should I say? Decisions has been also very interesting. Has kind of shifted the race dynamic a little bit. Has kind of put the teams into motion. Have put them also to the back burner. You know, make them a little bit more safer on how to make overtakes and things, whatnot. But it's been a very interesting first half of the race thus far.
It has been indeed, and the balance of performance in this GT class that we continue to watch battle for 5th and 6th on track as it stands. There's also a battle going on, by the way, between the GT AM leader who's trying to hold on to the Latima Racing team that we just talked to, one of their team members. This is your leader in GT AM, fiercely forward, number 334, up in 4th position overall. A very strong performance from them. And Jonathan, as we head towards halfway points as well, it's good to see the number of AM cars that are competing well. However, there have been a few teams in the League Discord server who've been complaining a little bit that, you know, some of these AM cars are looking quite professional in many ways.
Yeah, and the tough thing is, because they're scored in different classes as well, it becomes an issue of when you're passing one another and fighting each other for overall position, is it really worth it? Obviously, right now, the Fiercely Forward car, I think, is just content to sit behind this BMW. He's got a great class lead and really fiercely forward. The amateurs on the LMP2 side as well had performed well until a few incidents. But we've had a few issues. LMP2 pros and LMP2 AMs get together, and then the pros and the AMs and the GTs get together. It's been interesting to see, and it's gone both ways in a lot of these incidents, so it's really hard to say either side or either class is in the wrong.
Absolutely, but one thing is for sure, I think, as we continue to wind away the hours towards the nighttime, I think it's going to start getting a lot more hectic. Once we pass the 6-hour point, and all eyes are focused then on the end of the race and accumulating the most points that you can get. I tell you what though, let's take a look back at your overall race leader for just a second, because really, they haven't had much coverage time at all, the number 62 car. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Raf van der Linden continues to lead now by 12 seconds from Pure Sims, the number 2 car. And as they work their way through traffic, that's Pineapple Racing, the 185 behind them, trying to stick close to them, maybe save a little bit of fuel, get a little bit more draft from their car, but it's been an impressive performance from them, Jonathan. They have had that penalty, obviously, that's come down. But despite that early caution that may have flustered some teams, I think, the number 62 car has done exactly what they need to do. And as we work our way now past the halfway point of another hour, the number 62 team really starting to look like very strong contenders, I would say, throughout this season.
And they've also been very patient, both drivers so far that have gotten in the car with getting through lap traffic. I think that's made a big difference too in their gaps. You know, going back, they have 12 seconds on second place, and then there's another 30 seconds back to the RSO team. So this is a good spot for All-Stars, Alpine Stars. They really don't have to worry about too much pressure from Pure Sims, although there's still going to be a factor, but it's been a really good showing.
And we take a look at that Pure Sims car as it crosses the line as well in sim time right now. 1:34 p.m. So we still got a ways to go before we hit those nighttime hours. Probably 6 hours, I would say, before the sun starts to set. Now we must point out that the session was set up in the month of October. So Lorenzo, that is going to mean that the days are a little bit shorter, the night is a little bit longer, so a bit more nighttime running, and we'll see what that plays out for the teams here today.
Yeah, and one thing we shall also be looking for is that track temperature is actually at its peak. We're not going to see any increases on the temperature, so it's going to be really interesting to see how the cars behave with this minor changes, because I think we're just going to get right about 18 degrees when the nighttime comes, which is where the track will be at its coldest, and then maybe you can save a little bit of those tires. I think Diogo brought up a great point that maybe triple staining might be out of the way because the humidity that it is on track is relative 76%. So it is one of these key factors that might play some tricks into these cars. I totally see maybe a team triple staining down into this nice section because of the tire limit that we have. But still a lot in the open, but in terms of relative weather, this is as hot as you can get into this track.
Absolutely, and we are standing by with another interview. Always great to have the teams jumping into the booth with us and talking to us about how their race has gone and how the race is going to hopefully go. But right now, Jonathan Burke is standing by with the driver of the 205, Bernd Schmidt.
Bernd Schmidt, how you doing? Unfortunately, the car is retired and there's been an incident on track. Take us through what happened.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that our car had to be retired, but we got hit by an LMP2 car into Rouge quite heavily, and this sent Kevin right into the wall, so really big damage. We had around 40 minutes of repair time, and so we lost around nearly 10 kph top speed on the straights. So we decided to not be a dangerous piece of GT on the track for all the other competitors and just called it a day, which is really sad because we had a real good pace. We have been on P7 in class until this happened, and Kevin was doing a really great job pushing the car to its limit, chasing the other cars in front. So yeah, I think could have had a fight for the top 5, but yeah, what shall I say, sometimes you win some, you lose some, so this time we definitely lost.
And obviously, we spoke with a few teams that had like the BMW package. They're saying towards the end of the stint, the tires were wearing off. How was the handling, especially as we got longer and longer into the stints for that Corvette?
Well, our starting driver actually said that the handling was quite good until the last 5-6 laps. Then he said the tires are really falling off, and he's searching the grip, especially in the fast corners. He said he gets lots of understeer, and it was pretty tricky. So I think I would say, compared to his lap times, he actually lost out like half a second to a second in the last laps. And he said it's really tricky, especially in the dirty air with the worn tires, to keep the car in a clean, straight line, especially through Pujol or Rouge, where the dirty air is especially affecting you quite hardly. So yeah, but beside of that, he said it was still good. And yeah, but he actually said as well a third stint wouldn't have been possible with these tires on the Corvette this day.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Again, I'm sorry for the race ending so early for you guys. It did look very strong for you. Hope that maybe you can go to Phillip Island, maybe a better result for your team.
Yeah, thank you pretty much for having me here. I'm really looking forward to Phillip Island now. Practice will start definitely next week, and yeah, all I can say is huge thank you to you guys for having such a great broadcast, to all the admins from IVRA for having such a great series, and yeah, we are definitely looking forward to Phillip Island and having a better one than here. Thank you, and good luck to all the other competitors in the last 8 hours.
So that was part of Phoenix Racing Esports, the number 205, unfortunately out of this race. And while we were talking to him, there was an issue for one of your LMP AM cars leading the category. Let's take a look at the replay here. It was involved with the AOD Porsche, and you could just see so much indecision on both parts there. And my oh my, for PND Racing, Jonathan, that is going to be a big penalty, I do think.
Yeah, that was not a good move. I would like an onboard. I think that's actually the Fast Tech Sim Racing Porsche, the 96, the 396 car. Yeah, he gets by one. We lose him for a brief second. Gets by one car, and then just a bit of indecision, I think, from both parties.
Yeah, let's see if we can grab another look at that, maybe in slow motion. But Lorenzo, you noticed the incident early. I mean, what are your thoughts on this one?
It's one of those 50-50 incidents, you know, because you're trying to overtake as the LMP2 safely. You can see there's the indecision. The Porsche goes to the inside, kind of cuts the PND racing car overtaking spot right at the entry of the braking zone, and it's quite complicated for LMP2 for you to make that fast decision. You know, just shift your car to the left, avoid the Porsche, and avoid hitting in the back. There might be a punishment coming because, of course, you're the faster car. You need to be safe making those approaches and overlapping the other cars. But in my perspective, I'll be very honest, this might be one of those 50-50 incidents. We cannot judge Stefano so harshly because, you know, this is those second decisions you can make and get it wrong, and that's what happened with the 182 driver.
Absolutely, and I agree with you there. The decision-making from race control is always the hardest part of the job here. However, I'm just interested to know, Lorenzo, I think you may have missed it, but there was an incident slightly earlier on, a fairly similar one, Jonathan, you may agree with me there, with Kinetic Racing and another LMP2 car, and Kinetic Racing did the same thing. They picked a line, and I mean, they got a penalty that was pretty undeserved in, I think, my opinion. Jonathan, not sure about your thoughts on that one.
I think that one was a bit different because I think you could see there was definite indecision, and I think the LMP2 car trying to force his way through. This was just, I think the Porsche was just in the middle of the road, and the PND racing machine really had nowhere to go in terms of this. So I think they'll judge this more 50-50, but the decision on the earlier one, we may disagree with it. They gave the penalty to the Corvette, which we felt like it should have been on the LMP2 car for trying to force something that really wasn't there. Again, they're complaining about the Pro and the AM traffic in the same class. I'm not sure there's been many complaints about the GT traffic.
Yeah, and let's take another look from overhead, because there's some people in our YouTube chat saying he was in the middle of the road. I'm sorry, that car is not in the middle of the road, that Porsche.
Yeah,
he is to the right-hand side, and the LMP car should not even be thinking about going to the inside there, and that is why I don't think the Kinetic Racing car deserved the penalty either. I mean, if we watch this back once again from this onboard angle in slow-mo, Lorenzo, I mean, it's pretty clear what the Porsche is trying to do here. He's as close to the right-hand curb as you really want to be, unfortunately.
No, but if you look again, there's one thing. If you look just before he goes into the right-hand kink, he stays right in the middle of the lane, right? So he's going to that inside part of the lane. He sees the LMP2 coming, and you got to predict, oh, he's going to the inside, I'm moving to the outside. That's where the confusion begins. If you look, there's a little bit of steering wheel. There's the hesitation, and then the LMP2 just gets lost in traffic, and that's what the hit actually happened. So a little bit of miscommunication between both drivers, but that was a little bit of hesitation on that 396. But again, it's one of these incidents where I cannot put full blame in either car. It's just happens. This happens in real racing. This is not, of course, it's going to happen also in virtual racing as well.
Yeah, and I'm just glad I'm up here in the commentary booth and I don't actually have to make any decisions here today, because that would be the much tougher job.
Thank God.
We just get, sometimes people criticize us in the YouTube chat, but sometimes Race Control gets some angry messages sent their way from teams that don't agree with their decisions. I wonder if they've already had some of those come in. They've been very busy throughout the entire race as it stands, but we jump back to the live pictures once again. That FAC Autotech Porsche able to get back onto the track. They are now 2 laps down. In fact, they may even be 3 laps down from their class leader, Team 11 GT. And let's take a look there. Team 11 GT and Lewis Ward currently leads, but let's take a look at the lap gaps. You can see Latima Racing continuing to close the gap, even without that pit stop that we just saw Lewis Ward come down to make.
Closing the gap by a couple tenths on that first lap and a few seconds on lap 94. So maybe now is the time for Latima Racing to try and pounce, try and get him while he just came out of the box.
Let's see what happens. There you saw the number 34 Fiercely Forward car. They're running in 5th in class. That's N-Race Esports behind them. That's not a battle for class position, remember. So for Fiercely Forward, they'll be looking to just slowly keep their position. That 199 has been involved in incidents as well as throughout the race as well. How many people are involved in race control? I'm seeing a comment in our YouTube chat. Well, I think right now there's either 3 or 4 stewards involved, but something I wanted to point out, Lorenzo, I'm not sure if you saw this, but one of the race control members is actually going to be jumping into the car later on. Julian Bell is going to be racing for Fisher Motorsport, the number 284, and what that means is that in the race control booth, whenever there's been any incidents with that 284 car, which fortunately I think they've managed to avoid, Julian has been kept out of the loop of the race control decision making there, and instead has to sit on as an innocent bystander.
Yeah, of course, this is those kind of moments. I've done race control for one of these teams, and I try to be as impartial as I can be. This is that difficulty of being a driver and a steward, and you want to be as impartial and give out a fair penalties for everybody, including your own team. So I think that's a good decision from the race control side to leave the teammate alone, that guy that is driving alone whenever the team gets an incident, and let the other guys judge impartially. And all you have to do is just shake your head and pray nothing goes wrong in your way, and just keep racing.
Absolutely, but you've pointed out something that, as there's more indecision with traffic there, Maniti Racing goes to block off High Caliber Autosports. As they head through the second section of the corner now, the Maniti Racing car once again just checks up Kinetic Racing and Matthias Magnussen. But you said something in the YouTube chat that I quite like, Lorenzo, and now that's something that's implemented in other simulators in other ways, but as we see the overall race leader now actually putting a lap on Kinetic Racing, it would be very nice, especially in situations like that in traffic, to have the ability to use the flashing headlights, not just the flashing headlights, but also the indicator lights to say, I'm going to go left, I'm going to go right. And I think that would be very, very beneficial to help teams communicate, because of course, in a private series like this, race control is very specific. You cannot use any of the iRacing provided voice communication tools to communicate with the teams around you. But if you had those indicators to be able to say, I'm going left or I'm going right, it's a little bit easier than a random flash of the headlights, which could mean I'm coming to send it into the corner now. But by the same token, that could mean I'm going to wait a few corners. Feel free to run your line.
Yeah, and this is one of the key aspects. They want to try to enhance the drivers' a sense of you know, placement. As you can see, the geodesic overtaking their friendly MA car as they go into the Lacombe section. They just overtaken the Ford GTE right ahead of them. It's one of those key things, you know, you have to develop your racecraft and be aware of your spacing and how far the car might come, and maybe go for that bomb and so whatnot. Maybe the side blinkers would help in this situation. I don't know if people would use them, as we saw a comment on the YouTube section right here. But it's one of the things that might help. It definitely does help in whenever the classes are basically the same, GT3 to GT3, or maybe GTE to GT3 is commonly used, because the speed difference is pretty much the same, as we're seeing in this with the Fisher Motorsport, as we're about to look at the replay right here.
What a miserable day it's been for the 385, unfortunately, and as the number 14 sends it into the corner, the 385 just loses it by itself, and VEC Sim Racing, the number 372, came so close to collecting up the pieces. Let's take another look on board then with VEC, because my word, Jonathan, it just seems like for this Fisher Motorsport team, nothing can go right today.
No, and I'm really shocked they have not come in and attempted to fix all the damage that they could, because that car is struggling a lot in these slower corners. This is not the first time that he's been lapped on a outside line and having an issue running offline due to like a lack of aero grip because of that spoiler and rear damage.
So that's at the back end of your GT field. Let's take a look though. The team that took home pole position earlier in the day, but all the way down in 16th place right now. They are involved in a fight for position as they try and close in on 283, the Kinetic Racing car that's had an equally difficult day, as Torque Freak Sim Racing now looks to the inside down through Pouon. And interesting to see these Corvettes further back in your field. They've had the pace, both teams here, Jonathan, both the 283 and the 248. However, like we say, incidents and just endurance racing, if you will, has caught up with them. Especially in a series like this, you can never expect to have the perfect race, as Team Heiskeveld getting a great exit off the corner while 283 getting checked up by the lap traffic in front. This battle is really on.
And these two should be battling towards the front of the field, not in where they're at, because they both have been running at the front of the field. Heiskeveld has set the pace early. The Kinetic Racing car has been fast. It's that there's been incidents.
Taking a look again at the race control sheet, and oh my word, big drama at the front of the GT field, because Team 11, well, it's been going smoothly for them so far, but Lewis Ward is going to have to come down and serve a drive-through penalty in the next few laps, exceeding the 3-second rule while exiting pit lane. And the interesting thing about this one, Lorenzo, most of the time when I'm seeing this penalty come down, it's because race control has actually noticed it themselves. However, in this case, well, the 227, we talked to Diogo Salipa a little bit a while ago, the Portuguese team. They actually submitted the protest here, and as they come down to serve the drive-through, this is what you can sometimes do. You sometimes have to watch out for the teams around you if they break the rules, and in this case, doing a good job to spot the infraction and make sure it was brought to race control's attention.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, it's one of these key situations where you might get it wrong. I was just looking over here on the sheet. A lot of these teams are getting these infractions on the pit lane, so it's quite complicated for you to get these placement right. But the problem is you lose so much time in that pit lane. Luckily for them, it's not the full layout. It is a full run out where you have to get it also in the All-Star finish line, where you'd have to do in the Spot 24 hour. So they just got the half section of it. So you lose it right about 25 seconds of the full run. Well, they lose P2. They are right about 5 seconds behind the Fiercely 4, which is now our team lead. But big damage nevertheless.
And actually, GTEM is now in control of this overall race in GT. Fiercely Forward, GTEM. Round of applause for the number 334 as they continue to put in some spectacular lap times. There you can see the gap between the two leaders. Now, you must remember, even though Team 11 is scored in second place, they are leading GT Pro, and that will be the more important thing as we continue to work towards the end of another hour. 10 minutes to go until we reach 8 hours remaining in this 12-hour affair, and interesting things have been happening in LMP as well. Miguel Vigo has jumped back into the car. He's just taken over from Raf van der Linden. There you can see total pit lane time, 55.2 seconds in the pit box. Total time lost on pit lane closer to 80 seconds. We've dropped down to third. We still wait for 2 cars to pit. Pure Sims Esports and RSR by G Performance. We'll see what the strategy happens as well. Meanwhile, there has been an incident for another team, and that's Real Pixel Motorsports. Let's take a look at the replay here. What's happened to the car running at the tail end of the LMP class? Oh my, don't say it once again. Coming down into the bus stop chicane and going in.
I think we've seen this one before.
Just a few times as well, and again, a nice pirouette. At least he's pointing in the right direction to be able to rejoin. He just has to wait a few seconds to rejoin safely. He's still waiting. He's still waiting, and in the end, it's going to take him almost 20 seconds to get back on track there, Lorenzo.
More than that. Is actually going to take, I think, right about 25, because there's the guy that only be coming out of the pit lane. He's going to cut the track. He's going to get about 1 second in terms of slowdown. So relatively lose about 1.3 seconds. So yeah, right about, I'm going to estimate about roughly 27 seconds total. But that is the famous traction control kicking in whenever you're going for these fast braking, hard braking, fast changing turns. This LMP2 is one of those tricky cars. You know, it has a lot of aerodynamics. You can make the hard braking zones, but if that traction control kicks in, well, hold that car for dear life. Otherwise, you're gonna lose control rather quickly.
And Lorenzo, both you and I are fairly experienced, I would say, in LMP2. We both raced the HPD ARX-01C, the best car, the predecessor to this brand new P2 car that's now taken over across multiple series on the iRacing service. But this is in many ways a different car to drive, not just more physical, like I've said before, but on the brakes and on throttle, it definitely does not drive the same way you would expect coming from that legacy car.
No, it doesn't. This is one of the cool things about this car, you know. In the HPD, you and I, Arjun, and those who actually driven the old LMP2 car know there's no traction. There's traction control, but it's kind of like rudimentary traction control. You kind of can save it, but the key aspect is you have the braking. It's in the HPD, you don't have that high performance braking. You have the LMP2 car. You cannot slam on the brakes for peak braking performance and get the best out of it. You kind of have to go in 75, maybe 80 at tops on the HPD. But here on the medium, in the medium setting, you can go basically peak 100% there for about 1 or 2 seconds. Slide down a little bit on the braking and get better performance, as we're seeing Pure Sims coming to the pit lane. But this is one of the cars where your driving style has to change quite a lot for you to actually get those better times. I think it fits more into the LMP1 category than the LMP2 itself.
Yeah, because if anything, as someone who has a lot more experience in the HPD than this brand new P217, I'm too busy up here in the commentary booth, to be honest, but that HPD was very much a car that drove more similarly, I think, in many ways, to a GT under braking than the prototypes. You could never really slam on the brakes like you can in this brand new car. And then on the power, it was often very much, you could use a lot more throttle than you sometimes can in this car. You talk about needing to adapt your driving style. This is also a car I found through my limited testing that requires a little bit more care on the tires to be able to preserve it through these long stints that we're seeing these drivers be able to do.
Yeah, and it's one of those cool things that iRacing keeps on bringing in. These new cars keep on bringing, you know, these driving styles being different. That's why we see in other leagues these LMP1 drivers who drove the LMP1 cars and usually still drive them from time to time in the official ILMS sessions, being more adept with the car because they can actually get the better performance out of it. And for those who are more aware in the GTE, they kind of fiddle with the braking. They know better, but they kind of have to get the speed difference and, of course, power difference out of the LMP2 car. But it is a cool new addition. Of course, we're seeing many of the top drivers now being adept of the LMP2 car instead of the GTE. Oh, it's the new butt. They want to try to get a new sense out of that car. I totally expect this car to be more of a trademark. I'm not going to say trademark, but basically the trendsetter for future leagues here in iRacing. It's really cool. It's a really cool car.
It really is, and watching it at Road Atlanta during Petit Le Mans was epic. But here's an issue. Another issue, unfortunately, for the number 33 car, just trying to hold position behind Latima Racing heading into No Name Corner, and get an onboard look at that one, Jonathan. But, well, this number 33 car has been through the wars, and unfortunately now I'm sure their team manager in our YouTube chat isn't going to be too thrilled with how the race has gone compared to the promise they showed off the start. Here you can see just a little bit too much of the curb, and round that car went fairly quickly.
Yeah, this has been another big battle zone for the LMP2 cars, is No Name Corner. We've seen it a couple times, especially on newer tires. That corner tends to be very aggressive. It's almost like he was trying to put the power down, trying to find a way around the outside of the Latima Racing machine, and just could not find a way. Luckily, he did not hit anything, although he does have a lot of marbles now on that car.
And you'll have to scrub those off. You can see rejoining to the left-hand side of the track, waiting to see if anyone else was rejoining, but fortunately able to get out into some clear space. And Lorenzo, I mean, technically it's Jackie Ick's corner, I guess, but I mean, at the rate Spa-Francorchamps is going, as finally Delta Sport's going to make their way past Latima, at the rate Spa's going, all these corner names seem to change every 5 minutes, you know what I mean? I remember Martin Haven, when we came here for the Pest Ground, was having a good conversation with our own Paul Smith about the various corner names, and that was an interesting one.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. You know, these corner names changing every single 5 minutes, or if it's needs, they actually take around the track. We try to name this corner race spot corner. You know, we wanted to name it. You know, give that brainy. Try to get the 0.2 seconds per lap actually in the track, not in the car. But unfortunately, the people in Spa, they didn't want to actually us to name race spot corner. They decided to just give it to the legendary Belgian driver, former Ferrari and multiple-time Le Mans winner, the name of that corner.
I don't know, Race Spot Corner has a pretty good ring to it as well. I forget what we named the corner at Le Mans as well, but we got the Race Spot Cone there, Lorenzo. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we need a few more Race Spot corners.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we need spot corners. What we need also is I've been joking about this. If we ever did Le Mans, if we do Le Mans next year, get the race spot cone death counter in Le Mans, because they kill the cones every now and then. Unfortunately, we don't have cones here at Spa, but if we get that in the future, you know, we might get the cone corner just before the final Mulsanne corner. So we're setting ourselves up slowly. We're gonna get there.
Well, I mean, we can confirm there are, you know, work in progress to get Race Spot out to do some more live commentary. But my oh my, doing Le Mans, Lorenzo, that is some lofty goals you've set yourself. However, as we tick away towards another hour, look at those lap gaps. Fiercely Forward, the number 334 is doing a fantastic job of keeping the overall GT lead as an AM car. They're holding off Team 11 from behind, trying to close the gap as a result of a drive-through penalty. But I tell you what, let's bring in one of the organizers for this series here today, for today's race, Kyle Burney. Jonathan, you're standing by.
Hey Kyle, how you doing? How do you think the race has gone so far from a organizer perspective?
A lot better than I thought it was going to be honest with you. I figured at this point we'd probably have 2 to 3 safety cars, but just a single safety car has actually been pretty good. And I think we only have 3 or 4 retirements, maybe only 2 or 3, something like that. So overall, it's been actually pretty good.
And you saw the first 30 minutes, that first hour was really, really chaotic. Is that what you were expecting almost the whole time through this race?
Not the whole time. I feel like that's kind of to be expected. New series, first race, everyone's kind of antsy, been waiting for this for a while, wanting to kind of get going, and then once that has kind of fallen off a little bit, then everyone's kind of calmed down into what we're able to see the last hour or two of racing, to where things are, I think drivers are starting to get into their rhythm, their groove, and realizing that, you know, we're just now a quarter of the way through the race, or a third of the way through the race, so things are starting to calm down a little bit, hopefully, knock on wood.
And we've mentioned the penalties. A lot of them have been like the pit lane infractions, the 3 seconds in, 3 seconds out. Has that been communicated to the drivers very well, warning them about that in the rules?
Unfortunately, yes, it has. I feel that a lot of that is just the
the not knowing or not having to worry about that in official racing and really any other league that I'm aware of. So we strive for realism here, and we don't like seeing cars just endlessly driving down pit stalls and through all the pit stalls. So we mentioned it in the driver's briefing, we mentioned it in pre-qualifying, mentioned it before the race here, and I think it's just that teams are gonna have to just remember it when they're coming down pit lane, and I feel that after the first race, things will start to get better as the season goes on.
And then there's been a bit of action between the AM cars and the pro cars in both categories. There's been a little bit of complaining from some of the pro cars that the AM cars need to get out of the way. You know, from an outside perspective, how would you see that those issues, like those pro and AM cars racing each other for the overall GT or LMP2 positions?
We try to tell them to completely ignore overall, because for us, overall position doesn't mean anything. We don't do overall points. Everything is class base. I mean, if we could, we would like iRacing to just score everything based off of class position and not overall position. So I understand from a competitor standpoint both sides of it, but when you kind of are able to take a step back, it's hard. It's hard as a driver to take a step back and realize that when you're going to lose a position overall, but it's not in class, that it really doesn't matter, and you should just be able to just let him go, because we always want to just finish as high as they can. So it's a tough balancing act. It's something that we constantly kind of work with throughout the whole season, and we have in previous seasons too, in both club sport and endurance series. And we just we got to tell the drivers and just remind them, it's like overall positions don't matter. You're only racing the guys in class, and that's what you got to focus on, is just who's in your class and where are they at. Don't worry about overall.
And with the GTE cars, obviously there's been a little bit of an adjustment with the BMW. It's really equalized the field. How happy are you to see the variety of GTE cars push the pace?
I'm loving it. I really am. We'd love to see if we had more Fords in the field rather than just the one lone Ford. But it's really nice seeing actually really good variety of Corvette and Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, kind of a little bit of everything, which is nice. And it's interesting that the only Ferraris that we have, including the reserve list, are all in the GT AM class, and that no pro car took the Ferraris, or pro team took the Ferraris. But overall, we have a really, really good variety of at least 3 of the manufacturers, which is good.
And then what are you looking forward to for the rest of the 8 hours that we have remaining?
Just enjoying good, clean, hard racing. I mean, after pre-qualifying, the average corners per instance for the field, I want to say last season was around 90, 95 after pre-qualifying. This year it was 115. So really, really good, clean racing, kind of by the whole field. And it's just, we've been seeing a lot of really hard, clean racing here. I mean, there's always going to be incidents. We have those incidents. That's what we're reviewing. But overall, it's been some really, really good, clean racing. Like I said, I'm somewhat surprised that we're a third of the way through the race with only one safety car period. So that's kind of it surprised me, but it's a good surprise.
I'd like to bring in Arjuna here for a few quick questions as well.
Yeah, just to jump in, Carl. I mean, this is a series that it's the first year under a brand new name, and obviously the organization hasn't changed too much over the last 7-8 years, but what's been the biggest change that you guys have really been seeing in terms of organization as you evolve from DGFX into this new IVRA association? You've got 4 series that we're going to be seeing throughout the winter, lots of racing action. There's lots of stuff that I'm sure behind the scenes has been changing and evolving for you as you continue to become a more professional organization. What are the main things that you've been enjoying throughout that process?
I think the big thing is how, at least on our side from the organizational standpoint, how much we're able to make the 4 series work together, and how everything is working with each other. I mean, before, when it was DGFX, we had Club Sport, and then DGFX, the regular DGFX series, and they were working together somewhat, but not entirely, but now they are. And I mean, if you look at the rule book between Club Sport and Endurance Series, outside of the series specific thing, it's pretty much the exact same as well as if you go from Club Cup to GT Sprint, again, outside of the series specific things like cars and tracks, the format is pretty much the exact same. So getting that unity between all of the series has been really good. Being able to kind of see how we're able to make everything work together has been really good. Seeing the numbers increase between all of them and just the popularity has been really good. I mean, this year was the highest for Endurance Series for a number of entries. This year was also the highest for Club Sport Series for a number of entries. GT Series was a brand new series, and we had, want to say 55 or 56 cars register for 43 spots for a first-time series, which is great. Club Cup, I know that's really high up there as well for the number of entries too. So it's just what's been nice is just seeing how there were some questions kind of just in the public of, oh, it's another organization that might just be something different, whereas we kind of went into this whole thing as treating it as if we're IMSA, like the organization of IMSA, and we have all these different series that runs under IMSA, but they all correlate with each other and work together. And seeing the success of all of them it's been really good, and we've all really enjoyed it. And we've been looking forward to this race just specifically for 6 months now, because I mean, kind of when the whole pandemic and COVID hit back in February and March is when the four of us all got together as organizers and kind of came up with this idea of let's kind of rebrand and create something new.
And just one more question then before we let you go. Thank you for jumping in. It's great to be able to talk to, series organizers and just explain the vision, I think, in a lot of ways to those watching and those competing, watching TNT Racing, battling it out with one of the AM cars as well. But one of the things that, the series has been known for in the past is not being afraid to try out new and unexpected things. I think last year of the Belle Isle round that you guys had with all four classes, which is totally chaotic, and it was initially looking like the trip to VIR in a few months' time was going to be a split affair with LMP and GT classes racing separately, but it was announced recently that that's going to turn into a 5-hour race around the Grand West layout. What prompted that decision, and why did you really make that choice to go to such an unusual layout? In many ways, I refer to it as like a Nürburgring Nordschleife in America.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good description of that track. So the main reason we wanted to do the split was primarily because of the P1s. The P1s, we didn't want to have them on the same track as VIR. I mean, even the P1s on VIR, just normal with these cars, we felt like it was just going to be too dangerous. So we wanted to kind of give the split. IMSA, and we take a lot of our inspiration from, it's a mix between IMSA and WEC in real life. So IMSA in real life, obviously they have the VIR round, which is just the GT cars, and I think they do it at Lime Rock too. So we're saying, can we do something like that with what we have? And we were able to with that event. It's like, let's have them both run them, but kind of do that. So when we got rid of the P1s, that's when we're saying, let's, the speed gap isn't as big. These cars are pretty good. Let's see if we can run them both on the same track. But then, like you said, we like to do things different. There's a lot of series out there and a lot of official series where they run kind of the same tracks. But there are a lot of tracks out there that are really, really good tracks, but they're just not popular. I mean, when we first went, I think two or 3 years ago to Barber, and we had 60 cars for a 4-hour race from P1s, P2s, and GTEs at Barber. When we first announced it, everyone said that we were crazy and we're nuts and we're stupid for being able to do it. Yet after that event, and to this day, I still have teams and competitors telling me that that race was the most fun that they have ever had. And I was fortunate enough to actually ride or drive in that race because I did a few races that season. And to this day, that race was the most fun race I have ever had. And I think it's got to be the outside the norm of thinking of, let's get outside the box. There's a lot of good tracks on the service that aren't really used that often. So what can we do to spice things up and to get drivers and teams out of their comfort zone to where they have to go to a track, they have to learn a new track, they have to learn, get a new setup for the track, and it's something new, something fresh and exciting. And our thought is that if the track itself, after testing that we do on it, it does promote good racing.
Well, thanks for taking the time to join us, Kyle, and just talk through a few things. Before we let you go, though, can you just shout out the rest of your race control team? It would be good for everyone who's watching, that we had a few questions about how many of you guys are up there in the race control booth, just for them to get the shout out as well and get recognition for all the hard work that you guys have been putting in.
Yeah, so today we have 6 guys in there with race control. So as organizers, you have myself, Casper Court, Julian Bell, and Richard Bell. The 4 of us are the organizers, mainly behind IVRA. The other people that we have in race control today is Tom Stanley. Tom, he's been with us for 2 or 3 years now. Been a huge help. He enjoys it. He actually does real life marshalling, so that's a huge help. And then new to this season, we're just getting him up to speed. We have Pascal Juan Marcos. I forgot I can't see his last name. It's a long one. We just call him Pascal. So he's new. He's young. He's been kind of wanting to get into race control, so we got him in there. So those have been 2 helps. Ben Fisher on Fisher Motorsport, I think he's in the 385 today. He's been huge on the back end as well, with a lot of media and content creation. A lot of the announcement that we had and pictures and things like that, he does a lot of help with too. So we have a good sized team, and we have other people that have been starting to slowly reach out saying they want to help out too in race control. And then another one that we have who's not here today is Brandon Garcia. He's been with us. I've known him for about 10 years. We go back to racing actually on Forza. That's where we met, but he had computer issues the last 2 days, so he's not here today, but he's usually also helps out as well. So we have a good sized team, and I think that's the other thing that helps out too with us joining forces is we've been somewhat strapped for race control members in previous years, and it's always been kind of we need to get people to help out, and now that we're able to join forces, we're able to get both teams together. So we're always looking for more help. If you ever want to help and join in, we're more than happy to see if you're a good fit and bring you on. But the 6 of the guys that are here today, including myself, none of what was going on would be able to be done without any of them. So it's a huge help to them, and it's definitely not a one-man show by any means.
Well, thanks for joining us, Kyle, and good luck in the next 7 hours and 50 minutes, and hope to see continued action from this field.
Thank you.
That was Carl Burney, one of the series organizers, just talking to us, and we saw a battle in class, and that was Lapset Racing, the 169 car, managing to get past iLivery's 141. It's time for another RaceSpot fan immersion. We went a bit long just talking with Carl there. Great to get some insight from him, but let's ride on board then with the 141 for a few laps around Spa-Francorchamps. So back across the line once again. That was on board with the iLivery's number 141 car, as they now have to defend from the number 14 RLR Abruzzi Esports. Continue to chase them down while we were in that RacespotTV fan immersion, though. More drama. And this time, for a team that needs a little bit of luck, potentially. No luck EM Sport in their very dashing number 313 Chevy Corvette CAR, and just losing the rear end in a lazy spin there, Jonathan. Unfortunately, you can see an LMP2 car coming up behind. No contact.
Nice little drift. I give it a solid like 5 out of 10. Could have kept a little more speed at the end of it, but you know what? It's good drift. You know, we were giving out points for it.
I don't know. That sounds like a fun little game up here in the commentary booth. If we're giving points though, as No Luck EM Sport dives down onto pit lane, that might be honestly one of the best liveries across the entire grid, and that is saying something. It is a very, very good looking grid, and as our YouTube chat pointed out a little bit of a while ago, Lorenzo, there's something about sim racing liveries that just look very, very good.
Yeah, they look absolutely better than the real world liveries. Only if I would say I have like 4 or 5 liveries out of all motorsports that I really like, but they're all good. My favorite being the famous Goodwill Motorsport team with the Hatsune Miku livery, but you know, call me biased, of course.
No bias up here.
Other than that, it's just been good fun, you know.
I feel like there's also a little more freedom as well with a lot of these designs. There's a lot of crazy and new designs, but they really also work with like the car and go along with the car. I mentioned a lot of the Corvettes have really, really nice liveries, and they work well with every little bit of it.
And I think it's fair to say that the Dallara LMP2 car, Dallara, I love you, please don't hate me for this, but it's not the best looking of the LMP2 cars, and the Cadillac DPI that is based on this chassis is a little bit of an improvement in the looks wise, and it's a lot of hard work that goes into painting sim racing liveries. Just a quick shout out to some of the names you may be familiar with. You've got the likes of iLiveries. You got Sim Racing Designs and David Gibbons, who will be very happy, I hope, with this shout out. You've got the likes of Max Eru and I can keep going on and on. Harpoon Designs, etc., etc. So many great painters putting in some great work. But I tell you what, let's take a look then at your overall race standings once again. It's a little bit past the top of the hour, but continues to be Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. That has a 15-second gap to Pure Sims Esport. David Baker currently at the wheel for them. Team RSO, 48 seconds behind your race leader, completing that podium for LMP Pro. If you take a look at 5th place in this LMP classification, LMP AM leader PND Racing, 1 minute 15 seconds behind the overall race lead, is doing a fantastic job to keep the pace up despite having a few issues here and there. The rest of your podium in the LMP class though, Fiercely Forward, they're 2nd place in LMPM, in 11th place overall, and 7 seconds behind them, RSR by G Performance, the number 156. Moving over to the GT category, and there is Team 11 heading through Eau Rouge and Radion. They have a 27-second gap to Latima Racing, the number 227, and that is despite having to serve a drive-through penalty in the last 45 minutes. Fisher Motorsports, the 284, completes that podium with Fiercely Forward, the number 334, doing a fantastic job to keep some really impressive pace in an amateur-based car. Kassar Sim Racing, that number 326, is holding on to 2nd place in class as well. They do have to come down pit lane shortly though, as compared to the 334 in front of them. 3rd place in the GT AM category. You have to go ways down the order to 13th place overall for VEC Sim Racing, the number 324. So far, it's been a very intriguing and exciting race, and I tell you what, let's bring in a team that has continued to show some impressive performances here in the iRacing Esports Network and indeed in IVRA competitions as well. Let's bring in the duo of Matthew Crisp and Silas Vriolik. I hope I didn't butcher your name too much there, Silas, who drive for Fiercely Forward, and Lorenzo is standing by.
We're here with the Fiercely Forward drivers. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, we've had an interesting race so far. There's one point at the start of the race we thought we were in for a long 12 hours. We had a small collision. We dropped right to the back, and then that safety car, we basically went from the back of the field to the front. And yeah, we're sort of back now where we think our pace belongs.
Yeah, because you guys have, both of you in the 34 and the 134 have been kind of, climbing up the rankings and bit by bit. I know the 134, like Arjuna mentioned, is in second place in the AM class. So you guys are slowly climbing forward, good performance this far. But from the fiercely forward team that we've seen from the past year up until now, it has been quite a big rise in terms of you guys getting good results, and team environment overall is pretty much all united. You guys got some really good drivers, and like for example, Erwin Woodstra, which is one of the really good LMP drivers that I probably know of. You got a Taylor Lane as well in the car as well. So you guys pretty much got a lineup that is solid for all the good results, but can actually get more experience as well.
Yeah, we had a couple of races. We did sort of the SEO events. They did the one-off events at the beginning of the year, and that really helped us learn about how to do these longer races and learn about the other teams and how they go about preparing for these sorts of races. And yeah, we've brought a lot of new people on board, and yeah, now the results are starting to show, and hopefully now we can put together a full championship campaign and hopefully challenge you up at the front in all three of the classes we're competing in.
Right, and I go now to Silas. You're driving that 134 car. The team again doing really good this far, but about nearly a full lap down on the PND Stefano Conte, but still, we nearly had that issue with Stefano and one of the 369 Porsche in the bus stop. So how difficult has been as an LMP2 to overtake these GTE cars and try to get time and time again try to get closer towards that front of the field and try to get a win for the AM class in the LMP2 AM category?
Yeah, it's been quite difficult to get past some of the GTs. I mean, they're not making it super easy, but I guess they're not obliged to. But I mean, if you're just patient and wait for your time, don't force anything, usually everything just works out okay.
Right, and as overall, both of you, Matthew and Silas, is there any perspectives coming forward into the season for the Fiercely Forward? You guys are looking for the championship, or you guys try to still develop some of the drivers and then go aim for something bigger in the final races of the season? What is the expectations for now as a team overall?
For the AM class in LMP2 and in GT, we've got a real shot at the title right there. However, we need to keep it together then in the race, because I qualified on pole and then lost a few positions and then spun, of course, in the bus stop chicane, and now we've climbed back. But yeah, we'll have to see in about 7.5 hours where we end up.
Right, Matthew.
Yeah, definitely. I think top 5 in the series is definitely our aim. There's some incredibly quick guys out there. We've seen Geodesic up front who have been almost unstoppable so far. They've even copped themselves a penalty, and they're still at the front, still the fastest guys. But yeah, this season's going to be extremely competitive, and a non-finish or a poor score is really going to affect the whole season. It's not a particularly long season, 7 races, I think. Yeah, so any mistakes are going to be really costly.
Yeah, just really quickly before we wrap this up, we were looking at the incident with the RLR Abruzzi number 15 car with Ulstra, who just standing right mid-apex into La Source, just getting 2 cars. I think that wasn't one of the Devotion LMP2 guys, just getting off the track. But Matthew, Silas, any words you guys want to give out to sponsors, teammates, any people watching from you at home or whatever they're watching, you guys want to give any shout outs? I'll start with you, Matthew, first.
Yeah, to shout out to the team and thanks for bringing me on, giving me all these opportunities. It's sort of one of those things 6 months ago I didn't think would ever happen. Sort of, seeing these races on the esports network, didn't think I would ever be participating on it, let alone joining you guys for an interview. And shout out to the team.
And Silas, what about you?
Yeah, just shout out to the team. Shout out to our sponsors, Gomez Sim Industries, Opencast, and Porsche Sport. I mean, we're happy to be here.
All right, Silas, Matthew, still a long ways to go. I hope you guys do really well. You guys have been a team that has been looking up a bit, and good luck. to the rest of this race.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right. Back to you, Arjuna. Our Matthew Crisp and Simon described Vronik from both Fiercely Forward cars.
Yeah, and clearly I butchered his name because he was laughing when I introduced him. So I apologize, Silas. Don't worry, people butcher my name as well. And in that interview, we saw a replay that involved Erwin Woodstra, who spun the car, and David Baker doing a good job to avoid the spinning car in front of him. And now he retakes the race lead with Miguel Vigo down on pit lane for a full service as we expect David Baker to come down in a few laps' time. Let's take a look at another replay that we didn't get to see in that little interview section. And for Milo Limford and High Caliber Autosport coming through Les Combes, he's going to get a little bit loose coming now into the next part of the corner. Malmedy. Oh my, that is not necessarily an incident we've seen so far in this race today, Lorenzo, but it's a very easy place to lose the rear end of the car as we jump on board.
Yeah, we're looking at as he goes through the first part of Les Combes and he goes into Malmedy, and that curve I think is infamous in iRacing because I think we've seen time and time again, Arjuna, you are probably one of these individuals who have been victim time and time again in that specific curve. That if you catch the back left into that curb in a certain spot, you just basically lose totally the rear end of the car and you basically go for a spin. So it's not surprising that car actually went for a spin in that specific part of the section. Luckily for him, he actually avoided the entire the barrier on the inside. As we're now talking about Fiercely Forward, they're in a class battle with the RSR Esports by G Performance and good battle as they're coming into the Blanchimont section.
So that curve I think has my name on it. I've spun out way too many times on that curve myself.
Same.
So we see Tyler Lane and Nathan Block. Nathan Block has been, unfortunately, not on the good side of the stewards, especially with that. Oh, yeah, dangerous pit entry there as he gets the Hellraiser cars. They both peel off into pit lane.
Yeah, let's take a look at that replay because my, oh my, I'm not exactly sure what is going on sometimes in these races. Let's get a look on board then from the Hellraiser's point of view coming in towards Blanchimont. This is on board with Hampus Paz and the number 19 using all of that curb, and you'll see RSR look to the outside for just a moment, but it's though it seems like they forgot they had to come down pit lane. There you'll see the 19 was also already committed down onto the lane, and I mean, Jonathan, let's be honest there. There's not much that the number 19 could have known that the RSR car was actually coming down pit lane there. I mean, there was no indication, no nothing. And just an odd move there from the RSR car.
It's also made worse, but he was trying to make a pass on the outside of a GT car. Like, that does not help his case whatsoever. And unfortunately for the RSR team, they've been a part of a lot of incidents like this where they're in lap traffic and they have a collision like this. Like, he looks to the outside right here, looks like he's going along. The Hellraiser is going to go, all right, I'm going to go on the outside of you, and then nope, just cut off right on the entry.
Traffic management is so important. So and they also got very close as they were braking down onto pit lane speed limit as well. This is a pro versus a NAM, we must remember, and both of them doing a full service change as well. And as they come out of the box and we jump back to the live pictures, there you can see the number 19 has managed to get out ahead of RSR by G Performance. They spent 5 seconds shorter in the pit lane, so that is why that gap has been brought up so much. Let's jump over to your current race leaders though. Pure Sim Esports. 30 minutes to go until another hour has been ticked off the clock, and as things stand right now, if I do some quick math in my head, Lorenzo, none of these teams are really in the position where they're going to avoid a splash and dash at the end of this race. However, if you're Pure Sims Esports, you're going 2 or 3 laps longer at this stage than Miguel Vigo and the number 62 behind. It's still an opportunity to potentially close the gap in that final phase of the race.
Yeah, from what we read is there's a possibility of the safety car procedures, you know, helping these teams if they get maybe 1 or 2 more safety car procedures. The fuel range might be good for them. You know, it's very interesting. So, but as we speak, so far, just 1 safety car procedure is not enough. They probably gonna have to make a splash and dash by the end of the race, and there's nothing much they can do about it. that's just the nature of the LMP2 cars. They don't go for long. That 75-liter range just takes you right about 40 minutes, 42 minutes tops into your stint. If you can actually do some slight fuel saving, it's not by much. You have to kind of like maybe, you know, just lift and coast, but still, that's as far as you're going to get into that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing take back the race lead. David Baker still on pit lane awaiting that fuel to be put into the car, and he's away rolling from the lane right now. 32.4 seconds was his stop, so the gap's not going to change too much out front. But we jump back to a battle for 6th and 7th because Dirk Van Tulden has gotten into this Torque Freak Racing by Carrot car. Interesting team name there. He's trying to chase down the number 14 in front of him. RLR Abruzzi Esports, the number 14, still has to come down pit lane in about 2 or 3 laps time. But interesting to note here, Jonathan, this Torque Freak Racing car has not really been up at the front for much of the race. They're one of the teams that hasn't been too happy about how hard some of the AM cars have been racing them. However, they still are up now, closing in on top 5 in class.
Now, they struggled early on. They started towards the rear of the field. Again, not really appreciating how the AM cars are racing them, but they've done a really good job. Right now, they're just putting their head down and getting after it. And there's been some slip-ups by the RSR and the RLL teams, you know, with a little bit of penalties here and there. So they can really capitalize and really make a good run out of this.
And I tell you what, take a look now, left-hand side of your screen. You'll see positions gained and lost from all of these teams. You'll see there, Pure Sims Esport. I talked about what a disappointing qualifying performance they had. Well, up 10 positions. They'll be pretty happy with how things gone. Look at Torque Freak. They're up 9 positions themselves as well. Then you go back to someone like Delta Sport U4K. They're fighting back up into 12th place as it stands. Wait for that graphic to maybe update with Fiercely Forward showing incorrectly right now. But there's been some big movers and shakers, as I would call them often. And there we'll see again, once again, just wait. Hopefully that will update properly. But you'll see as we scroll through the list of drivers in that LMP class, you'll see High Caliber Autosports had to start all the way at the back, up 32 places as things stand. You look at the likes of Fiercely Forward in the AM class as well, up 9 positions. Kassar Sim Racing, the 326, up 14 places. But then, take a look at the end of that field and you'll just see, Lorenzo, some really bad numbers for a lot of teams that we'd expect some stronger performances from. I mean, think of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, that number 201 car. Look at the contrast in performance for their LMP2 car versus the GTE.
Yeah, this is a problem, you know, you get into those first 30 minutes of racing and it gets pretty frantic and you try to just negotiate traffic and whatnot. And especially for those two teams you just mentioned in Phoenix and Alpine Geodesic Code, they have a pretty strong lineup, you know. They're not bad, they're very strong, and they have very capable drivers of getting good results. But unfortunately, those incidents at the very start of the race will pay them off. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover it in time, you know, because still have a lot of rounds left, and let's see what will happen to those boat cars. They're going to have a long task ahead to actually get back into the standings where they want to be. But also one of the things we should mention, you know, those pit stops also playing an effect for some of the teams because it has been very tight, and we should expect more penalties coming soon because it isn't going to be surprising to actually see them getting those penalties for pit infractions.
Oh, well, speaking of pit infractions, Lorenzo, look at that.
Oh!
Right on cue. Casper Arid in the number 107. We had a good half an hour run there, Lorenzo, without any of those penalties, and now the pit stops have started to pick up. I'm expecting them to be flooding back in, and we'll keep an eye out on that for you, the viewers at home watching us live on the iRacing Esports Network for round number 1 of the IVRA Endurance Series 2020-2021 season. All kicks off here with the 12 hours of Spa. We're almost done with 5 hours of racing action, and we work our way toward the halfway point of the race when halfway points will be awarded. Why is that important, you may ask? Well, 100 points are available at the end of the race if you win, but for someone like Team 11 GT or the Fiercely Forward car that they're chasing in front, these are two cars, Jonathan, that in Pro and Am respectively are looking very good to secure 50 points at the halfway point.
And Fiercely Forward, that car has really not put a foot wrong all day, and the Team 11 has only had one minor penalty. But right now, it's actually not the top car in the class. It's actually the Latema Racing Team. We interviewed one of the strategists a little bit ago in that BMW, the all-Portuguese team that's leading. So it might be a fight at the end between Team 11 as there's a LMP2 car that's just off to the side right before the chicane.
And I'm trying to figure out who that was. I'm not exactly sure. There has been something happening on track, and that is the potential for a caution sometimes. Here, I finally figured it out, and we'll go back and take a look. Cue the replay, please, and here comes that replay. This is the number 12. This is Real Pixel Motorsports, who I think may have some damage to that car, and caution is out. Yeah. Caution flag flies for the second time today, and I do believe it is as a result of Real Pixel Motorsport getting stuck on track.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. It was just right about the bus stop. They were standing right before the bus stop chicane actually started. They cannot get it back, and that's why they caused a safety caution procedure, and drivers will soon line up in the grid, and this is one of the key moments right now that might help those LMP2s that just pitted, because some of the teams are still have to come to the pit lane. RLR Abruzzi has to, the number 14 has to come to the pit lane. The TNT Racing has to come into pit lane. So it might help some of those teams already done their pits, try to save the tires, try to save a little bit of the fuel. It's complicated. Oh, big incident.
Yeah, let's take a replay of this. It's with, I believe, the AOD Ferrari, and oh, word.
We saw this again and again, haven't we, Arjuna?
We have, and you know what? Someone said this in the YouTube chat a little while ago. If you're an LMP car going down the inside into the bus stop chicane, I mean, we can both say this as LMP drivers here, Lorenzo. I mean, there's no justification for it other than just getting a little bit angry. You'll see the AOD Ferrari, though, as we'll try and get an onboard look then with the Real Pixel car, because this one might be more of a racing incident, to be honest. It does look as though, to be completely fair, Real Pixel was going for a gap that existed for just a second. AOD Racing looked like they were going to the outside of the corner, and as you jump onto the slow-mo here, you can see, oh, there's a gap, and they thought they were going for it. The closing speed didn't give them a chance to react, and around they go, and that is a big accident, Jonathan.
That's a big accident.
Back suspension broken. I really don't think the Ferrari had a chance to get out of the way. That Pixel car came up so quickly, and we've seen this is where most of these incidents happen with lap traffic. Is the sister car, the AOD Racing, also overblew the corner. But yeah, just not a lot of time to react. You can see the LMP2 car coming. He thinks he's going to duck to the outside. Nope, I'm going to duck inside, and boom.
And just watching that replay from the rear end of the AOD Racing Ferrari as well, Lorenzo, I think it's hard to pin any blame on the Ferrari there. He was carrying his line. He was committed to the line. Coming out of Blanchemont, which is such a high commitment corner in these GTE machines as well. It's not like in the LMP2 car where you have infinite downforce. You can see using all the track width there, and just an unfortunate late dive there for that Real Pixel car.
Yeah, the Pixel car just went for a gap that I think again never existed. Then, unfortunately, the car just accrued so much damage on that suspension that unfortunately cannot go back. I'll agree. No blame on the Ferrari, in my opinion, as well. He just went for his lines, tried to stay as much safe as he could possibly stay, and then again, it's one of those tricky scenarios that we mentioned time and time again. You want to try to get it right. If that LMP2 was actually just about reaching the, I would say about 0.3 of a second coming to Blanchimont on that Ferrari, this wouldn't have happened. I think the Ferrari would have been aware and would have given more room. But then again, you're coming from far back, trying to go for that kamikaze-esque move. It's never going to work.
Well, the establishment of the baseline, if you will, was set earlier in the race when Kinetic Racing got a penalty for doing something similar to what the Ferrari was trying to do, in my opinion. Currently just trying to go see if I can get that replay queued up again. You'll see all of the cars on the left-hand side of your screen getting a wave around. They will get a lap back. Everyone on the right-hand side is under the IVRA safety car procedure is being told to stay in line. But my, oh my, we had such a long green flag run there, and you know, maybe we can throw a little bit of the blame on the organizers there. Carl Burney joined us in the virtual commentary booth, and I mean, Jonathan, he was talking all about how there's only been one safety car to date. Well, cautions breed cautions. I definitely hope we don't get stuck in a little bit of a loop here with a number of these yellow flag interventions.
Well, the nice thing right now is that it kind of happened like midway through a stint on both the GT and the LMP2 side of things. So the order did not really get jumbled up a lot. There was an RRL car, I believe the 15, I think was caught out, had yet to pit.
Oh, look at TNT Racing. Oh boy. They just sold back to the pits. I think they're something has happened to that 81 LMP2 car.
They were a top runner as well. They were in the top 5 in their class.
Trying to see what happened to them. I was actually trying to bring back up a replay for you, Lorenzo, to be able to go back and see that incident with the kinetic car that we were just talking about. But here comes whatever happened for TNT Racing, and oh my, don't tell me they've crashed under caution. Don't tell me that TNT Racing has managed to bury themselves in the tire barrier under safety car.
I know this. I'm gonna try to keep it serious over here. This is that lack of concentration. But then again, I think I can find an explanation for this. Unfortunately, that car had just come out of the pits. You know, was trying to get himself sorted out with the fuels and tire strategy. They were one of the fewest to come in. I think that's what happened for Benny. I think he misjudged the line of the braking and tried to lift and coast the car, and that's what kind of made the car just go to the outside. And what it did, it just caused a massive problems to that the Lara LMP2 car.
Well, look at that screen in the middle. Oh, my word. Benjamin, what did you do? And Benjamin is someone who's competed in top-level sim racing events for a while.
Yeah.
And oh, my word, that is a bizarre incident for TNT Racing. And you hate to see it. I mean, you really do, but provide some comic relief during the safety car periods for us.
Can I say not top 10?
That is a guaranteed not top 10, and I hope to hear my own voice on the not top 10, and I wonder if there's actually been another incident under caution. Let's try and take a look at this replay very quickly. It's just been highlighted on my timing screen as something that happened to the number 15 car, who Lorenzo seems to have disappeared from the server.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not finding anything at all on the RLR.
Oh, there he is.
As Joe's on the line. Yeah, there they go. Into the void.
Well,
the glories of sim racing sometimes.
It appears as though that car is having some connection difficulties at this time. You can see, though, down on pit lane, takers in this caution period. And importantly, everyone seems to have remembered you can't come out of pit lane until they've opened it. Race Control will tell all of these teams when they are able to get down. Important to just point out, though, at this point, Lorenzo, well, this has happened at a fairly inopportune time for certain teams that were setting themselves up for halfway points. Let's jump to the front of your field. LMP overall leader, Miguel Vigo, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Well, he's not had much competition in the last 4 hours or so. Now, he's got David E. Baker right on his bumper, and I'm sure that Baker will be looking to try and get out to the race lead.
Yeah, this is gonna, I think, bunch up the field a little bit. I think what that brings is, number one, it brings Pure Sims and then RSR by G Performance, even though it is 8 seconds back to the Alpine Geodesic Racing LMP2 leading car, into that fray as well. It has some cars in between that he's going to have to clear out as fast as possible to try to get closer, but it brings them into the fray as well. So it can become a 3-car battle just in the blink of an eye. And as well, it brings also the battle for P2 as well in the AM class between laps at a racing team and I Livery's Vibe Sports 1. But one more thing, it also makes them a lap, also in the lead lap of P&D Racing. So all the classes are actually bunched up, even though they are spaced out in the field. So it brings kind of a new dynamic into this racing and makes it more interesting.
And there is RLR. So whatever has happened to them, I have no idea, to be honest. They've clearly managed to recover from that, trying to regain their place in line. They are down, though, according to my timing screen, a full lap. So not sure what happened to them. Currently sitting 22nd place overall. But at this time, 15 minutes to go till the top of the hour. Let's go ahead and just run down those class standings there very quickly once again. And you take a look first at the LMP overall lead. You see Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, that lead has been wiped away. Pure Sims Esport right on their tail. Do have to look 6 seconds back to RSR Esport by G Performance, but we'll see if they're able to work their way through traffic and quickly get back up to the race lead. Then let's look at LMP AM, PND Racing, 4th place overall, and in a very good spot to potentially be on the overall podium. Now remember though, that's not going to get them anything other than pride. People there fighting iLiveries by iLiveries Vibe Sport 1, who is close to 8 seconds off the rear of the PND team. Laps at Racing a further 2 seconds behind them. That's the podium as it stands. Fiercely Forward, the 134. Jack Crawford, the Red Bull Academy driver, has gotten into that one. He will be hoping to get back into the podium positions on the grid. Lights are they on the pace car? I do believe they are. So at least one more lap we are going to be looking at for this safety car process. You see some of those GTE cars around the outside getting their lap back as well. But while they're doing that, let's look at the GT battle. And there is Team 11 that continues to lead, but the gap to Fisher Motorsports has now been closed up to 1.3 seconds. Virtual Motorsport in their BMW is now sitting up in third place, but they are 11 laps into their stint as compared to most of the other teams. Team 11 GT are 5 laps, so are Fisher Motorsport, and then everyone behind them has actually come down the pit lane. Taking a look then at the GT AM as well. Fiercely Forward, 334, continues to lead, but Kassar Sim Racing now only 13 seconds behind, and they'll be looking to try and get out to the front for the first time in this one. Then AOD Racing Ferrari. They were just involved in an incident and will be hoping to not have a penalty come down, because as it stands, they're currently sitting in 9th position in this overall GT classification, but 3rd place in GTM. So brief rundown then of the various standings as they run right now. Just a reminder, live timing and scoring is available through our partners at Timing71. Head over to timing71.org for full race analysis tools. And you can see all the cars now intermingled as they make their way down the Camel Straight once again. The lights are off on the pace car, but we'll have to wait to see if they stay off this time around. You can see most of the cars are able now to form at the rear of the train. It does appear as though, Manuel Sudau has had a bit of an issue. There you can see, in fact, in the background of your shot, off the track. And let's get a replay of this one.
It's just guys closing up on the end of the field, not really paying attention. You go right over the hill, and or unless he just lost it on his, yeah, he just lost it on his own. Oh, no, there's a slow car.
Yeah, there you can see everyone checking up, and you can see from the static shot behind the Pineapple Racing, LMP gets very close to Maniti Racing as well. All kinds of checkups going on there. Fortunate to not get involved in anything, but we'll wait. As you can see there, the Fiercely Forward GTM car might have a penalty. In fact, let me take a look at race control decisions once again. It's been busy for them. And as I take a look, the only penalty that's actually just come down is on the 169. Now, which car is the 169, guys?
Is the laps at iRacing Team 169 that is actually in P2 in P3 in the category of the AM class in the LMP2 class.
And so they have just
had a solid day.
They've just been dinged for a drive-through penalty, and we talked to Ibrahim Alouat earlier on in the broadcast, and drive-through penalty for contact with the number 301. So, an interesting incident there with German sim racing. Not sure exactly what that one is about.
I think that was in the incident, to be very honest.
Got it, okay. Nevertheless, we continue to roll under safety cars. There's one of the RLR cars, again to the left-hand side. I wonder if a lot of cars have been given end-of-line penalties. Benjamin Lindsay, by the way, has just exited pit lane after that incident under safety car that, like Lorenzo points out, it's going straight to the top. It's going straight to the top of the not top 10 list. I said that correctly. Took me 2 times.
Yeah, at least you got it.
Well, let's take a look back at the front of your field. Lights are still out on the pace car. We'll wait to see if we go racing this time around. But Jonathan, hour and 10 minutes to go until we get to that halfway point of the race. What are you expecting now in what might be a sprint to get those halfway points?
I'm thinking you slice this time that we have left in half for both GT and LMP2 in order to get a good finish for your stint, that you go halfway through.
Well, lights back on the pace car, so we're going to get at least one more extension to the caution period now. I tell you what, let's step aside for just a few moments' time. We'll be right back with the rest of the coverage from this first half of the 12 Hours of Spa right after these messages. So back here live on the iRacing Esports Network. We're under caution here in the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series. The 2020-21 season kicks off with a bang here with the 12 hours of Spa and 5 hours almost into the racing action. The second caution flag. And yeah, as our YouTube chat is pointing out at this point, mega trailer we just got to watch for one of the cars, Lorenzo, competing in today's field.
Yeah, that beastly Corvette GT, I was gonna say GTE C8R car, which I actually saw that car back in 2019. The first iteration out of it. It wasn't in the Daytona 24. It was the C7R still, but still beastly VA, godly like sound. I have to admit, even though it is a car that has been polarizing people, just because it doesn't look like your traditional Corvette. It looks more like a mix between the Corvette and the 458 or the 488 of the Ferrari. So people kind of say is the Corvette C8AR. So it's a polarizing car, but it's still a great car nevertheless. Great addition to iRacing.
Oh no, guys. Oh no. I hate to do this. PND Racing. What a race it had been for them so far. Stefano Conte has just lost connection to the race server, and that car is now already one lap down. So PND Racing, the number 182, dropped from the field as things stands. We'll wait to see if they reconnect and try and have a fight back here. They can obviously put another driver who is connected into the session once that tow is completed, but the lights are off on the pace car, and I do believe back to green flag racing this time around. And field in control of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Look at the chasing pack behind them though. Pure Sims Esports, they can see this race lead right in front of them. But here we go. Miguel Vigo straight away on the power. Safety car down onto pit lane. You can hit the pit lane alarm in the background, but into turn one we go once again. There you can see.
Oh no!
Oh no, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing has lost it all by himself. Rest of your cars still filing their way through turn number one, but Miguel Vigo has thrown it away from the race lead.
Just oversent it. He was ambitious going into Les Ours.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. We're going to look over here on the replay, Arjuna and Jonathan, as we're looking as Miguel Vigo just launches that car, goes into the braking section on Los Ours and just overshoots it a little bit. I think the traction control kicks in as well, and it makes the car really loose on the exit as well. Cold tires will play a factor in here as well, as they still don't get that tire up to nominal temperature, the optimal temperature. But again, major drama already at the restart of this 12-hour race.
And you can see there, I wonder, Lorenzo, if he just shifted down too aggressively, trying to use the engine braking to slow the car. You could see the revs light up as he went down from third to second. And what a shot there of the car facing the wrong direction as Vigo has to point it back in the right direction. Let's jump back to the live pictures, though, because Vigo in fifth position now has a lot of work to do, Jonathan. He's been one of the fastest cars this entire race so far. But now Vigo, fifth position. He's got 1 hour to get back up to the pointy end.
He's got 1 hour and one stop stint in between to do it. You could already see he's driving with authority. The back end of that car is still slipping and sliding around as he's getting through the corners.
And my oh my, one of those Alpine Stars Geodesic members had just said when the caution flag flew that this was not looking good for their live point situation, and my word, were they right. Miguel Vigo, a very uncharacteristic mistake, but out front, Pure Sims Esport in the number 2, David Baker, has now taken over the lead of this race. You take a look at the gap to RSR Esport by G Performance as well. It's a long way for the number 55 to still try and climb. He's got a number of cars still in between him and your overall race leader, and additionally, he's got the challenge of Torque Freak Racing as well, who are finally up to the type of positions they want to be competing in. This is a team that's competed in all the top endurance series across the iRacing service and now looks to go up into P number 2. Great run through Radion for the number 2 car. To the outside they go. The number 55 going to try and hold the inside, but without the benefit of draft. The number 1 is going to be able to sweep around the outside down into Les Combes, and here comes Devotion Sim Racing as well.
And Devotion going for that look on Momedi, but actually no room whatsoever. They come into the downhill right-hand section. Still no room for overtake as they go now into Jackie X corner. There they go, all 4 cars all lined up one another, and no good room for that Devotion car. In the meanwhile, Torque Freak actually managed to find about 4/10 of a second on that Devotion car to clear himself away and have a little bit of a breathing room.
I tell you what, let's now go take a look at some of the action in GTE. Latima Racing team, the number 227. They're in 6th place as things run. They've got a slower a GT Am car in front of them. You see the Chevy Corvette, that's the 326. Kassar Sim Racing, Aaron Eccles currently driving that. And as RLR Abruzzi moves to the inside, so does Latima Racing, getting past the VEC Porsche, and now sets his sights on the Chevy in front. Battle for this overall GTE lead, though. Team 11 GT has already pulled 2.3 seconds to Manuel Mayer in the Fisher Motorsport GT Pro. So lots and lots of action, and if you jump back further in your field as well, let's just skip through some of the action. Latima Racing continues to put the pressure on. Maniti Racing is feeling the pressure now from Team Heiskenveld. These are 2 top running teams in the series, back here in 7th and 8th as a result of some penalties, but safety cars will have been what they wanted, and now it's all about making the most use of what is being presented to them. Then you've got the battle for 9th, 10th, 11th. AOD Racing Ferrari are fending off German Sim Racing Purple, the number 301, and Kassar Sim Racing Hydra in the sole Ford in your field, currently in 11th place. You look further back as well, there's a whole queue of cars. You got Vector Sim Racing, No Luck EM Sport, and then the Kinetic Racing 283 followed closely by Usagi Racing and Devotion Sim Racing Green. So all of these groups have been closed together as a result of that caution. There you can see lights flashing on the BMW as he tries to make his way by, Jonathan.
He looks like he does not want to stay behind this Ferrari long. I don't think the Ferrari is on the same... Well, the Ferrari is on the same lap, defending that inside well. Now that Ford GT gets a good run of the corner. We see 2 Corvettes drag racing, the Kinetic entry as they go down.
Down the hill they go, in towards Eau Rouge and Radion, and Kinetic Racing now up into 13th place. Let's jump back though to the battles happening in the LMP field, because Jack Crawford at the wheel of the 134, the Red Bull Junior driver, up into P number 8 and in what is now 2nd place in class as a result of PND Racing having to change their driver. PND Racing back out on track as well. They are a full lap down, 22nd place overall in the LMP field. So now all eyes focus in LMP to iLiveries and Lewis Klinkhammer, who has Red Bull Junior driver behind him. And this is one of those interesting things about these AM categories, Lorenzo. You have the opportunity to show off some of your, let's call them weaker drivers in terms of I rating, but then you also have the likes of Jack Crawford, who can come and do a few hours for you in this class. 5,000 I rating for Crawford, so clearly a very experienced sim driver as well as in the real world.
Yeah, and we saw him actually in action in some of the previous other leagues, and actually having good performances in whatever car he's in. If I recall correctly, I saw him in the 6 hours of Glen, one of these special events we saw in iRacing in the Porsche car, having good results out of the Fiercely Forward team, good stints out of the Porsche Junior Sport Program driver, but as well, this pretty much to hit the nail on the head. You really want to get performance out of the good drivers. In the meanwhile, I'm looking at Manuel Vigo once again on the charge as he goes by the number 55 RSR by G Performance, now into P3 in the Pro category.
And I tell you what, let's ride on board with him for a few corners time. Vigo must be furious with himself and pushing to the maximum now. You can see on your screen 5 seconds is the gap to your overall race leader. And look at that bouncing as well as they head down through the double right-hand apex corner as they head now into Jackie X corner. I said it correctly that time, Lorenzo, but Vigo up into P number 3 past Christopher Pfeffer in the RSR by G Performance number 55. He's got Torque Freak Racing in front of him now, and I have a feeling Dirk Van Tulden is not going to be an easy man to pass by any means. So all happening here, 57 minutes to go, Lorenzo, as we work our way towards that critical 6-hour mark and the halfway points.
Yeah, we're looking at the halfway points, and drivers are basically going for that, what we call the ILMS 1 hour sprint race, even though it's in ish, but we're going for that full full pace out of the drivers right here, and Manuel Vigo just going for every single little line of aggressiveness out of that LMP2 car. Gap to him for up here esports is right around 5 seconds. I was looking at this battle as well between iLiveries and the Frisley 4 as Jack Crawford actually got real close on with Klinkhammer, because Klinkhammer is struggling a little bit with that car. The car basically decided to not lock the rear wheel spin, but decided to have a little bit of oversteer on the Jackie X corner, and that's what brought the 134 close. And we'll have the shot now on Jack Crawford to maybe make that overtake just after the All Rouge Radion section.
So your top 5 in LMP AM all on track as well. 7th through 11th they run in the LMP overall. Lapsut Racing Team went deep into the bus stop chicane. They've lost a little bit of time to the front 2 cars as they continue to try and chase them down. Jack Crawford, though, showing some very impressive pace at this time. But Klinkhammer has it all to do. Draft down the Camel Straight. Look behind them as well. Lapsut Racing having to try and defend from High Caliber Autosport in the number 131. Crawford takes a look to the inside. A little bit too far to make anything happen, though, as they head through Les Combes down in towards Malmedy. We jump on board with the number 134. Red Bull Junior driver. It's so cool, Jonathan, to have these caliber of real racing drivers really committing to sim racing in the way that they are. Crawford has been really committed to the Fiercely Forward team since he started competing this past summer, and great to have him here today in the IVRA Endurance Series.
I think it's nice too to see some people that are really committed to the sim racing also translate that skill into the real world. You mentioned Jack Crawford is a very high rated driver. He's the highest rated on this 134 team. You know, a Formula 4 driver, got a Formula 3 test this past weekend, so he's obviously a good driver. As we look back into a GT race, it's Corvette on Corvette. However, this is AM on Pro. Not sure how long that they're going to hold each other up.
And you can see as well, Maniti Racing has been passed by the Team Heiskenveld Corvette, so Maniti Racing now down in what is 8th place overall. I tell you what, though, things are just starting to calm down. We would love to have the opportunity to talk to some of these people who are waiting in our waiting room right now, but there you can see, look at the gap. Number 62, Miguel Vigo is closed all the way up onto Torque Freak Racing. They head down in towards Los Source. He's going to try and set the move in towards the Camel Straight, I do believe. Look at it, the run. He's now going to get off the corner. We do have a few of these interviews that we'd love to get to. Johnny Verhoff from Maniti Racing is standing by and has been for a while. We also have a newcomer who's just sitting there waiting as well, and I do believe that's part of RLR, Abruzzi Esport, the number 14, and Leonard Rart, as we finally say Vigo to the outside, down the Camel Straight. I do believe he's going to get the move done pretty easily here, sweeping around the outside. The number 1 lifts off the throttle just a tiny bit, slots back into line, and now Miguel Vigo has it all to do.
Yeah, great move by Miguel Vigo, but he was close, and I mean really close to an accident. You guys didn't see on the frame. Basically, he was kissing the back diffuser off that LMP2 out of the Vertolden. Just after the Blanchimont section, basically kind of went for a little bit of a kiss, slide into to the left side.
Sorry, Lorenzo. Go ahead. There's been an issue for one of the Cassar Racing Team cars that we were just seeing as well. There you can see Corvette on the wrong side of that Blanchimont curve. It's all kicked off after the restart. Let's go and take a look at this replay. Up on your screen now, Maniti Racing had just gotten by, and this looks like it might actually have been an incident by themselves, Lorenzo. Losing the rear end of the car early, and oh my word.
Yeah, that's a bit overcorrection.
Yeah, I think what happened might be a lot allied to the fact they actually clipped the grass on the entry. So by clipping that grass, I think the car just lost control on the entry side, mid apex, and I think the wing wasn't properly set up enough for you to be coming in that hot with clipping on the grass and use a little bit of traction. And that's what allowed the car, that Corvette out of Quasar, to go into the outside part of the barrier and hit a hard face front. I'm still amazed that car still has a bonnet.
Well, I was going to also say the important thing here is it's not a front-engine car anymore, Jonathan, because if this was a front-engine car, I mean, just imagine that car would not be moving anymore. Very fortunate for the 326 crew. They may have some significant damage to the front end of the car. However, they're still circulating on track, and they'll be hoping for another caution in short order.
Surprised that thing is even driving decently well still after that hit, because it was still a hard impact at about 100 miles an hour, give or take, through that section. And you can see that when the car was spinning back, a lot of damage. As we look back here, LMP2 battle. This is not for position in class, but the RSO car has been behind some of its other rivals in class and is looking to try and make some time up.
Yeah, and the battle behind them is for class positions as well. So RSR by G Performance 156, the LMP2 AM entry, trying to chase down Lapset Racing Team 169. This is not a battle for the podium. We did miss a pass, I do believe, though, for the race, the class lead in LMP-AM, because there you can see Jack Crawford is now past Lewis Klinkhammer. Let me try and get that replay queued up very briefly for you, but a big charge on the move right now for Jack Crawford. And look at the gap he's already managed to pull, Lorenzo, 1.5 seconds to the good.
Yeah, good gap by Jack Crawford, and what also allows is that Klinkhammer is losing a little bit of time as well, relatively, because I've been seeing Simon Jacobsen, coming bit by bit on that iLivery's 141 car to put a little bit of pressure on the driver of the 141. So there might be a position battle for P2 in a little bit for the AM class, so keep an eye on it.
And there was another incident as well. I'm trying to get another replay queued up for you guys, and here it is. Markus Niskanen involved in this one, down in towards the bus stop chicane for Usagi Racing, and we'll see what happens here. Coming around the second part of the chicane, a little bit too much curb on the inside, and loops it around by himself. He's going to have to wait now for the rest of the cars to get out of his way before he can rejoin there.
Back up a little bit and then go.
Yeah, exactly. Let's jump back to the live pictures once again. This is currently 19th place for Usagi Racing, but my oh my, the action in GTE is super close now. It had got spread out as a result of a long green flag stretch, but now look at Kinetic Racing trying to get a move done on the sole Ford in your field, and this is a class position. The Ford is going to try and hang it around the outside of Pujon. They touch a little bit. The Corvette leans on the Ford, just gets him out of the way. Kinetic Racing now up into P number 9. Further back as well, No Luck EM Sport trying to put the pressure on Vector Sim Racing for what should be 4th place in class.
And the GTMs and both amateur classes have really been interesting in terms of where they are within the field of the pros. Because right now we have like the amateurs in the LMP2 category, their top 3 are all right next to each other right now in the order. We scroll back down to the GT class, they're all running amongst that midfield of the GT pros, so it's really interesting to see how this plays out.
Well, for some of the questions also in our YouTube chat, also wondering about the new damage model in the iRacing.com service. Well, Lorenzo, when you're in a session like this where you've got newer and older cars mixed in together, even with the new additions, the Dallara P217 and the Chevy Corvette CAR, when you're in a session with some of these older cars that don't have the older damage model, the newer damage model right yet, the sim reverts to that older damage model, and that's why you're not seeing maybe as much damage as some people might have been expecting to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's still a work in progress. I believe this new damage model might come to the GTE cars, I would say in the next build, to be very honest, but that's a Lorenzo Bonder opinion. Let me just say this, folks. This is a Lorenzo Bonder opinion. This is not RacespotTV opinion, okay? Let me just say this first and foremost. So it's coming shortly, but with the old model, you can actually basically hit the car full head first, like we've seen with Quasar, and it's going to be not a whole lot of damage for that car, but unfortunately, that thing is going to change really soon, and drivers will have to take more of an approximate, more cautious line in the future races, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're watching TNT Racing back out on track after that dramatic incident under yellow. And just in the League Discord server as well, guys, just to update you on PND Racing, the number 182 that was leading the LMP-AM category. Well, unfortunately for Stefano Conte, his computer had a blue screen of death, and, you know, it's analogous in many ways to if a car had an unexpected engine failure, I guess, and had to come down to the pit lane and get that repaired. Fortunately, in the virtual world, though, Jonathan, that the ability to swap the driver makes it that much quicker, and you can get out and away as a result of these technical issues much faster than you can do in the real world, unless you're someone like Audi who's able to switch out the complete car, the gearbox for the car in about 5 minutes time.
Or you have a team like Red Bull that can fix an entire car after a little shunt on the grid. But no, but that still gonna hurt the team because they needed a tow, and it was so unexpected. A blue screen like that, it's something you can't really predict. You know, you can predict an engine going wrong, I feel like, but like something like that, it's all of a sudden.
Absolutely, and we take a look at the battle at the front of your field. The gap's slowly starting to come down as they work their way through traffic. There are some people down onto pit lane. You can hear the pit lane alarm in the background of the shot as well. Gabriel Roos for Kinetic Racing down onto pit lane. Torque Freak Racing by Carrot down onto pit lane as well. And like Lorenzo was saying in our private chat, that LMP2 lead has been cut by a full second as a result of this. Something interesting to note though as well before we go and talk to some of the drivers who've been very patiently waiting for us here. You take a look there. There's Devotion Sim Racing, the number 8 car who's putting the pressure all over RSR by G Performance now as they go too wide and they're very close to going making contact there. Devotion's going to get the place down into the corner, I do believe. Look at the RSR car trying to squeeze them 3 wide. Oh my word. Fortunately, Devotion able to get out in front. But the important thing here as they continue to scrap it out and fight it out, Delta Sport U4K, that number 33 car, back into the mix. They're just 1 second behind this chasing pack in front. And for the 33 car, Lorenzo, doing a fantastic job to recover from a tough opening portion of the race.
Yeah, great job by Delta Sport, who actually has the fastest lap of the race so far with that 2 minutes 6.763. But Julien Boutte, great maneuver coming to the Lecombe section. Now he has a BMW. The RSR just comes on the diffuser really close to a crash. Traffic just playing into effect, and then comes right now Delta Sport on the back diffuser of both cars, and with a very risky move that actually paid off. The car just got unsettled in between the Lecombe section. Great save, by the way, but really heated battle. Really good to see coming out of those LMP2 cars.
It really is, and in many ways, watching some of these onboards, Lorenzo, feels like you're watching LMP1 cars as they work their way through traffic, just without that additional level of boost. The way that these cars are really able to throw everything into the corner is incredible. They're going to look to maybe have 3 wide once again down into the bus stop chicane. The Ford is going to brake deep under braking. RSR by G Performance able to get to the outside line, but unfortunately AOD Racing Ferrari is going to slow them up. And here comes the challenge from the number 33 from behind now as well. So all seems to be shaking up at the front of your field. The gap between first and second has opened back up to about 4.5 seconds as a result of all of this traffic. So gaps are going up and down constantly here. Lapset Racing Team number 169 down onto pit lane as well. So despite that long caution period that we just saw, we didn't see many takers onto pit lane in the LMP2 category. And we will be seeing those pit stops very shortly. Some of these cars aren't going to be able to go all the way till the 6-hour mark. That will hurt them in the battle for the halfway points that we've talked about on a number of occasions. Delta Sport look to the inside there. They want to get up into third position once again. They were up and leading the race 30 minutes in, but since then, nothing but trouble. But Jonathan, we talked about the spirit of endurance racing, that number 33 car really embodying it at this stage.
They've been putting on probably one of the best recovery drives of the field so far. They've had to really work for it to get back up into the field. And this is going to be a really hard fight because halfway points are on the line, but then we also have to think about the strategy of where the stints are going to fall before that 6-hour mark.
And there's a slow car on the track right now, Simon Jacobson. Let's take a look at the replay and see exactly what happened to him as we continue to watch that battle on screen. Here it comes for the High Caliber Autosport team, I do believe. Yep, the 131. No Luck EM Sport down on the inside. 2 goes into 1, and it doesn't work nicely. And look at, oh my word, for the fiercely forward GT Am machine. Let's take a look at that replay on board with them for just a second. But my word, they were leading this race for much of it. They almost just had their race taken away from them. No fault of their own, Jonathan.
They're going to need a change of pants when they come into pit road because, like, you see that in front of you and then the wall is on your right. I have no idea how Louis got around that.
Take another look this time from an aerial angle.
Let me just say this. I'm amazed that not only Lewis actually got around with the smallest amount of room to make. Look at this. Just grazing the tire barrier on the outside and the LMP2 thing on the mid corner, the exit corner apex, and everybody have to deviate. That is a cluster that you really don't want to see, because that's kind of a blind apex turn. And meanwhile, looking at RSR going against Devotion once again on the Camel Straight.
Let's jump back to the live pictures then. RSR down the inside of Devotion Sim Racing up into P number 3, but this battle is not over, and it's about to become a three-way fight. That Delta Sport U4K machine has shown the pace throughout today's race, and now looks to try and get back into a podium position. 41 minutes to go until halfway points are awarded. The gap out front, by the way, down to 2.4 seconds once again. So Miguel Vigo really doing a very stellar job as he works his way through traffic to close the gap, to try and get back up to the lead, which he gave away on the initial restart. Let's take a look, though, because we've completely ignored them for a little bit of time, guys, at the GT battle, because Team 11, PJ Clayson's at the wheel right now. Well, 7.8 seconds is that gap, Jonathan, and my word, what a fantastic job the Team 11 team has been doing the entire race. And as they continue to run out in front all alone at this point, they've got all the clean air they could possibly hope for. And 40 minutes to go, it's looking very good to get 50 points onto the board.
That car looks like it's been on rails, like there hasn't been a foot wrong. They really haven't had any major offs or any major collisions, besides a one little minor pit road penalty. Like, it's been a really good day for this group, and you can see, like, they have arguably the fastest car. They pulled out almost another second on that lap.
They have it. They're going side by side in towards the bus stop as well. RSR by G Performance down onto pit road.
Devotion 2.
Devotion Sim Racing 2, as so is Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Miguel Vigo down onto pit lane. There you can see him trundling down on pit speed limiter. One thing that we haven't really mentioned is that in this series, you are required to use the pit limiter. We see often in iRacing competitions, team not using the limiter, trying to abuse a few ways to try and get as much speed as they can, but the series forces all teams to do the same thing. Vigo down onto the lane. I don't think we're going to see him change tires this time, especially so close to that halfway point. Points are about to be awarded, 40 minutes, and for Geodesic Racing, it was looking so good, and now there's a lot of work to do. Let's take a look at the battle, though, for P3 in GTE, because Virtual Motorsports, the 270, is having to fight off Hell Racers in the 219 behind them, Lorenzo.
Yeah, looking at that P3 battle, Hellrace is now getting prejudiced a little bit on as they come to Jackie X corner. That's the 182. I'm just taking a quick look over here. The 182 of P&D Racing just overlapping them as they come by the exit of Jackie X corner as they head down to Pujon. Both the MA cars trying to battle one another, and that Hellrace's car just trying to go for the charge, but not getting lucky with the traffic, so you can actually get close for an overtake spot.
You can see some damage to the front clip of both of these cars as well. I wonder how much through the wars these cars have been, but still looking fairly good. Battles up and down your field still. Fiercely forward GT Am. You can see there they've got a few tenths of a second buffer to Vector Sim Racing, but behind them, German Sim Racing and Samba Racing very, very close behind. And right now for Fiercely Forward, that just avoided almost a near fatal incident for their race hopes. Currently sitting in second place in class, Jonathan. I mean, it can't be stated how important it was for Lewis Henk to really get through that incident without taking any damage. That car still looks like it just rolled off the showroom floor.
And that team has not put a foot wrong, and they've been even leading the overall GTs. As Fred commentators curse, they say they haven't put a foot wrong. Goes in the gravel a little bit. Able to recover. Here's the team car, the 135, Fiercely Forward, driven by Jack Crawford into the pit lane. It's probably the final stop before that 6-hour mark.
Absolutely, and you can see the 33 Delta Sport U4K car also down onto the lane. As a result, the only car who's really been able to extend the stint as far as they would have wanted, current race leaders, Pure Sim Esports, David E. Baker at the wheel. We'll see what the gap is to the Alpine Star Geodesic car when the pit cycle all plays through, because Alpine Star Geodesic, if we jump back to them, just coming around the start-finish line right now. They're going to move up into what is going to be 11th place net. Still waiting for a few cars to dive onto the lane. You can see, though, Torque Freak Racing by Carrot doing a good job to stick close. They were passed fairly easily, Lorenzo, by Vigo, but for right now, for Dirk Van Talden, the most important thing is really going to be just sticking as close as he can and hope that something happens later on in this next 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, just keeping Vigo honest and keeping within touch of the Alpine, the LMP2 driver, is just good for Dirk Van Talden, because he's going to set himself up probably for a position where he can actually grab that podium, and I put air quotes around it, so to speak, at the halfway mark, as we're about to hit 30 minutes left into the halfway mark of this race, and then the halfway point, and it's going to be essential for that number one car just to keep touch of the Alpine. Otherwise, it's going to be complicated for him to get close and then make any overtake attempts. And I'm going to say really quickly, as we saw Pure Baker coming into the pits right now, so race lead into the pits for Pure Sims. Really good stint from David Baker, getting the maximum efficiency out of the car, going one lap further than everybody else.
Well, everyone still, there's still 10 cars yet to pit in this LMP class. We watched the battle between second and third team RSO and Hell Racers scrapping it out. They'll inherit the race lead for just a few minutes, and not important necessarily for the points at halfway, but this might be playing out nicely for these teams when we look at the end of race results. Something's happened, by the way, to Guillaume Jobard as he comes down onto pit lane. Let's take a look at this replay. Might be another incident down into the bus stop chicane, and there you can see making his way through slower class traffic. That's one of the Porsches, I do believe, and that's a little too much speed, and fairly impressive job there, Jonathan, to actually gather it up in time to be able to dive down the pit lane.
I felt like that was almost like a last-minute decision to come down pit lane. Like, he saw he got loose, and he's like, yep, I'm coming now. You can see just a lot of speed. Like, it doesn't go down in the first. Like, that was an impressive save, too. Look at the hands on the steering wheel moving back and forth.
Yeah. If I may add really quickly, I think that was intentional for him to come into the pit lane. I think he just overshot the bus stop.
I think that's what we saw indeed, and let's take a look at another replay for Devotion Sim Racing, another French team, and that's deep into the corner, and they're going to be very glad there, Lorenzo, that they were able to get away without hitting any of those barriers placed around that portion of the circuit. The rejoin had to wait, but fortunately for that Corvette, It could have been worse.
It could have been a whole lot worse. We're looking at another angle here on the onboard out of the Devotion car, out of Christophe Le Mans, and the car just losing the end, the tail end during the braking zone, and normally you don't lose the tail brake, the braking on that part of the track. If the car is straight, you don't lose it. I think okay, we got an incident right now with the RSR Esport by G Performance we just saw a few minutes ago, battling for position.
And that was with, I do believe, Devotion Sim Racing as well.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get an aerial look at this. As they run down the Camel Straight in towards the Lecombe chicane. Here comes that replay. Devotion to the inside. And oh boy, they just tried to get out of the corner a little bit, just tuck in behind the number 55 Lorenzo. But, I mean, they did it a bit late, and they just rolling on the brakes a little too much. Yes, there might have been, we're going to say the N-word once again, a little bit of netcode potentially involved, but at the same time, Devotion could have been a little bit more aggressive in slowing that car down.
Yeah, we're looking over here on the onboard. Yeah, that net code is definitely happening between both cars. But Julien Boot, just when I think he didn't want to stick to the inside, I think the contact, unfortunately, I'm gonna say this much, gonna be a bit more Bodo, was imminent. I think the contact, even Boot was on the inside, would have been imminent between both cars. Unfortunately, it was so hard, basically braking at the same time on the Lecombe section. It was unavoidable.
And this is not the first time Boot has also been involved in some of this content.
Sorry, guys, sorry. There's been an incident for Fiercely Forward. The number 134 on a charge. Jack Crawford has been mixed up in this one. And there you can see down in 15th place overall. Let's get a look at the replay as he makes his way towards La Source hairpin at the start of the lap, but coming through Blanchimont, gets caught up with some lap traffic. And that's not what the incident was, so it's going to be under braking once again. The Red Bull driver catches himself out. Very lucky to have spun off into that area of track where no one's going to come. That rejoin, though, is not the safest.
Yeah, there was another Porsche as well that went off.
And that's because
went wide as well.
There were more incidents. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few more replays. This is for the 248. Marcel Tai, Team Heiskenveld were on a recovery drive of sorts, but down in towards the bus stop. That's the Virtual Motorsport BMW that gets it all wrong and slams into the side of that Team Heiskenveld car.
Oh, too much mustard on that hot dog right there. They just sent it.
And Heiskenveld once again getting through these tail end of problems. You know, it's a car that has a lot of top level drivers, as we're seeing Virtual Motorsport going for that move and just losing control mid braking, and big hit on that Heiskenveld car. Yeah, Virtual Motorsport definitely will get a penalty for that, a big move. And luckily, who's that LMP2 car that is right on the frame? Because he got really lucky to avoid that damage as well.
There's been some very interesting shakeups. Let's go ahead, though, and take a look back at what will end up being the net race lead once the pit stop cycles have all played through. The gap between Pure Sims Esports and Alpine Star Geodesic Racing has a number of cars down onto the pit lane right now. Just wait for that graphic to get up to date. It's looking like 4.75, 4.8 seconds is that gap as it stands. So with 30 minutes to go, just over 30 minutes until half points are awarded in this one. It's looking very good for Pure Sims Esports. They do have a few cars in front of them yet to come down the pit lane, but once they all cycle through their pit stop strategy, Pure Sims and the number 2 will be back out to the race lead. There's been another issue, though, for the number 134. What is happening to Jack Crawford? That is a big issue with a Ferrari, and this might be another safety car. We'll wait to see exactly what happened on the incident, but Crawford has to be careful here. He cannot afford to compound what might be a penalty for him. Already from a rejoin slightly earlier, that rejoin is safe. We'll now wait and see what exactly transpired in that incident. It was Crawford down in through the chicane, and 3 wide doesn't work, guys. I don't know why you're trying this. No word.
Oh,
that's on the Ferrari.
That is definitely on the Ferrari.
So
there was a BMW as well on the inside. Looks like the Somber Racing team, that yellow car. It's just nowhere for Jack to go.
I mean, let me just say this. I've done this kind of move in the past. This is the absolute move you really don't want to make. You know, be 3 wide right in the middle of 2 GT cars. Because here's the problem. These low sections, the LMP2 car kind of equals the GTs in terms of acceleration rate. You know, the GT can accelerate slightly faster than the LMP2 for about half a second. After that, you can just pit it out of the straight. But this is the situation you kind of need to be safe to do the kind of move in the Ferrari. Unfortunately, in this occasion, I don't know. I know the blame is on them, in my opinion, but it's complicated, you know.
You know, I'm going to throw up a alternate point here. I think the Ferrari gets squeezed, and yes, he could have lifted, but if you're that BMW on the inside, that's a bold, opportunistic move that has forced that AOD Racing Ferrari to have no room. Let's take another look if we can do it from the vertical shot in slow motion as they work their way through that second part of the chicane. That BMW wasn't really close coming into the braking zone, and unfortunately for the Ferrari, just unfortunate. He had a little bit of space potentially, Lorenzo, but, you know, Crawford and the line that Crawford was always trying to take, getting down onto the power, was always going to take him into the path of the Ferrari. So, you know, 3 don't go into 1. There you'll see once again the absolute send that Samba Racing BMW is about to do down the inside. Crawford struggles to get the car turned in, lots of understeer into the corner. And then on the exit, you can already see you can't afford to run on that green part of the track, Lorenzo, because that does give you one of those incident points that are so vital here at Spa.
And also one of the things, if you run that on the green spot, is actually going to make the car a little bit loose on exit. As fortunately for Jack, it didn't accrue a whole lot of damage. As now he goes into that Ferrari once again to clear himself off. But it's one of those tricky scenarios. The GT kind of assumes the LMP2 driver will be quicker on exit, but it kind of, again, equals out on acceleration on these slow sections for a little bit. Then the LMP2 car is, of course, quicker. But again, I think the other thing that could have that aided the situation was the LMP2 car that was in the left-hand side of Jack Crawford and allowed the situation actually to happen. That situation to happen.
And
I
then
tell
the
you,
BMW coming down the inside, and that wasn't even for class position, which is what confuses me, is why the Samba Racing BMW sent it like they did.
Well, I think some of our YouTube chat is now also wondering why Crawford maybe didn't run a tighter line through the second part of the corner. Well, I think you just said it there, Jonathan. I mean, the BMW's diving for a space that I don't think Crawford was expecting for him to go, and he just ended up leaving a little bit too much room. But I tell you what, Lorenzo, 25 minutes to go roughly until the top of the hour, and we hand it over to part 2 of this broadcast.
Yeah.
Why don't we finally bring in Johnny Verhoff, who has been sitting very patiently waiting for us, and you're standing by with the driver of the 278.
Yeah, so let me bring in Johnny Verhoff from the Manini Racing GTE. Finally, first and foremost, Johnny, let me apologize. I think the race didn't want you to get interviewed as we're looking fiercely for, and I think the TNT Racing just go by your LMP, go by your GTE car. But you guys had a pretty eventful race thus far. You know, climbing from a really good spot up into P3 at one point, then you climbing down a few other spots due to some other issues with the LMP2 cars. But all in all, still within the top 5 of the GTE category, Pro category to be more exact.
Yeah, hi guys, thanks for having me. Yeah, it was an exciting race to watch now, so I don't mind the wait. Yeah, qualified P2, went really good, didn't expect that. And then the first hour also went pretty good with all the LMP2 traffic. But after that they really seem to have lost all their patience. And yeah, they just go for gaps that don't exist. And as you can see by all the incidents we reported, it's a lot. Basically all teams have the same problem now. But yeah, my teammates are doing a good job of catching back up. So that's good.
Yeah, and the boys were talking right before I actually joined the broadcast about the team, you know, being one of these top teams of sort within the iRacing fray that usually has a lot of category drivers. You guys even got Ryan Barnavelt and so many other guys within the fray racing in so many other categories like SCO that you don't have the full backing of a Coenda red line team and the money that goes with those teams itself, but you guys have a core that is really strong and kind of specializes with the field that you guys basically drive, which is the GTE, GT3 classes, and slowly climbing into really those top 5, top 3, and even winning spots.
Yeah, we have a really good team, I think. Yeah, like you mentioned, Ryan and Tim and Ruben, they all help with building setups, and we do a lot of practice. They are now busy with VVLN, 24-hour race at Noordslijven. So yeah, good luck guys. And yeah, me, Mats, Ivo and his brother Bart-Jan are now doing this race. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was finished.
Anyway, I was gonna ask you actually about this. How you guys organize this to drive these kind of races? Because I know it's not the biggest team. You guys have a certain amount of numbers, and you guys have all talented drivers. But how do you organize to come into these different competitions? By the way, as you mentioned, you guys were driving the VVLN. Ryan was driving one of the cars. I know this much, and I think Tim as well.
Yeah.
So how do you organize the team to get a certain amount of drivers for each of these races?
Yeah, at the beginning of the 4th season, I think, we sent out just a questionnaire of all the drivers who wanted to do which league, basically, and then yeah, we all responded, and then we entered the leagues that we wanted to do. Like we have now 4 cars in SEO, 2 GT3, 2 GTE.
Yep.
We also planned on enter 3 cars here, an LMP2 Pro and a GTAM, but the other 2 didn't make the cut, unfortunately. Yeah, we did, so that's why I'm here.
Fair enough. And as a perspective for the team, I know you guys did well really so far. You guys right now P3 in the pro standings because some cars actually went to the pit lane, including the leader of the class. But where do you guys stand in the championship? What are the expectations coming out of the Dutch team out of Manini?
For this race, you mean, or the championship?
It can be both actually. You decide.
Yeah, I'll start with the race. Yeah, we started P2, so that was very good. But yeah, everything can happen, and then the safety car can help you or not help you. So yeah, we're hoping for top 5, I think. If we have some damage on the front end, so we're like 5 kilometers an hour short on the straight. Hopefully that will be fixed next pit stop when we take tires. Yeah, so P5 for this race, I hope, and a solid podium for the rest of the championship, we hope.
Fair enough. And well, Johnny, before I let you go, anyone you really want to give a shout out to from the team, sponsors, and supporters, and what else?
Yeah, big shout out to the team, of course. Everyone in the Discord always helping and friendly, and also want to give a shout out to my mom. Yeah, she's been going through a tough time recently, so just want to say hi, Mom. I know she's watching.
Fair enough.
Thank you
Shout
guys for
out
having
to Johnny's mom. But well, Johnny, it's been a pleasure to talk with you, mate, and good luck to the team. I hope you guys do really good, as we're seeing a good charge from you guys before you guys come into the pit lane.
Yes, thank you, and nice broadcast.
Thank you, and well, Arjuna, that was Johnny Verhoef from Manidi Racing, and very interesting perspective out of the team. I know that, as you guys mentioned, the team that is slowly growing up within the iRacing fray, you know, kind of doing it out with the other top teams in the different categories. Good perspectives out of the team, realistic perspectives.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 minutes, by the way, to go until the top of the hour. We are going to be moving to a second portion of the broadcast on YouTube. We split it up into 2 sections for the 2 broadcast crews that we do have. Just though to let you know, we'll be running at least 10 or 15 minutes longer on this portion of the broadcast. So don't go anywhere. We'll switch over in probably 30 or 40 minutes time, I'm assuming, and we'll continue to watch all the action past the halfway point as well. Let's jump back to the front of your field for just a few seconds, though, because Jonathan, while that was all going on and while we were talking to Johnny Verhoef, look at the inroads that Miguel Vigo has been making into David Baker and his lead out front.
That 62 car is driving angrily. He lost the lead off of a silly little driver error, and I'm not sure how much of a fight the 2 cars going to be able to put up, because it's consistently, lap after lap, this 62 car is the fastest one on track.
And Vigo, I mean, we talked about it earlier, Lorenzo. He made that mistake on cold tires, locked it up into turn number 1 on the restart, and lost all that track position he had managed to build up. But 2 seconds is the gap now, and 20 minutes to go. I mean, there's a possibility to get back to the point here, but I'm not sure how much risk he's going to want to take, with the consideration also being that, you know, he's got a further 6 hours to go after this, and while 50 points would be great, the main focus is always on getting the race win at the end.
Yeah, of course. You really want to be as safe as possible so you can get the best result out of the car. But knowing Vigo, you and I race with Vigo constantly in ILMS, and even you, I think, in different competitions. We know that the Iberian driver is now, I was going to say Iberian, but he's from Florida. I know he's Latin. Is one of the drivers that usually don't like to stay in the back. You know, he doesn't like to be the supporting cast. He just wants to go for the main cast. He wants to go for the lead. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes more aggressive lap by lap. He has fuel to actually get around the 6-hour mark. So I totally can see the driver from the Alpine, geodesic driver to go into that lead battle and go for it.
Absolutely, and we're watching TNT Racing, who are on an impressive fight back of their own, Jonathan. We saw them buried in the tire barriers earlier on at the end of the Kemmel Straight under that last safety car period, but right now up into 8th place, and while Andrew Lagham is telling us that Miguel Vigo is driving angrily in the 62, someone else who's going to be driving just as angrily is probably that number 81 car.
Yeah, he's probably still kicking himself a little bit after that, but not a lot of damage. He still has good pace, and that 81's running well. It's been an up and down day for the 81. They've been caught out in all sorts of traffic, 3 wide incidents. It's been a bit of a crazy day, and like calmly running right now in 8th, just having a calm charge with other people in his class is probably a nice thing.
Oh boy.
And something has happened. Caution back up in the air. 17 minutes to go until the halfway point. This is going to throw a spanner in all of our calculations to see who was going to get those half points. We'll see how it all plays out, but let's take a look at a race replay for what we think might be the cause of this one. Take a look on your screen. It is Vector Sim Racing, the number 305, Ted Lowendick down in towards the bus stop chicane. And what's going to happen here? He's slow on the entry into pit lane. It doesn't look as though this is what would have brought out the caution, Lorenzo. Are you seeing anything else on track at this time?
I'm actually cycling back to see what happened. I'm seeing the Fisher car has a bent wing, but it has been quite bent for quite a while. But I'll try to look and see, give you a feedback upon it.
Scoring has told me the 322 at the end of the GTE class, Walter Green has just stopped. And he's no longer in the server either, so I have no idea where the 322 has gone.
So that was an incident that actually I saw happening much earlier on. We'll grab a replay of that. This was when we were talking with Johnny Verhoff, and here is going to be that replay, the 322 car. Walter Green at the wheel of AOD Racing, the number 322, and that is one of the more odd incidents I can ever have recalled seeing here on the live on the iRacing Esports Network. Just pulls to the side of the road and, well,
goodbye.
He reset to the tracks. He reset down onto pit lane. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there. He first broke the rule about not using that tow without requesting it from race control. But number 2, Lorenzo, I honestly don't have an idea of why the caution flag flew.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out. If we can get an information out of the YouTube chat, we'll appreciate it quite a lot. But now this is an interesting thing. This is not a 6-hour sprint. This might actually go to if it goes what I think it will go, a 6-minute sprint to the halfway points.
Well, we're trying to just unravel everything as it's played out. The only incident that I saw happening on my timing screen, guys, was what happened to the Vector Sim Racing Porsche. That was the only thing I was notified about. I'm not seeing any cars that were stopped on track for any lengthy period of time.
I'm wondering if it's due to the fact that the 322 used a tow and didn't mention it.
That's very possible, and we'll wait for race control to clarify this all up. But once again, we're back under caution for a 3rd time, and we're getting some information, by the way, from one of the team members that Walker Green's wheel overheated and unfortunately had no choice but to tow. And unfortunately, given the nature of the incident, having to stop directly in the middle of that start-finish straight, Lorenzo, I have a feeling that it might have been the better option, to have used that tow without requesting the tow. It might incur some wrath from race control, but nevertheless, being parked on that start-finish straight with cars coming at you angrily down that main straight, probably a good option to come down the pit lane.
Yeah, I think he could have come down pit lane, but I think that was so abrupt that I think that's what made the 322 car just come down into the start finish line. And if I recall correctly, I didn't see this might be a Simon Pagenaud-esque failure. If I recall correctly, Pagenaud's wheel didn't overheat, but had a mechanical failure. It kind of broke right in the middle of the race, and he had to switch it. I think this might be one of those instances.
I've had a wheel mount break on me during a race before, so not unprecedented, not uncommon for stuff like this to happen. Although it's just a very strange situation to not really know what the caution was for, if that was the reason the caution came out.
I tell you what, guys, let me quickly go and PM Julian Bell, part of the race control team. Let's see if he can clarify this one for us. But while we wait, important to note here, Jonathan, PND Racing, the 182, well, right before that last caution flew, their driver lost connection to the server. They fell down a full lap. Well, now as a result of this 3rd caution of the day, they're back up into that lead lap as a result of getting a wave around So that will be very beneficial for the team that led the LMP AM category for much of the first 4.5 hours.
And they've been very good in traffic too, besides that one minor incident they had. So obviously they're still going to be contenders now, and depending on how many get a wave around and how many penalties there are still to give, if there are still any waiting for race control. Again, I know they've been busy, but we can really see them contend again.
And Lorenzo, I had mentioned a few of these LMP cars weren't actually going to be able to make it to the top of the hour, and while someone in our YouTube chat has confirmed that Alpine Star Geodesic Racing were one of those cars who has been saved in many ways by the caution coming out and the safety car getting back out onto the track.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that, first and foremost, thank you for Andrew Langham's service, which was one of the geodesic drivers and also engineers of sorts that he mentioned that the car was actually saved on this section. But I'm kind of surprised, to be very honest, because looking at the perspective, I think he had fuel enough to make it to the end, but I think it would be cut really short. Well, back to you, Arjun. I think you have something to say.
Yeah, Julian Bell, thank you very much for getting back to me in a timely manner. We can confirm caution flag flew due to the AOD racing car that had to pull off on the middle of the track. Unfortunately, that was one of the exact words that Julian used. Car towed without permission in an undefined tow area. So what that means is, in the opinion of race control, that wasn't a designated tow spot, so you have to fly the caution to send out the virtual recovery vehicles, if you would, Jonathan. And, you know, unfortunately that car, and despite the fact that it did the right thing and got out of the way as quickly as possible, we still have the ramifications of the safety car. Adds a lot of drama with 10 minutes to go until the halfway point.
I don't even know if there were any safety areas marked out to safely tow near. Maybe like all the way down at the end of the source is the only one I can think of that might have been a safe to tow area, but he just had to bail if the wheel overheated, because otherwise he's going to go down to the source and slam the wall and possibly ruin the race for his team. So, unfortunate, but the car is safe and everything is safe.
As a guy that normally again races and all that kind of stuff and has seen some wheels overheat, as a guy that also had his G27 a little bit overheated one of the races, I kind of feel for him, to be very honest. My G27 only overheated once out of these 6 years I've been racing with this wheel. 5-6 years I've been racing with the wheel. It was just the one time I actually pushed it so hard, the wheel was like burning, and I was like, okay, I have to stop this car. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to call the firefighters and probably put a fire down in my house, put the fire out.
And I mean, it's not just, it doesn't just happen on some of the lower end wheels as well. Think back to Spa 24 Hours last year. Max Verstappen's brake pedal, we won't say the brand because they're a team competing in this race here today. The brake pedal broke on him with just under an hour to go. They had to get him out of the car, get a new driver back in. Then I think back to, Max Verstappen again. I hate picking on you, Max, but these are just the examples that spring to mind. The recent, I believe it was the BMW Sim Cup 120 recently a few weeks ago, where Verstappen had his wheel cut out at some point. Not sure if he's using the Fanatic brand that sponsors Redline, but, you know, sometimes you just get very, very unlucky with your hardware failure, and unfortunately for the number 322 car, the timing could not have been worse.
I don't even think for the rest of the field it could have been any better, because this now is like an 8-minute sprint to halfway points. But the other thing is, this is not like NASCAR stage racing where the caution's going to come out again at the 6-hour mark. No, we're still going to be green. So while we're thinking about points as we get ready to go back to green here, Arjuna, they still have to think about the rest of the run.
So safety car down on pit lane. It appears as though caution flag back out again. So they forgot to, I think, ooh, that's a weird one. Car just whizzes through the wall in a very bizarre fashion, and I think the race control didn't manage to tell the safety car that it was extended one more lap in time, but we are going to be under caution for a few more laps, it would appear. Cars coming back down the pit lane as well, so there are takers down onto pit lane. You see the likes of Maniti Racing, I do believe, came down the last time around, so they're not down on pit lane now. Right now, it's Marcel Tai in one of the Team Heiskenveld cars. AOD Racing 321 down on the pit lane. Then in LMP, you've got the likes of PND Racing back on their lead lap, coming down the pit lane as well. So a long way to go. 7 minutes to go till the top of the hour, and those halfway points do get awarded, and clock continues to tick off under caution, and we will just wait a few minutes. Just a reminder, part 2 of this broadcast will be delayed by 10 or 15 minutes. We will let you know before we jump over into part number 2 of the broadcast. And Jonathan, just another question for you before we hand it over in just a few minutes to the rest of the RaceSpot crew to take viewers through to the end of the race. It's your first endurance race here on the iRacing service, and I can't actually think of a much better one to be able to come and commentate. The drama of having safety cars has really just mixed up the order that much more.
It makes it feel like realistic. It makes it feel like we're watching a 12-hour IMSA race or a 12-hour WBC race. And it does make the race interesting, although it's a little unfortunate how this caution was brought out. But it does shake up the order and just change the strategy as well, too, because we mentioned some of these LMP2 cars weren't going to make it. We go back to green, 6-hour mark passes. There's going to be a scramble on pit road for some of these guys that pitted way early in the stint.
And it still remains to be seen if we're going to get any green flag action before the end of this hour, and that will determine exactly how fast and hectic the racing will be. But 5 minutes 50 seconds to go, and you know what? Let's just do a little bit of RaceSpot questions for the next 10 minutes or so while we wait. If anyone's got any questions, go ahead and pop them in the YouTube chat. We are waiting here. I want to see Burn Mylander do that. That's a good one. We saw the safety car with a rather odd route to get back out on track just a few moments ago, guys. But, you know, this is one of the leagues that uses the official iRacing safety car. They just manually have a lot of manual processes that need to be put in place to reorder the cars. I think back to another league which I've been fortunate to compete in, the V8 Scop Series in Australia, which runs a V8 Supercars league. They have a manual pace car, which adds a little bit more of a dimension in some ways, I would feel. When you have the iRacing pace car, Lorenzo, I mean, everything operates in the same way. You know exactly how fast the pace car is going to go, etc., etc. But when you have a human-driven pace car, it often adds a little bit more unpredictability in many ways.
Yeah, as a guy who actually driven in other leagues as a pace car, I can definitely say it shows a different bone into the mix. But to be very honest, in those leagues, we kind of defined a normal, a default speed of like 110, 120 kilometers, where the car can actually go and everybody would follow, can heat up the tires and everything. I think this is pretty much the same. I think cars right now are going basically on the safety, a little bit above the safety car level, and we're probably gonna go. I'll be very honest. This might be a safety car procedure up until the hour, so we might see one more lap here with the yellow flag, and maybe we're gonna get into green on the next one. Unfortunately, we're not gonna get that one lap sprint. Basically, a green white checker like we see in NASCAR for the halfway points.
And just a reminder, by the way, our beautiful cameras that are showing you all of these pictures right now, brought to you by Istvan Ballo from TrackCams22, and Tyler Maxson provides all of our car cameras for today's race. But one more lap under safety car, and looking at these times, Lorenzo, the order that they cross the line in now is going to determine those halfway points. And there's a taker down onto pit lane as well. TNT Racing having to come into pit lane, so they're going to give up a healthy dose of points here and drop to the back of their field.
They were some of the early pitters early on in the stint.
Yeah, they were. When the previous one actually happened, Jonathan, there were only two cars, which are, I think, if I recall correctly, are the RLR Abruzzi 15 car and that TNT LMP2 car. So again, they're coming down in pit lane. I think the field just about to run out, or going for a different strategy to try to equal out the other cars in the field. But interesting scenarios, giving up those points. Unfortunately, you're not going to get those halfway points you really want to have at the end of your halfway performance. But again, it's about the long run. You know, you really want to get the good victories, the good points at the end of the race, try to get the podium. So as a 6-hour race, is still wide open, still unpredictable.
So 6 hours, 2 minutes, 24 seconds. We're definitely going to cross the standings now. So why don't we quickly, as we continue to watch the cars pacing around, we'll just run through top 8 cars in each category. Pure Sims Esports, they are going to take home 50 points in just a few moments' time. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing must be wondering what might have happened if not for that second caution. Torque Freak Racing have managed to work themselves up into P number 3, and an impressive drive from that number 1 car, qualified all the way down the order. Delta Sport U4K in the number 33 on a recovery drive of a lifetime, up into 4th as it stands. Top 8 all in LMP Pro. If you take a look at the LMP AM standings, which we can't show you up on your screen right now, can just talk about Nomad Sim Racing. They're currently leading that class, the number 122, but right behind them is the Lapsat Racing team number 169, and we spoke to one of their drivers a few hours ago. Pineapple Racing has moved up into 3rd spot in class, another second behind the Lapsat Racing car, but they have adequate racing, Rusty Spatulas, and Fiercely Forward LMP in close order. Run you through the GT cars now, and this has been almost domination from Team 11. They had a very healthy gap coming into this 3rd safety car period that's been evaporated, but the 284 Fisher Motorsports Porsche 911 continue to try and push on in the hopes to try and challenge the number 211. Kinetic Racing as well on a recovery drive of their own. They are slightly offset on the strategy as compared to some of the other teams around them. However, they will be securing those 3rd place halfway points, and I'm sure that factored in to their overall race strategy. Latima Racing, number 227. We talked to Diogo Salipa a little bit ago. Hell Races, the 219 in 5th place. And then you've got your your GTE AM leader, number 301, German SimRacing.de, which is going to actually now move up into 5th place overall, it looks like. Other cars in that GTE AM category to watch out for: VEC Sim Racing, the number 324. They're in 2nd place. Right behind them, Devotion Sim Racing, the number 350, in 3rd place in class. And take a look now of the shot of all the cars making their way through Blanchimont. Not at the speeds that we expected, but time continues to tick on. Officially 6 hours done with this race, 6 hours to go. And Lorenzo, my God, you're telling us some stories about some of the endurance commentary stints that you've done in the past. We talk about some of the fatigue for the drivers, but as we prepare to hand it over to the second crew for commentary, my word, how did you spend that much time during the Le Mans 24 hours doing some of the broadcast work?
So for those unaware, I just put it that I stayed about 23 hours and a half for the entirety of the Le Mans race, you know, doing commentary and moderating. For those unaware, I did the part 2 of the Le Mans 24. Part 3 of the Le Mans 24. And that was a very interesting race there during the nighttime. Me, Dylan Coyle, and Justin Prince covering that a bit. And then, fortunately, I stayed awake due to 2 things. First and foremost, I had a good lunch and dinner. And second and foremost, and most importantly, I had a stockpile of Red Bulls, Monster Energy drinks, and coffee. But I gave up on the final 30 minutes because, like, don't blame me. I had a race at the same time, so it was a busy day.
Alrighty, well, we're wrapping up here then on the first part of the broadcast for the IVRA Endurance Series season opener from Spa-Francorchamps. Before we let you go over onto part number 2, we'll post the link in the chat in just a few moments. Let's take a look at the track conditions as they stand. 18 degrees Celsius is the ambient temperature. Track temperature, 21 degrees Celsius cool, and that's meaning lots of multi-stint affairs for the drivers to have to deal with. Humidity of 76%, and there's been strong gusts of wind from anywhere from 10 kph up to 20 in today's race. So for myself, Arjuna Kankipati, I've been doing double duty on commentary work and the production of this broadcast. We were joined by Justin Prince slightly earlier. Lorenzo Bonda hopped in to fill in for him, but Jonathan Burke has been joining me throughout the last 7 hours or so. Head over onto part 2 of the broadcast for the next 6 hours of racing action.